Welcome Rotonda sa inyo mga tropa. Oras na para tutukan ang kwento sa loob ng CFS PH IMPACT Summer 2026. Ramon at JY nga pala at kami ang maghatid ng action live sa lahat ng platform ng CROSSFIRE Philippines. Kuya Josh, kamusta ka naman? It's been a long time, pare.
Parang sumakit yung likod ko sa Kuya Josh, man.
sorry. Kamusta ka, pre?
Okay naman, pare. We got a few interesting matchups that we're looking forward today. No? Kasi, alam naman, sa mga nanonood ng Impact dyan, ilang araw yung dumadaan bago tayo magkaroon ng bagong araw. At ngayon, nagbabalik na tayo sa Impact stage muli. Pare, this first match up, SGJ laban sa ex-governors na SGJ. We talked about this before, no? Yung chip on their shoulder. These guys so close to getting to Masters pero hindi. But right now, pare, it's looking like yung trajectory nitong SGJ pababa ng pababa habang tumatagal. Not to mention, ang kalaban na ng ex-governors right now. Kung di ako nagkakamali, sila yung pinakataas ang standings natin so far this season.
Yeah, especially now that we're gonna take a look at the standings. There's no time to the present para malaman kung sino yung nasa pinakatuktok. At ex-governors nga naman ang nasa pinakatuktok at the very moment. Alliance Gaming not too far behind, and MOMEN ESPORTS. Syempre, nakita din natin sila before with the core of LJC kept up with the two brothers from Cuerdas stabilizing this with more firepower. Pero medyo tumataas ang volatility, kaya medyo up and down yung naging performances from them. From the looks of things, yung pang-apat na spot ang pinaglalaban ng X Squad at saka ng SGJ, where X Squad have been showing that constant improvement habang tumatagal. I just wanna see if SGJ can retain that form, fully knowing na sila nga ang defending champions dito.
Man, I'm getting really afraid dito para sa SGJ. No? Kung makapansin natin over the last few weeks, SGJ, pare, they've gotten, like you said, much more volatile. Which is, it has been a problem ever since, no, yung back in Impact Spring, pare. Napansin natin, they got a peak during the playoffs na hindi inaasahan ng lahat ng tao. Pagdating ng Swiss natin, moving into our summer season, ang SGJ bumaba na. Up until this point, they are hanging on by a thread, pare. Literal na kung magpatuloy pa tong downward trajectory nila, I am very afraid para sa chances na makapasok ng playoffs. Not to mention, no, like I said, ex-governors are the polar opposite, pare, na we talked about, they can't keep having Hanshu save them all the time. Pero pare, yung ex-governors right now, they look like a unit that actually works. A machine na solid yung functionality na hindi mo mahahanapan ng weak spots, at least so far this season.
Definitely helps na hindi lang Hangshu show nakikita natin from XGov. Pero kung makikita nyo sa bayan ng match schedule natin for today, it's SGJ versus XGov to start with, yung pinag-uusapan nating matchup. Followed by ang HazMatz or HazMatz versus JYB later on today. Followed up by MOMEN ESPORTS versus JY ESPORTS naman. So yung dalawang JY looking to try to get the stretch in, lalo na sa last week natin bago tayo dumangoy sa playoffs natin. Umiinit na yung laban, Kuya Josh, kaya medyo kailangan natin ang lahat ng mga teams, lalo na yung mga mid-table teams para makaabot sa ating playoffs spot. Pero to open the conversation na nga ulit, SGJ versus ex-governors. If I had to put it in a statement, the best of today versus the best out of Impact Spring. And we talked about the highs coming through para sa SGJ. Talagang malaki ang naging question mark sa kanila ngayon, considering that they're in the mid-table, possibly because sila yung late na pumasok dito sa season, considering na hindi nga sila nakalaro sa week 1. Pero sa lahat ng mga games na nalaro nga nila, laging game 3, laging nagkakainatan. Parang hindi ko alam kung stability ba yung issue or just some other external factors na hindi natin alam around SGJ.
Yeah, and yun nga, that's also a point na sinabi mo, SGJ hasn't been able to play much Crossfire so far ngayong summer season, and maybe it has to do with some, kailangan nila mag-warm up sa server, kailangan nila mahanap yung identity nila dito kasi so far, it just feels like SGJ are in an identity crisis. Kung di ako nagkakamali, we've only seen 2 maps na nailaro ng SGJ. Not in terms of total maps played, pero yung mga map na nakita natin. That's Black Widow and Ankara. Which means, pare, that there's so much data that has yet to be seen para sa itong SGJ squad na to. So we will be looking forward para makita kung ano yung mga nailuto pa nila sa Subbase, sa Port, yung Compound, Eagle Eye, Mexico. If I'm not mistaken, we get a port out of SGJ na na-mention natin before is one of the more interesting maps kasi ang story ng history ng SGJ, not just in this iteration, pero yung past SGJ din, which was the former VP core.
Exactly. Yung mga kapanuhunan pa ni Tino nung kasama nga ngayon natin yung mga kasama on that SGJ roster. Pero bago tayo dumaloy lalo sa usapan nito, magkaiba ang prediction natin, Kuya Josh, no? Kahit sabihin ko sa iyo that ex-governors are the best of the day, I just feel like SGJ still have it in them, no? Para makuha yung seri na to with a bit of an asterisk para sa akin. Kung makaabot tayo sa game number 3, ilang beses natin nakita from SGJ, nakakaabot nga sila doon. And so far, it's been working out. Pero feeling ko, it's only a matter of time before mag-crumble ang SGJ dito. Whereas for ex-governors, the exciting roster, kami through para kay Hangshu as well as with the partnership of Jessen as well as OB, kind of gave new life into the system of ex-governors. Hindi lang sila puro Hangshu ang naglalaro ngayon. Yung rifling ni OB as well as yung striking distance na nakita natin from Hangshu leading the pack has also become new life para dito sa ex-governors.
Yeah, I can't wait to see, no, kung ano yung magiging tagisan ng talino ng dalawa nating IGL din dito. No, we talked about Tino, the amount of bandwidth na kailangan ni Tino to be able to not only hit the shots but also call on his team. Pero si Hanshu, mas kaya niya ring kumbaga mahandohan yung mga teammates niya dito, ano.
Especially after a stint being on that attacker role into the IGL role now. Ngayong taon pa lang natin nakikita si Hangshu na naging IGL, no? Kind of like how RTA has been on a trust. Pero considering din na yung isa naka-masters, yung isa medyo nasa loob lamang ng impact scene natin, there's a lot of development for Hangshu at the moment. As we also take a look at their map vetoes at the moment, you mentioned the port map coming through para sa SGJ. There's a possibility na ma-open pa rin to para sa kanila. As we take a look at it, ang kara para sa ex-governors, Black Widow opened up para sa SGJ and port now on the decider. Napapansin mo, no, Kuya Josh, that ever since Matt Jess has opened up yung Black Widow sa master stage, we're kind of straying away from the Eagle Eye maps, the Ankara first picks, at bumabalik sa ating mga map vetoes yung Black Widow appearance.
I mean, what can you say about Masters, no? Gano'n naman talaga, if you're playing on the impact stage, what better way to find new strategies to be able to understand how to play Crossfire better than those of the best in the region, pare. Sa Southeast Asia, dahil nga doon, nakita naman natin, diba? Eagle Eye started showing up, Black Widow is back on the menu, port din. So, it makes it much more interesting to see kung ano yung mga pinagluluto ng mga teams natin, whether that's in Masters or in Impact. But this one, pare, medyo solid to nakikita nating Venn diagram of map picks between these two teams, no? Ex-Governor, this Ankara right now, pare, this pick, so far, 50% win rate for XGov, SGJ 100%. But with an asterisk dito yung SGJ, pare, na the mere fact that we haven't really seen them play too much. Black Widow, on the other hand, parehong 100% win rate for our two teams. This one will be the make or break moment para sa SGJ. Pag kaya na lang i-convert tong map na to against ex-governors, I would expect us to make it on the port and maybe yung sinasabi natin na we see a reverse sweep. But that really all hinges on what the Ankara performance looks like galing sa SGJ.
Talk about old school, Black Widow para sa parehong SGJ versus Jessen himself on ex-governors. It's one hell of a throwback kung masasabi natin. No? Yung culture ng Black Widow sa CF, no, maglalaro tayo ng mga 3v3 off sounds sa lahat na dinarami-raming mga scrims natin. Black Widow being one of the oldest maps is truly a stage para lang ma-display yung veterancy as well as yung experience na may hatid ng dalawang players na to, namely itong si Tino being on that IGL role as well as Jessen. And I don't think Jessen is on the IGL role as at the moment. Currently si Hangshu nga naman yun. But yun yung isa mga pinakamagandang weapons having Jessen on the roster as well. So you have a second voice dito and feeling ko XGov has been showing that up considering na medyo mas pulido na yung mga strats nila. And while we see the occasional clutch coming through para kay Hangshu, it's gotten even less considering the team play has been a big focus para sa XGov sa buong summer season natin.
Yeah, I want to stress on this na yung sinasabi mo about Jessen being no longer the ideal dito para sa ex-governors. Playing as a sniper, kailangan sobrang solid ng focus mo on whatever angle it is you're holding on. Whether that's Ankara, Black Widow, or Port Parek. Ang laking pressure para maging performer when it comes to the sniper role. Kaya this difference in performance, galing kay Jessen, now that he's purely a sniper, purely playing as a shooter, and giving all that mental bandwidth kay Hanshu, makes it
Yes.
so much so na pero yung ex-governors kahit na lang mag-perform at a very high level, I feel like kailangan yun ng SGJ maybe sometime in the future, but right now na makikita mo talaga yung strain of being the IGL kay Tino resulting in, well, the current results ng SGJ. Pero ito na nga tayo mga kaibigan, pasok tayo kaagad sa map number 1, Ankara, right in your face.
Gotta remember the stakes din, Kuya Josh. These are one of the only few chances na makikita natin ng SGJ to try to qualify for the playoffs. And last week na din to. So, kailangan natin maghapit ang mga batang tondo para lang makapasok ulit sa playoffs nila. The Defender Crown, the Defender Championship. LA push para dito. Sa side ng ex-governors, considering that they do still have that C4, I am wondering kung itutuloy nga ba nila to, knowing na lapit nila dito sa bench.
What interests me here is that there's not very much contact na makikita natin dito sa mid, no? Looks like ex-governors want to keep it simple para pumasok ng A. The problem is, no, this perfect setup na nakikita natin out of SGJ, it's a great read as long as they stay where they are, pare. They're ready to respond to events or an EA push, and not to mention yung presence sa loob ng room as a secondary line of defense para sa SGJ. But now, nakikita natin, nagtitipon-tipon ng others. Spots them out. At yun na nga yung kaguluhan sa loob ng A.
Gets a lot of damage onto Hangshu as well. And a good spray down coming through para kay Durst. Jared on the 2K as well. Yun nga lang, DLR. The sub back in para sa player na ito. He wants to get himself right in the server.
my
Jay
God.
Hawker sweeps it up. M14 para sa kanya. Forcing Jessan to play the 1v3. C4 down. At inikutan na siya ng dalawang miyembro ng SGJ. Jay Hawker, the top 1 player sa Impact. Makes an impact with a 3K sa first round.
Yeah. If there's anybody that's gonna be able to anchor onto us, it is gonna be Jay Hawker, pare. Matagal na natin sinasabi, these SGJ players, they are great shooters. It just so happens na yung mga failings dito ng SGJ is the mere fact that they're having such a hard time being able to play as a unit. Now, Tino, looking out through mid, nakahanap siguro ng konting information, but ex-governors are quiet all through and through. Tino?
On the shot. Already on CA. Spot niya yung isa at makukuha niya si OB. Jared got on the swing. SDL gets the double kill. Yun nga lang, Durst will get the counter. Pero buti na lang nahawak din ni DLR yung pag-push ni Jay Hawker all the way towards LB. Hotel control para sa ex-governors.
Completely missed out to para sa SGJ, man. But I think a little bit too long. Si Jessan, second mid, dealer sa loob ng hotel. Papalabas na nga mga kaibigan. EV's on the backside. The longer it takes para sa ex-governors na kumilos papasok ng B site dito, the more likely it is na mahuhuli sila dito. Kasi ex-governors, they have no idea. SGJ is scrolling slowly and slowly para mahuli sila sa kalagitnaan ng kaguluhan dito ngayon. And it's taking way too much time. There's medyo nagiging impatient dito. If he overextends, he could give away his position. Pero dahil sa katahimikan na dumaan, SGJ
Siguro,
have no idea. Nandito na sila sa B.
siguro ang iniisip nila, hintayin na lang mag-tap ng C4, tapos saka tayo mag-iingay. And it's kind of a reasonable sort of call para dito sa SGJ. Lessen the amount of risk. At pahirapan lalo ang ex-gov. Pero si EV hindi na maghihintay. Jessan will get dropped. DLR na lang ang natitira. Pero matitira lang siya ng M14 ni Durst. 2-0 para sa SGJ. And a nice encounter towards LA. Set themselves up for a beautiful sort of hold.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing out of SGJ. Para they're looking like a unit. Hindi na kailangan ng mga highlight plays. Albeit, no, so far, it's only been 2 rounds. But we got a couple of different looks galing sa SGJ. And the macro is looking great. The amount of macro na nakukuha nila, resulting in fights like this that really make the difference sa mga fight dito. But there's early, and Jared probably gone. Mahirap na tong round na to para sa SGJ.
Lalo na kinokontest pa rin nila yung boxes. And Jared trusted himself na baka nakalimutan nag-equip ng grenades sa mga kalaban natin. Mukhang hindi nga. Kasi 4 yung nabato sa kanya, no? Tino, eto, yung gamble na gustong kunin ni Tino, no? Iiwan! Doon lamang sa may LA, habang si Jay Hawker naman kukuha ng spot kay DLR. Jessan finds Tino, sniper versus sniper action. And it turns out that ex-governors had the better angle. Jay Hawker, wrap around, at nakuha pa nga niya si OB on the rotation. 3v2, dikit pa. Pero si Jessan, dumidikit kay Jay Hawker, naspatan niya yung attacker ng SGJ. Even na lang ang natitira, at nawalan yung timing para sa defuse. 1 versus 3 para kay Edgar. Pero SDL, Di mo kailangan mag-peek dito pare. Pero gusto pa rin niyang patayin si EV. 1-2 para sa ex-governors.
Laban kong laban dito, Chris. I mean, if you look at how ex-governors played the first couple of rounds, pare, medyo unwilling silang mag-take ng mga risk. Kaya sama-sama sila dito. They're really taking their time. Because of that, ang SGJ nagkakaroon sila ng mga pagkakataon na pwede silang kumuha ng space na hindi ine-expect ng ex-governors. That extra speed, the extra map control resulted in this round win. Specifically na kay Jessan, having pushed all the way, almost sa RS dito ng SGJ, hindi nila in-expect yung positioning. Pero ngayon, dahil dyan, kailangan na mag-adapt. A little bit more stress para sa SGJ dito sa may mid-side natin and a singular hold kay Jayhawker na nag-aabang sa may labas lang na hotel. Ready ba sila mag-check-in dito? It's taking so much time. Again, ex-governors, look at the space na nakuha ng SGJ, man. They're already pushed up all the way past EA. Konti na lang sa Arco na rin sila nakabantay. Kaya ex-governors, doble ingat sila dapat dito kasi ito lang nga.
Ito na ni Jayhawker. Spatan yung isa pero 4 na nakatingin na para kay Jayhawker. Kestakil dito kay SDL. OB on the trade as well. 4v4. Duguan. Ang dalawa para sa XGov in that encounter. And feeling ko okay lang yan para kay Jayhawker no? Kasi the space that you already noted doon pa lamang sa may LA kinda gives them the insurance na pwede tayo mag-flank kung manggagalingan sila dito sa B. Kaya nakikita mo yung mid-priority din para sa SGJ. Hindi na naman na-worry yung push doon sa may B side kasi kaya na lang gawin yun. Run and gun lang para kay Durs. Jessan down. 3 versus 4. Naspatan ni Hangshu yung rotation doon sa TB. Slowing down ex-governors bago sila makapasok ng site.
Jared, Evie, nagsama dito sa may mid. Man advantage, not to mention si DLR din as well, no? Laki ng chip damage na gawa sa kanya. There's a little bit antsy as well. Paparating na dito yung ex-governors. Pero SGJ, nasa 2-prong push. Pero silang Jared sa may TB. And there's inside the site. Look at this!
Risky, very open. There's punish sa naging push niya. Jared, nakuha niya si Hangshu. Pero OB goes big but a double kill. Hold on. Ex-governors, may time. Pero may flank na nagaganap para sa SGJ.
I think they
Kaya
know.
na lang i-plant yung C4. Feeling ko narinig din nila yung magiging position ni Pino dyan. So, hotel
Oy!
secured by OB. 3 kills para sa kanya. The newcomer going huge para sa ex-governors is all down to just EV. The veteran spotted by DLR. Low on HP kaya kinuha pa yung TRG. Lalapit at gustong manduhan ang dalawang bata sa loob ng ex-governors pero nirespeto din niya yung lapit.
Aray
At
ko!
nakuha pa nga na si DLR. Forced out the 1v1 and OB has to
Isingin,
push
isingin!
pero
Oh!
the defuse is not gonna work out para kay EV. Open na open ang position. 4 kills para kay OB. Tablado na para sa ex-governors.
Medyo makalat yung post-plat yun galing sa SGJ. Their attempts at the retake here falling on deaf ears. I would say medyo uncoordinated, arguably. Kung nakita natin out of SGJ doon. So they need to work back on that macro kasi malinis ako yung itsura na the first couple of rounds. But now that ex-governors are able to take their map control, able to be more decisive sa galawan nila dito, aabangan na lang yung SGJ. I mean, look at the change in pace na ginawa ng ex-governors. They're literally waiting in their own spawn para na magpakita yung mga SGJ players. And Jayhawker, again 2 rounds na yata to, mag-isa lang siya. Naabangan niya sa may uluhan kung may dadaan nga bang ex-governors players. That's 4 people coming his way. That's a lot of pressure for one singular man to hold on to. But as soon as the smoke dissipates, kaguluhan na naman, Jayhawker.
It's the risk that he's willing to take but it's a risk that is too far. As OB pushes in, at nakita pa nila si Durs. Spotted with the USP, it's not enough. DLR shows him kung paano gamitin yung baril na yan. Napistolan lang si Durs. Jared, run and gun. Pinangrato lang HK. Tino, naka-drop shot pa nga sa ulo ni Hangshu. Kaso nandito din si SDL. 3 versus 2. Flak from Jared, hindi tatabla. Kasi nakuha pa ng ex-governors yung round at yung C4 plan.
No amount of pacing dito galing sa ex-governors, pare. Can you imagine going from 0 to 60 that fast? Para sa ex-governors. Sobrang bagal ng galawan nila dito kasi nagbago na yung SGJ. Kanina, they got way too active out on EA past boxes, waiting for them to show up. And because of that, ex-governors, just that patience made a whole lot of difference kasi ang layo ng kailangan gawin na galawan ng SGJ para makapag-rotate. Now, much more heavy on the B side in reaction, pare, in retaliation sa ginawa ng XGOVERNORS. 2 rounds na sila pinagtitripan sa A side natin, ay sa B side rather. And now, in response to that, ng SGJ, doble yung safeguard nila sa may B. And Tino!
Oh, Tino! Oh, Tino, hindi na na-expect yun.
Oh no!
No matter how many years of experience, hindi niya may expect yung
No
big
way.
DDLR at yung commitment pa niya on the second kill. Jayhawker and Tino have relinquished yung B control. Nandito pa si EV, the last standing veteran, has been sat down by another kay Jessan. 5 versus 2. B side, definitely the plant coming through. Hangsho mapapatay din si Durs. Si Jared na lang. And 1v5, Josh, feeling ko, imposible to, pa sa imposible. Nakuha niya si OB. Makukuha ba na si SDL? Napisuhan niya, kaso, may discipline pa siya. Jared, 2 kill. Pero piso pa siya dito. Spot pa yung nasa mid, 21 seconds. I don't think there's any possibility para dito kay Jared.
Should be a cooked one, pare. SDL cleans it up and finalizes the XGOVERNORS. Look like they're walking on water dito, Ramon. Napakalinis ng galawan nila so far, and the way that they're able to read their way into these spots, the way that nakakapag-entry, pare, the mere fact at dalawang TRG in the last couple of rounds, na grabe yung functionality nila dito. Hanshu, again converting EV. SGJ are getting cooked in their own oil. Pare, ganoon kalala yung itsura nila dito, because kung mag-hold lang sana sila sa loob ng mga site nila dito, pare, they would not be worrying about the man disadvantages na nakukuha nila sa mga round na to. They're getting too antsy to try and respond sa ginagawa ng XGOVERNORS. I mean, look at this! Ang dami ng tumaan na oras. XGOVERNORS, ang pinakamalayo pa sa RS nila dito, bypass pa lang. SGJ, masyado silang makate. Kailangan nilang mag-relax ng konti.
And it's on the same spot as well, Josh. Around this long
Again.
position, lagi na lang nandyan yung heat wave for SGJ. Jayhawker, solo hold sa hotel. Dorman shot, mapapatay niya si OB. Denied yung access kay DLR. At muntikan pa nga magpangatlo, pero SDL stabilizes, pero 3v3 pa. Tino, solo hold, magagantian lang. Nakuha pa ni Hangsho yung pangalawa. XGOVERNORS have gotten control. Papasok dito sa hotel. 1 versus 2 para kay Durs, pero spring has been a long way home from summer. Ang layo ng pagitan ni Durs ngayon, 5-2.
Hindi na ito kinakaya, men. Whatever it looked like SGJ, the first couple of rounds as a start, di nila mahabol ngayon yung nakapag-warm up na ngayon na XGOVERNORS, men. Kahit gaano kalakas itong si Jayhawk, si Jared at si Durs, di talaga nila nagagawa on a macro level ang galawan ng XGOVERNORS sa ngayon. They have to slow down. Look at this. Adjustment for people. Si Durs all the way back, waiting sa may second mid kung may magpupush man towards their RS. Because B, it's been B again and again and again and again. And I don't know, pare, kung si Tino yung gusto mong ilagay dito mag-isa sa A. Kasi pag nag-entry ng A, itong XGOVERNORS, with the TRG na hawak mo, you might be good for one and only one. Depende na lang sa timing, sa spacing na ginagawa ng XGOVERNORS. And so far, pare, XGOVERNORS spacing has been so clean. It's immaculate. Grabe yung nakikita natin out of them. Now, Jessan, konting galit lang, pero hindi niya itutuloy. And it's again a test of patience. Kasi nakapasok na nga si Jessan sa may TB. Pwede na to. Paparating si Jared.
Kinigiliti ng SGJ.
Hoy!
At nakita pa nga to si Jessan. So that's info gathered. Nakita na from the GR side. At yung nakita nating fake from the util na binato ng XGOVERNORS doon sa A, nabaliwala lang dahil nakita sila dito sa TB. Yung position ni Durs tuloy is now fortifying yung possible HM control. Pero ang XGOVERNORS ibang ideya. TB push para lang ma-overwhelm yung depensa doon sa slope. And Jared has decided to take a different angle at this. Hangshu, first contact, first headshot para kay Jared. Papasok pa rin to try to trade it off, and OB will counter that out. EV nagpakita na sa hotel, and eventually will get the spray down. 2 kills para kay EV. Si Durs, sinisprayan lang, niraratol si SDL, at mapapatay lang si Jessa ng ganon-ganon lang. SGJ with a 3-5.
Oh, who would have expected that, pare? Nakita natin may nawalang isang player ng SGJ in that round. Still, they walk around with that win. And I feel like yun nga, no? The mention, pare, of Jessen being spotted out sa my TV. Konting error lang yun, pare. You needed to have the perfect timing in response, of course, sa utility na pinagbabato sa may A site bago ka mag-attempt na makakuha ng space. Kasi the mere fact na si Jessen mag-isa lang siya doon at walang follow-up galing sa mga natitirang ex-governors members, nakapag-reset yung SGJ. And because of that, it made it so much easier to hold on to the site. You know naman, di ba? Na they had a great hold of the B side ng map natin all the way through hotel, all the way through sa second mid natin. Pero dahil nga no, maaga na spot out si Jessen sa TB, walang nagawa, walang naganap na rotation, na over-rotation galing si SGJ. And all they needed to do is just wait. Nice, simple, easy. And SGJ need to keep that in mind sa mga susunod na round. Kung gusto nilang habulin itong scoreline na ginawa ng ex-governor so far.
Especially with it being a little late to kind of get above and beyond dito sa scoreline in the first half, they at least made the most out of it, diba? Kung nakikita nating problema sa pag-hold nila on hotel where they kind of get their early pushes or their early peaks, kaya sila nagiging on the other hand of the first bloods, indirectly medyo naayos sila ng onte. Not in a way na sila mismo yung nag-ayos, pero in a way na sinaset up nila yung sarili nila. Instead of trying to push for that LB position, they were contesting the TB hold, which is a good way para magamit nyo yung hotel control na meron tara ng SGJ. Kasi mas mahirap i-clear yung slope position kung galing kang TB compared to if you're coming from hotel, pare. And hindi yun na-realize ng ex-governors ng round na yun. So, again, indirectly, they solve their problems. But they need one more round to prove to us na kaya nilang dikitan yung ex-governors.
Yeah, I mean, yun nga, no? Like we said, it's more of an error on the part ng ex-governors doon na nag-giveaway kung ano ba yung nilalooking nila for that round. But this time, I feel like ex-governors, they want to go A this time. It's 3 people moving all the way up. Boxes cleared now as well. Tino mag-isa sa loob ng vent. So dahil doon, delikado yung kabahay niya doon. We're gonna pretend we didn't see the HE na nag-bounce off the wall. But that's information. Again, the fake galing sa ex-governors to make it feel like it's going towards the A side. SGJ, di na yun gumagana. The fake didn't work out the last round because it was given away by Jessen, but this time, pare, fully committed to the position itong mga SGJ members natin. There's a my 2F ready for any event. Oh, no. He's looking the wrong way.
Oh, nabigay pa nga yung info na nandun si Durs. Makakabagsak, pabalik dito sa RS. So, buti na lang. At hindi din tutuloy yung ex-governor sa HM. Pero, para kay Jared naman, to try to hold down the many players sa pangayong lalapit. Mga galawang J-Hogger pa to. Good shot onto OB, but it's not enough. Hangshu, mabilisan ng trade. Push coming in from EV. Alam niyang manggagaling ng LB ang ex-governors sa split. It's getting a roadblock. Ang laki ng balakid nila. At si Durs ang pangalang yun. 2 kills para sa SGJ. At si Jessen na lang. 1v3. Wala sa kanya yung C4. At wala sa kanyang tagumpay. SGJ make it 4-5.
Beautiful stuff, pare. Sabi natin kailangan ng SGJ makahanap ng adjustment, and that was exactly what it was, no? Because of the one mistake na ginawa ni Jessen doon sa TB, na maaga siya nakita ng mga SGJ players. I think it was Jared, no, sa may TB. Nabasa na yun. If there's too much utility being thrown over towards the A site, telltale sign na yun para sa SGJ to hold on to their B positions dahil nga magmumukha siya fake. Kasi ang tagal, no? The timing that happened between the actual site take and the utility being thrown sa A site was it's too easy to read, no? Kasi walang follow through, walang footstep, walang kahit isang tao man lang, no? Kasi ang ex-governors towards the end nitong first half natin, hindi na sila napakita ng mga lurk positions galing sa mga players nila. And because of that, it just ultimately became too easy to read the 5-man takes sa pagpasok ng B side. Now, let's see what it looks like on the BL side para sa SGJ. Kasi pare, if it took them that long, aka just in time, to keep it competitive dito sa first map natin, I wouldn't be surprised kung kaya naman ng SGJ ipagpatuloy yung momentum nila para mahabol na matuloy ng ex-governors.
1 point lead para sa ex-governors, pero SGJ with a 4-5, knowing the experience and the firepower this team can bring, kaya pa nalang dumikit, pero HM push at ang dami na nakahawak lang dyan. Kailangan maging handa si DLR.
Ay!
Si Tino kukuha pa ng isang shot. Nice kill on to DLR. Nakapasok na si Jayhawker sa bahay ng ex-governors. Gets the kill sa sniper. At si Yangshu kukuha ng dalawa. AK-47 para magulat ang SGJ. Pero 3 versus 2. Makapag-plant sila na C4.
I don't know about this. Another position dito ng SGJ right now. OB and Hancho are gonna have their work cut out for them kasi may EV ka nga, no, as first point of contact. Kahit makatawid ka dito, may SGJ pa rin sa loob ng site.
Hindi siya makatawid at wala talagang tatawid para kay Jared. Mahal ang toll fee at hindi makakabayad ang ex-governors. 5-5 para sa score at dahil sa entrada ng SGJ, walang makabawi sa ex-gov.
Yep. Oras ngayon, Jason. Look at that movement. So may CE na siya kaagad, pare. But I don't think we're gonna be expecting again, no? A secondary push out through mid again. Easy. Oh, there's his there. For the trade.
At least nakuha nga niya yung trade eh, no? Parang ang bilis masyado. Para kay EV, para gawin yan eh, no? If the point was to get CA, is that why you didn't want to get any LA control? I mean, it is pretty fast coming through para sa SGJ. And speaking of fast eh, no? Si Jayhawker nasa TV na agad, wala siyang ka-trade pero wala siyang kailangang iba pa. Nandyan na nga si Jayhawker, nakuha nga niya yung kill dito kay SDL. Pero parang bait lang yun para sa SGJ kasi tinamo yung ex-gov, pinapadala nila agad si Jessan.
I don't think they're convinced, pare. OB's already here inside of A. Ay paparating, Jayhawker spotted. Hindi ko alam kung gusto niya magstay dito kasi masyado silang hiwa-hiwalay. The spacing for ex-governors is really bad and A-side is completely open. Just because of Jayhawker, pare, nakapuslit ng tuluyan.
Hindi lang puslit pre, sumasabog siya doon para bomb. At ngayon pa lang nila nagpakita doon sa A-side. Tino on the shot dito kay OB. Kumbinsidong-kumbinsido sila na nasa B ang kalaban. Pero nasa harapan lamang pala ni Jessan yan. That is Tino on the 2K. SGJ steal 2 rounds in a row.
Well-deserved para kay Jayhawker, no? Yung sinabi natin kanina, one of the top players so far ngayong summer. You
He's
can
the
see why.
best.
No? Not only has he been able to push through that B side, pero the amount of impact in that round, no? The mere presence, the mere fact na nakarating siya ng B side na walang kalaban, mapatay siya ng what, 1 or 2, at nakapasok siya all the way into the site, fully convinced yung SGJ, ay yung ex-governors rather, na mag-isa siya doon. Ansu,
And he's not alone. He has Obi right behind him, so he's confident to take this push dito kay Jared. Spray on through, pero Tino, naglabas din ng Colt, naglabas din ng kahit anong kaya niyang gawin para magmala-atake ng galaw ng SGJ. Si Evie naman ang gagalaw sa likod. At nakaspat siya ng isa. Nakuha niya ang dalawa. Evie, what is happening? Bukas na bukas sa likod ng ex-governors. At si DR na lang. 1v3, nakapag-plant na C4, nakita si Durs, na-spot na si Tino, ginawa pa 1v1, si Jayhawker nasa likod lang ng kalaban, at buti na lang, napatay niya si DLR doon, 7-5 para sa SGJ, it was that close, J.Y.
was way too close, but mere fact na these early rounds para sa SGJ, they're looking much more interesting kasi yung mga openers galing kay EV, Jayhawker, the impact, they know he's lurking around, they know na wala siyang kasama, but because of the sheer amount of information, the amount of space na nakukuha niya, di makakapag-respond yung ex-governors dito. I mean, they've already lost Jessan early in the round. What more can you do? You've lost that mid control now. Ganyan yung SGJ, free reign over the map. Mag-isa lang si STL sa TB and that's a lot of people coming his way if he's not careful.
I think the idea there for Jessan was to drop in from CA para makakuha ng kill. I think I saw that from the VP game where Yobib tried to drop in with the sniper on the GR side. It didn't work out for him and it didn't work out for Jessan as well. DLR. These gets agad dito kay Tino pero isa lang yan sa dalawang nakapush na pala. On the way towards E8. Tinam si EV. Nakapasok na. Na-spot ni Ovid. Papapatay lang siya. Low HP. Makakuha ni DLR yan. Pero fake lang yun all along. You have eaten the bait of SGJ. Kala mo nasa A. Nasa B side pala kami.
Sabi yung mga Leon dito ng SGJ. Nagtitirapan ngayon yung ex-governors. They're running circles around these guys right now. We talked about how hard it is para sa ex-governors to play. Or SGJ rather to play on the GR side kanina.
Jayhawker nasa likod na. And yet again the game of cat and mouse works out for SGJ.
What?
Nakita na nga si Jayhawker, naging 1v1 pa para kay SDL. Jared, hindi mo kailangan mag-pick. Naspatan, nilabas ng USP at tatalunan ang SDL. SGJ, 8-5 sa BL side.
I'm not surprised about this timeout. Grabe yung nakita natin. Pare, it's black and white. Yung first half natin, the way that XGOVERNORS was able to keep it close, it even felt like XGOVERNORS had the advantage moving into this map. But now, SGJ, na nasa BL side sila, pinaglalaroan sila. Man, they look so confused to the point na ilang beses na yun, 2 or 3 rounds na may nag-entry galing sa SGJ papasok ng isang site. And the rest of the team was on the other side, the other extremity of the map. Jayhawk or EV, it doesn't matter who it is. They're functioning at a level so high right now na hindi mabasa. Pinaglalaroan sila literal ng SGJ, and I really like this, man. It looks like naluto talaga nilang lubusan itong angkara natin.
Which kind of gives you then the kind of example of the illusion where, top 1 nga ngayon si XGOVERNORS. And considering nga naman na medyo on and off nga, yun nakikita natin from SGJ, despite the wins, hindi nila naabot yung heights na nakikita natin from Spring. It's kind of the same story. Again, para sa side ng, I believe, SGJ, no? Kasi kung natatandaan mo, they barely got into the playoffs din in Spring as well. So, pagkapasok din dito, parang they played these games before. Mala Netflix lang ang galaw niya. Parang nakita natin ulit yung gantong kwento ng SGJ. Kind of feels like Tino wants to get another sequel dito for the Tondo squad. So, hopefully because of the fakes that we're seeing coming through from SGJ, and nadadagdagan tuloy ng layers yung playbook nila. Kasi katulad sa isang XGov, kinakagat nila yung mga strat na yun, di ba? And it's not to say na na madali silang makagat sa ganon. It's very much nice to see that nag-work yung ganitong strat sa Impact. It's just, I'm worried kung mag-work ba yun sa isang X squad. Nakikita nga yung ganon kasi may mga Masters players na naman tayo on X squad. Mag-work ba yun sa isang Moment na may mga times na ganon din naman yung strat book nila dito on the Impact stage as well. So, SGJ, while it's good right now up against XGOVERNORS, feeling ko kailangan pa ng more para lang makumbinsi ako na pwede kayo mag-champion ulit.
Yeah. I mean, yun naman talaga yung sinasabi natin about SGJ is right now they are on the fraud watch, but well, plenty of weeks pa naman yung pwedeng dumaan dito sa Impact, and we're gonna be looking forward to that. But so far, pare, dalawang round na yung kailangan nila dito para tapusin itong angkaran natin. And unless XGOVERNORS have actually figured out what the hell is going on this GR side para sa kanila, I'm a little bit doubtful kasi literal, wala sila na panalo ni isang round ngayong second half natin. I'm really worried for these guys. But SGJ, pare, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee yung ginagawa nila dito. It's almost like they're untouchable for XGOVERNORS. And they have no idea how to respond.
The only thing they have is that push pump DLR. High mid controlled by him. Patay pa nga dito si EV. Pero SGJ, mukhang it's another 4-man push lang para sa kanila. Another day in the office. Napapasok sila with a man down. Jayhawker with 1 and a second. That's how you like it, Jayhawker. Ang bilis ng entrada ng SGJ. To force out a 4 versus 3 recate at sa exit sila lahat manggagaling. No flanks to be watched and nothing else to be seen other than exit for XGov. Si DLR ang dapat maunguna. At wala na siyang sniper, wala siyang kailangan kundi yung M14 ni Jayhawker with another shot from Tino as well. Jesson in a 1v3. At nagpalit pa nga ng barel. Alam niyang hindi gagana ang TRG dito. Masaspatan niya tong si Tino. Pero si Durs ang papatay sa kanya. Set point para sa SGJ.
Yep, one more round to go dito. And mind you, Chris Angcara was the XGOVERNORS pick.
Yep.
And even if they use this time out, o wala pa silang bagong nakita, I mean, even SGJ, slightly different again. Another look from them. Pero Hanshu knows what's coming. And they help Renders. Sobrang baba ng HP dito.
Yes, the shot. And Jesson as well. Both on the mid side and XGov. Nakuha nila yung picks. At nakuha din nila si Jared dyan. Finally, a bit of life coming through para sa XGov on the way to get their first round sa GR side. 2 versus 4.
As a C4, man. 3-4 na tao yung nakabantay dito. SGJ are taking their time. To be fair, no, we have a little below 2 minutes dito para sa round na to. So, they can work their way through this map. this 2v4 right now, if anyone can do it, it is gonna be that duo of Jayhawk and Tino. Jason though, ready. No, saan ka nakatingin?
No, Tito on Tito action, and Tino hits the shot again.
Oh no.
The second time now para kay Jessan. Into the 2 versus 3. Still a lot of work to be done. Jayhawker still needs to retrieve that C4. Napisuan pa nga because of the peak coming through para kay DLR. So si Tino na dapat ang lalapit dyan. Pero tingnan mo sino yung katabi. Nandyan na si DLR. At hindi din siya alam. Spotted from the peak. STL goes down. OB alam na si Tino sa posisyon. Si Jayhawker na lang. At ito ang top 1 rated player sa buong Impact. Kailangan i-prove na siya nga ang pinakamalakas sa Impact. Lalapit sa loob ng RS. 1 minute. Hindi niya makuha yung C4. Mag-iingay siya. Jayhawker spots out 1. Hindi niya alam kung nasaan si DLR. Pero he's taking so much time and he finally gets the kill kay OB. Now it's on DLR. At tandaan mo, piso si Jayhawker dyan. And he doesn't need to pick dyan. Kaso si DLR, ano yung gagawin niya dito? No? Yung hold ba niya yung C4 na yan?
Sure.
Is he gonna hide? Try to fight him? Na-spot na si DLR. Jayhawker tries to swing in. Goes up in a fight. At USP pa! Ang tatapos kay DLR! It's SGJ! Sa piso na Jayhawker ang kukuha ng Angkara map.
Anong klamo niya yung sumapi dito kay Jayhawker para tapusin yun, men? 2 HP in a 2v1. Nakuha niya yun much less, pare. This is not even mentioning the way that SGJ, kung paano na binaliktad itong Angkara. Nakakala natin kontrolado ng ex-governors tong mapa na to. SGJ, that BL side, flawless. Men, kakaibang lakas, kakaibang grit ang pinakita ng SGJ dito sa ating unang set para sa series na to. We got Black Widow coming up, but man, Black Widow, it's the SGJ map pick. If they did that on the XGov map, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a 2-0 deal sa series natin.
Especially with the way na nagagamble din ng mga stacks ang mga players natin on SGJ, kind of tells you that Tino is not really the anchor na medyo kailangan mong tutukan no? It's the 4-man stack na na-expect natin on Angkara that actually works out in the end pag nakita mo yung GR side nila on that Angkara map. Pero yung BL side yung pinaka nakakatakot doon kasi dinarami-raming fakes na ginawa dito ng SGJ. Flawless yung mga nakukuha nilang execute. Nakakagat yung mga rotation, nakukuha nila yung mga players doon sa may slope, nakukuha nila yung high mid push dahil nga malambot ang depensa. Nakukuha nga nila yung mga perfect timing no dahil nga naman sa fake util na nilalabas dito ng SGJ. Kumbaga parang i-compare mo yung players, tablado sila. Pero kung ikukumpara mo yung strat book ng SGJ sa XGov, mas madaming pahina ang may babasa mo sa playbook ng SGJ.
And I want to call out dito, Chris, na yung BL side dito ng SGJ, the way that they played, sobrang consistent na nakakuha nila yung first kill in the round. So almost all these rounds sa second half natin, meron silang man advantage laban sa XGOVERNORS, mostly because hindi sila nakakapag-respond to how SGJ is playing this match. Hindi nila mabasa-basa kung sino nga ba talaga yung magiging, sino ba talaga magiging. Para na i-identify kung ano yung itsura ng SGJ on that BL side. And they were not able to get any kind of read on that. Lalo na sa second half natin. Dahil nga, not only are they so clean, they're so flexible in the way that they're playing through this map to the point na unrecognizable yung itsura nila dito.
It's also hard to tell kung ito nga ba yung magiging initial push ng SGJ or kung may naluluto ba sila sa likod kasi para majority of the BL side rounds na nakikita natin from SGJ, it's not because of a good execute. It's because they use the execute as a decoy tapos lagi may nasa likod. Whether it's Jayhawker, whether it's Jared, I think EV also had a couple of rounds kung saan naglalurk siya dito sa RS. Has made it so confusing for XGov on where the play is actually happening. Paano ka makaka-respo kung naubos na kayo nasa loob ng site pati na rin yung mga nagre-respo, diba? That is just crazy to think about. As we also take a look at yung set summary with everybody else except for Tino. Okay lang naman si Tino na hindi positive, diba? Siya naman yung IGL at saka sniper. Pero you look at everybody else above 1 point dito sa ating KD, it's just beautiful to see SGJ. While there's still an up and down performance from them, mukhang consistent pa yung nakikita nila on Angkara.
Yeah, I mean, at least individually, no, kaya nila maging consistent. Now, as well, ng Kara of all the maps na sinabi natin, they've only played 2 maps. So, you would expect that medyo mahaba-haba or medyo makapal-kapal yung strat book nila dito. MVP for our first set dito sa match natin, no other than Jayhawker himself. Pare, as you mentioned, 1.5 AKD and 1.27 kill per round, pare. Top 1 in the league for a reason so far, and it looks like gusto niyang ipagpatuloy yung performance niya dito habang tumatagal yung group stage natin.
This, my friends, is the best player in Impact right now. And SGJ are sitting in a gold mine. Kung kaya nilang magawa ng paraan na i-maximize yung mga highs ni Jayhawker ngayon, I feel like we'll see more consistent results coming through para sa SGJ. The questions are still around kung makakaabot pa rin tayo ng set number 3. Considering nga rin naman that SGJ have that tendency. Pero when a win on Ankara very decisively 10-6, feeling ko pare, maganda ang magiging solusyon para sa SGJ habang tumatagal. As we started with a 1-0, ang XGov may time na para makabawi no. Bago natin makita ang Black Widow na yan, mamahinga mo kami panandalian no. So nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Suave. Bago lahat, isa-shoutout ko muna ang kaibigan kong si Boss Yuji no, yung clan leader ng ating mga players natin on XGov. Thank you so much. Pero magbabalik muna ang CFS PH Impact Summer. Set number 2 na mga tropa, at sa Black Widow ay tuloy-tuloy ang action para sa BO3 ng SGJ versus XGOVERNORS sa loob ng CFS PH Impact Summer 2026. Nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko pa rin si Josh, and we've been having fun sa Ankara map kung saan nakikita mo nagpapanik all throughout ng XGOVERNORS, kaya kailangan nilang mag-bounce back pare. No? Ano sa tingin mo yung kailangan nilang gawin? Lalo na't magsisimula sila pare dito sa GR side ng Black Widow.
Ramon, there is a very big lack of map control na nakita natin galing sa ex-governors on their GR side kanina, which really gave away what they looked like, no? Na-mention natin during the break, ang laro dito ng SGJ on that BL side was they didn't really have one singular lurker. At dahil doon, hindi pwedeng gamitan ng ex-governors yung kill feed para intindihin kung nasa ba talaga yung SGJ. So, ano yung sagot doon? The answer is, literally, get some more map control, get some more information. Kasi kung yung nag-iisa mong source of information is the kill feed, then you're gonna have a hell of a really bad time trying to read kung ano yung ginagawa ng SGJ kasi literal na pinaglaruan na sila doon. Man, it's like playing chess with a 5-year-old if you're being honest. Yung nakita natin kanina sa Ankara. Again, Black Widow, hopefully, this map will become the opportunity para sa ex-governors na bumawi kasi kung hindi, man, then SGJ might just give us the first 2-0 that we've been looking for today.
Yeah, hopefully nga makabawi nga ang ex-governors. Pero considering how that GR side comes through para dito sa ex-governors, while they have proven that they can shoot back with the example of OB as well as for DLR to actually pick off the brunt of the mantle of the kills na nakita natin sa buong Ankara map na yon. Hindi kasi individual performance yung parang pagkukulang dito ng ex-governors. It's the way they maneuver around yung GR side nila na madali lang nilang nakagat yung mga fix na nagawa dito ng SGJ. Mawa-workout ba nila yun dito sa first half? Malalaman natin yan. SGJ starting on BL at mukhang LA ang puhunan nila.
I don't like this one. Sabi natin kanina, as I literally just said, bare, ex-governors need to be a little bit more active on the map. So now they're on LA. Pero, si Darcy
And he finally does though. This Hangshu will be the one to take that frag. OB as well on the push dun sa Miniter. SGJ getting a little bit too antsy sa naging push nila on that side. And with that said, 3 versus 5 para sa ex-governors.
But yeah, this is exactly what ex-governors need, no? Kumuha ng information para magkaroon ng understanding of the map control na meron ng SGJ and how to respond to that. So because of that, they have LA, they have TER, and now Jason. Antay sa may S kung may magpipick out, ha? Oh, ouch. What?
Crouch peek pa para kay Tino yun, no? Para na-expect niya yung 1v1. Pero sa duelong yun, he gives the less amount of that visibility. So, 3 versus 4 at si Hangshu, nakuha niya yung spot dun sa stage. Nag-trade na galing dito kay Jayhawker. So, eventually, SGJ gets a little bit proactive around the map kahit nakuha nila yung 2 kills early on. And EVJ Hawker, what is there to do para sa duo na ito? 1 minute on the push dun sa HB. At si DLR lang ay nakikita natin on kabaong. Headshot found kay EV. At makukuha din ni DLR si J Hawker dyan. 1-0 para sa ex-governors on the GR side kung saan napilas lang silang SGJ.
Let's see what they're gonna be able to cook up, no? Slightly different look ngayon para sa ex-governors. Nakita natin kanina, high stress situation sa LA. And look at this read, pare. DLR along with 2 other players sa loob ng B, hindi expect. Oh, Jayhawker? Oh!
Jayhawker on the shot as well. USP ang kailangan at nakapasok na siya agad. Jayhawker on the 3 kills para sa SGJ pero Jessan with the response is not gonna be enough. Kailangan nila incontain si Evie. Nasa midside siya ngayon. Si Ders nakaikat na kay Jessan. What is happening to ex-governors? Yung nakuha na lang 1 puntos, nabalakan agad ng SGJ.
To be fair, Chris, maganda yung pwestuhan ng ex-governors doon. I just don't think he expected Jayhawker to hit the gas pedal ng ganun kabilis, no? Pumasok sa kulahang at dire-diretso yung pagpasok ngayon. And again, another replay ng first round natin. OB, the rest of ex-governors taking up that LA space at ngayon mag-iwan sila ng isang tao sa may TER. But this time, Jason is much more careful. Hawak niya. Will he be able to stop this push?
He can. Oh, parang nahulog siya dun sa box. No. It's gonna be a different angle that he has to check. At si Jessan finally gets the kill that he was looking for. On to Jared, they have to slow down. Nakita din nila si Evie. Naspatan na agad ni SDL. Jayhawker nakapasok na sa site. Pero that's without the C4 as well. OB spotted dun sa LA. Hindi ma-confirm ng objective. They need to win the fights and Ders confirms one dito kay SDL. Hold on. May panlaban ba't? May binabat-bat pa ang pangbara ng SGJ. Pero DLR and Angshu will finally get the numbers that they needed. Patay ang dalawa sa SGJ.
Okay, dito para sa SGJ, no, they did have a solid way to get inside the site. May mga small errors na tayo nakita doon na unfortunately gave away the round. Not to mention yung C4 na naiwan sa S. But also the spacing between these players on that on the attempt to get inside. Pero 3-man push ulit, DLR, kulangot.
May flash and beautifully done on the Jayhawker. Patay yung isa, patay ang dalawa. SDL the duo making sure na walang makakapasok sa B-site na yan. Hangshu confirms the third as well. So SGJ relying on Tino and he gets the kill kay OB. Now it makes it a lot more interesting. Nakapasok ang C4 para kay Durs. Nakuha din na yung IGL. Si Hangshu na-isolate. At si Jessan medyo late. Kailangan niya mag-push. Pero ang SGJ pumapasok na doon sa A-site and Tino, nakuha niya si Jessan doon. Tabla pa sa loob ng Black Widow, SGJ with a rebuttal.
Ready sa sumpukan tong SGG, no? Kahit anong gawin mo. Whether you're trying to push or you're hiding inside the site, pare. Sobrang solid. Nakita mo ba yung pathing ng SGG papasok ng B? I mean, ready sa kabaong, ready mag-check sa may metal box, and kahit sa kulangot. Na-clear nila yun. At ang pagsuntukan din na the trades, yung body system ng SGJ is functioning pretty well and it's really keeping this half close. Pero sa dalawa nating kupunan, but this time na XGOVERNORS slightly different. Mas passive ngayon yung pwestuhan ni Jessan with a little bit more emphasis dito sa S area natin. Honshu kasama si OB na nag-aantay na may mag-push sa may ES. Will they be ready for it?
Akala ko high-low pero hindi pala. First contact para kay Hangshu. Para lang ma-confirm yung position niya. Ngayon ang high-low. Ngayon magja-jump in pero Hangshu masyadong risky at papatayin na ni Tino yun. Jessan na iwan niya nasa S. Pero kayang-kaya niya yung nasa loob ng slope. That is 2 kills para kay Jessan. And XGOVERNORS have hold dito sa dalawang sites ng Black Widow.
Sobrang daming variables around na yun. That it really could have gone either way. The individuality ng XGOVERNORS has become their saving grace again. Nasabi natin before, yung problema ng XGOVERNORS was the fact that they need Hanshu to function. It's not as true right now, but right now, it's looking good.
ZLR is looking good sa push ng SGJ. Mukhang kayang i-counter na naging sniper ng XGOVERNORS. Hangshu makes the play of his life. The push coming in sa USP. At nang isa pa nga dito si EV, 1v3 at nakuha pa nga niya yung IGL, si Jessan. Susunod, pistol lang pero HK ang binatbat. EV, muntikan pa maging 1v3 clutch. Kung wala dun si OB, iba ang kihatnan. 4-2 para sa XGOVERNORS.
Malayo na ulit yung XGOVERNORS, man. A second win for this team is much needed. The way that they fell apart kanina sa Ankara could not be good on the mental. And if they continue to fall dito, it would have been much, much worse. Pero buti na lang XGOVERNORS nakapag-stack up ngayon. Jessan, first point of contact. Oh boy.
Hindi niya natamaan si Durs doon. So at least pinalam nila na nakatingin sa LA itong si Jessan. It's now forcing SGJ to be a bit more proactive elsewhere. Keeps a 2-1-2 setup at si DLR naghihintay lang at walang paghihintay kay DLR. Kakagatin na lang niya si EV dyan. Golden headshot pa. Tino, hindi niya makuha yung nasa window. Hangshu has his back to make it a 5v3 SGJ. Paano mo i-counter yung nagiging push ng XGOVERNORS?
It's beautiful to see, man. Hindi nagkakaroon ng opportunity yung SGJ na makapag-trade out. Ngayon si Jared mag-isa sa LA. Malayo yung space sa mga teammates niya. But he has to be very good in how he isolates the contacts. Kasi tinan mo to, timing sa dalawang XGOVERNORS members, they're really good at playing these two-man pushes para makakuha ng at least 1 kill. And now in the 2v4 like this, SGJ should have a really hard time, not to mention na si Jayhawker naka-TRG ngayon. What can he do? Which is
not every day na nakikita mo nga si Jayhawker gamit ng TRG na yan eh, no?
Of all things.
Of all things, your forward attacker wants to go aggressive with that. Yeah. Hindi yan tatalab kay Tito Jessan. Gets the shot in and maintains hold doon pa lamang sa may A site. May iwan na lang si Durs. And like I said kanina, Spring is a ways beyond what we have seen from Summer dito kay Durs. Wala yung consistency. Pero alam na natin yung ceiling. Kaya ba niyang abutin ulit? It's not gonna be working out this time. Hangshu will take the kill this time around. The XGOVERNORS make it 5-2 up against SGJ.
Timeout call ngayon para sa SGJ, Ramon, and I'm afraid that na tama yating prediction natin. Knowing SGJ, within the first map, especially pare, the way that they won that first set, the way they won Ankara, pare, they're bound to hit a dip in form, and it happened almost immediately. This is the funniest thing ever, if we're being honest, Ramon, kasi Like we keep talking about how inconsistent this SGJ team is, and it's on full display literally pare between two sets, and even within the first set pare na kung gaano
Mm.
kalapit yung first half ng Ankara tapos bigla sila magiging untouchable sa second half, no? It's a wonder to see. But at the same time, it's really disappointing. Kung ikaw si Tino, man, sobrang galit ka na ngayon. Kasi isipin mo kung gaano kayo kalinis kanina sa Ankara ngayon, nagkakalat sila on their own map pick of Black Widow.
Could be a lot of things ngayon, Josh. Could be na mas nakikita natin na dense yung mga workings around GR, yung players natin on ex-governors. Kasi may mga ideas din naman sila na maayos, di ba? In the way that they hold yung HB with somebody holding the flash para lang may makakuha ng first contact as well. And kapag may nakuha nga sila, parang aggressive yung pag-hold nila on HB where they're actually willing to take the picks early on. And fully knowing that SGJ is also the type of team na hinihiwalay lang nila yung mga forces nila to take map control. It's something that you kind of expect from an ex-gov na maka-counter nila. Yung mga na-isolate lamang from both sides of the map as well. You know? Could be that, but could also be that thing talaga na may magic ang SGJ na magnakuha nga nila yung BO3, gusto nila sagarin padating dito sa decider map. Which I honestly, you know, it's not really like the best way para lang ma-display mo yung repetition mo as the defending champion. Pero if you want to get more reps as SGJ, if you're somebody who's just trying new things out kasi hindi yung mga pushes nila on HB as well as how fast they are trying to take control of that S position, it's not the most optimal thing in the world.
Yeah.
But does SGJ play optimally anywhere dun sa mga set 2s na nilalaro nila? It's a very big question nga naman. Hindi ko alam kung there's something at play right now. I think ex-governors are just having a pretty good time dito, especially with the amount of time Sanction's been striking hard dito sa Black Widow map nila.
Striking, pare, arguably some fear into the hearts ngayon ng ex-governors. We'll see, no? 3 people coming up on LA. And even with Tino able to take one, may tao pa rin na paparating. Kaya ba nila pagilan to?
Siyempre, gusto nila i-arrest bakan yung no? Namatay nilang katropa na si OB. High-rated player from the last map, pero DLR finds the revenge that he was looking for on the way to the other side of the map. EV down, Jared on the second. At nakalapit na agad si Durs, pero mas concerned si Hangshu sa paparating na SGJ. Kaso Durs, nice nade onto Hangshu and Jared on the slow position. Nakapasok na ang SGJ, pero DLR nandito pa. Gusto niya tapatan ng tatlo sa SGJ, pero nag-iisa lang siya. Nakuha din niya yung headshot dito kay Tino. Hold on! DLR has a fighting chance in this. Napag-plant pa ng C4, pero hindi niya alam na nakalapit na si Jared into a 3-5 scoreline. SGJ find the spacing they were looking for.
To be fair, no? Ramon, this is what SGJ looked like kanina ng first half. We might even get a 4 and 5. Maybe we get a little bit of deja vu action dito. But SGJ, sila yung totoong makakasagot niyan, no? Tino has been very productive on the TRG so far, but I really need to see some more action galing kay There's a little bit more consistency out of him. I mentioned mo kanina, but in terms of the macro here, ex-governors just have it more figured out compared to SGJ. It's just that yung mga individual plays ng SGJ is what's really making it close. Lalo na, they usually go in with a 4-man force, regardless kung anong side ng mapa to, no?
I like how the hold coming through from OB is in a way na parang, sige, 1v1 mo ko. At napatay pa nga si Durs at si Jared, just like that pare, no? And because the numbers are not favoring SGJ at all, hindi nila i-force yung sarili nila dito sa LA. Kumbaga parang sinasabi nila kay OB, sige, sa'yo na yan, idol. Hindi na namin kukunin yan sa'yo. 3 versus 5. And the only attempt that SGJ have is around that mid-side no? Kung makakuha nga sila ng patas dito sa stage, this kind of opens up the possibilities. Pero maiipit din sila dyan. So, kailangan i-understand ng SGJ na may risk pa rin ang gagawin nila dyan. And SDL has an idea. Not a lot of damage done over to SGJ. Pero mukhang ready para sila makapasok dyan. Tino doesn't get the shot kay SDL. Maintains hold dito sa stage. J. Ocker finally gets the shot he was looking for. Pero 2 versus 4 pa rin sila.
Very good. 45 seconds dito on the clock. Yung SGJ, wala pa sila nakukuha kahit anong space. They got LA information kanina. Now it's completely neutered. Pero itong SGJ, it looks like they fully committed now on the B side, the A side rather. Jayhawker somehow surviving yung shot galing kay Hanshu. It's not the best. Pero Jessan's not ready for it. 2v3 ngayon para sa SGJ.
Jayhawker pretty much stabilizing force na kailangan ng SGJ, taking Jessan off guard. Jayhawker on the second as well, setting up for EV, pero what a shot! And a second para kay EV, another clutch para kay Edgar. And SGJ, back-to-back maps, ginawa nilang 5-4 ang first half.
Kung boxing to, men, makikita natin na 15 rounds of fighting to. Literal, down to the last second, SGJ are not gonna be running out of spirit or running out of shooters kasi that's just how deep this team is built. It's really nice to watch, but at the same time, man, a little bit of a headache, no? Pero yung 4-5 result out of this first half, to be fair, yung BL side ng SGJ is not necessarily the cleanest, but we will have to see kung gaano kalinis yung GR. If ex-governors can keep things close this time around, kasi ngayon, yung pressure na sa kanila.
Exactly. No, the pressure definitely is on for the SGJ roster. Considering that it has been back-to-back, na nakita natin na ganoon yung first half. It's also because of the way that the early run has been always been set dito para sa ex-governors. Most of the time may expect ka magfa-forward sa kahit sa LA or kahit dito pa lamang sa may House B. May laging meron para dito sa ex-gov. Mostly more emphasis on OB sa palagi nilang kinokontrol yung LA, di ba? They couldn't really solve it directly ulit. Katulad na nakita natin from Ankara, hindi nila ma-solve yung LB na early pushes lagi ng mga players natin on XGov. So instead of trying to directly attack that, they fortify something else. And this time, I believe it's the push coming through doon sa short position dito para sa SGJ. While it doesn't directly solve their problem, nagawa na ng paraan na makukuha pa rin ng mga rounds dito. So I respect the grind coming through para sa SGJ. But XGov, they need a lot more work to be done. 5-4 is the score. SGJ denied sa LA pressure at kailangan nilang bumalik ngayon.
Ruiz for now, pero dalawang tao dito. Jessan. Whole lot of promise. Set up. Ooh!
At Doors gets one and a second as well sa M14 niya. Beautiful flash. Galing lang din sa SGJ pero nakapasok pa rin si SDL. Kaso nandyan pa rin si Jayhawker. 1 versus 3 para sa XGov. At si OB na 360 lang. USP na mala Beyblade ang galaw. SGJ make it 5-5.
I was about to say kanina ba rin, the SGJ needed to use a little bit more utility. Mukhang sinasave nila para sa second half. I mean, look at that. It's so good! My God, Hanshu, hello!
What?
Huh?
And how? In all the scenarios, Hanshu gets the 1-2 tap para maubos ang dalawa sa LASGJ. A rebuttal na kinuha ni Jayhawker. He gets 2 in the round pero OB will get the other. Grabe ka, Hanshu. Another day, another 1 tap ang hinabol para sa ex-governors.
But TLR, man. Ready siya. Cut off in rotation galing kay Tino. So EVA is basically on an island right now. Hinahanap ko kung naka-lurk. And now that Tino has been caught out, EV knows wala siyang choice kundi pumasok ng B side. The 1v3 here should be a pretty good one kasi OB knows exactly where he is and is called for his teammates' help. Walang kahirap-hirap ex-governors. Pare, putting themselves back on the map this time around. And it's on the back of Hanshu. Again and again. I'm sobrang conflicted ko when these things happen, pare. Kasi I fear, pare, that XGV are too dependent on Hanshu.
Time and time again, no? And well, oo, nagiging constant for si Hanshu. They still need to get around. And it's not Hanshu this time. It's DLR and OB layering down the kills. Dun pa lamang sa may LB as well as sa LA. Jayhawker now again. The reliable player para sa SGJ. That's the C4. At kahit anong space na makuha ng XGov dun sa A, kailangan pa rin nalang kunin yung objective na yan. Jayhawker swings into frame and also gets taken down by SDL. 7-5, ex-governors get the confidence boost they were looking for.
Yeah. Naman yung mga players na to, no? Once they lose that confidence, things get much more complicated. Pero si Hanshu, nandito nga sa BR. Kasama niya the last 2 of his players. Jared knows exactly what's coming his way.
And the push comes in as well. Hangshu and SDL will get the 2 para lang makapasok na naman ang ex-governors. Momentum on the side of the BL.
EV?
Pero yung lurk ni EV,
No way.
nandyan na siya. And he's in the perfect position to catch not only 1 but 2 na nakahawak lamang sa HB. Nakatalikod na pero nakuha pa niya si DLR.
Wow!
Tino and Jayhawker, they get the retake going. OB, naspatan ni Jayhawker on the M14. And if all that was there sa SGJ on the retake, this round proves na kaya pa nilang makipagsabay.
Kayang-kaya pa, man. Again, keeping it close. This time around, ex-governors. I haven't hit the brakes a little bit dito ng SGJ again. Much more passive this time around. No aggression sa may LA, sa may TER. Mag-isa dito si Tina to be the singular point of contact. And we've seen this before. Yung default dito na may dalawang players sa may S natin. It's not a high-low this time around, but there are layers to this, no? DLR nakapasok or nakabantay na sa may store B just in case may mag-push forward galing sa SGJ, but that is not the case this time around. In the existence of EV dito sa may mid, plus si Durs waiting for people to cross past doors. It will be messy and EV will be first contact.
Hindi naman siya nag-iisa. Pero mukhang siya lang kinailangan. Gets 1 and a second as well para kay Jayhawker. Keeps praying and praying pero hindi dumaloy ang blessing para kay Jayhawker. That will be the push. That will be Tino hitting the shot as well. Doesn't get the second. Kaya nakapasok na si DLR from the short position. 2 versus 2. C4 drop na naman. Pero mas malapit yan kumpara sa dati. Kaya mas madali lang yan para sa XGov. Jared nagpaingay na pero hindi pa rin na-realize si DLR. 1v2 na para kay Jessan. At sa window lalabas si Jared to get the second round in the second half.
Mess. Pare, that's exactly what we just saw. Adaptations dito galing si SGJ in the mid round making things possible, but still no, wouldn't be necessary kung medyo mas linisin nila. This time though, SGJ much more active on the mid on the LA side, no? May what 3 players coming is with Jessan.
Dami. Pero nakuha niya si EV doon. USP hindi tatama. Si Durs pa nga nakakuha doon pero okay ka na dyan kung ikaw ay nasa BL side. Alam mo na na marami sila dun sa LA.
No, about it, man. Parang half committed lang yung SGJ doon. Kita naman natin, alam na yung ginagawa nila sa LA, no, when they do with those pushes. There's no utility, parang dadalawang isip sila. Because of that, no, Jessan was able to find that time. But 4 players from ex-governors are coming this way. There's mag-isa sa TER. Kailangan niyong abangan yung mga paparating sa kanya.
Wala siyang tulong pero mukhang hindi ka nailangan. Gets the kill kay Hangshu. SDL gets the trade as well. Miniter. Nakuha ng ex-governors. Mukhang tutuloy nila yung LA push. They need an answer from the TRG dito kay SDL. Kapag napatay nila si Tino, mas maiging pulido yung push nila on that A site. Kaya Tino has to hold the site with his life. Pero dahil nga hindi nagpapakita ng ex-governors on both S as well as dito sa LA, hindi alam ni Tino kung yung una niyang kukunin na angle.
So much stress dito para kay Tino, no? Undecided. Not to mention si Jared. Ever so focused. Waiting on mid. Waiting sa baba ng RS for a timing. Pero ito na nga paparating. Tino has no idea.
And because of the angles, hindi niya ma-check yung nasa LA. Nakapasok na si DLR. At napatay pa nga dito si Jared. 1 versus 2. AK-47 for the first time para kay Jayhawker. Spotted si DLR, pero si SDL lang nagpakita with the TRG. 8-7 para sa XGov. They really lived and died para sa LA push na yan.
Too many things happening at the same time dito para sa SGJ. Ano not to mention some unfortunate timing sa my door. Ito naman si Jared, no? He had to cover 2 different angles. And the SGJ just happened to miss the timing para makita yung ex-governors. This time Jared push forward and back, trying to bait out any kind of information, any kind of reaction galing sa ex-governors, not getting anything at all. And Jessan, pare, he sneaks all the way up to TER this time around. Ex-governors might be reading this the wrong way, pare. Baka akala nila mid-take to, but there's absolutely nobody here. As 3 players coming towards Jared na mag-isang nakabantay dito kasi medyo atrasado yung pwestuhan ni Durs.
Their commitment coming through for HB. I think that's the question this time. Marami nga yung numero, papasok dun sa B, pero it's all on the shots that SGJ can take. Pero kung wala nga namang magre-respond dyan sa push, SGJ still have the rest of the map to kind of worry about since nagpaingay nga sila dun sa BR. They can go back, digress, and maybe reset, look for somewhere else to try to play with, pare.
Yeah. You know, so focused on his angle. There's nobody here. But I like this split push galing sa ExGOVERNORS. Kasi once Tino hears the utility coming his way, ang bilis ng reaction, rotate ka agad yung mga yung mga SGJ players.
Just kind of like what SGJ been doing to the mga Angkara. Kaya nagpakita na si DLR kasi from the LA push, kumbinsido sila na maghahawak sila all the way towards LA, pero ExGOVERNORS nakasetup na for the post plant. EV on the flank yet again. Alam na ni OP ang nangyayari. Mapapatay niya yung flank watch. Nakuha din ni JR dun si SDL. ExGOVERNORS na pipisuan na. Kailangan pumuso ni DLR. Nakuha na si EV. 1v2. Jared mapapatay pero si Jayhawker na naman. Ang bayani para sa SGJ. 8-8 sa Black Widow map. The retake was that close.
Ilang retake na nga ba yung nakita natin successful galing sa SGJ? Man, I feel like ExGOVERNORS, no? These post-plant positioning na pinapakita na is not necessarily being the most effective. And there's already a little bit of early damage in the round. Jayhawker, much more active sa mid this time around. Looking to catch at least one person. He has seen SDL. Nakita niya pa si Hanshu. That is a goldmine of information ngayon para sa SGJ. And as you can see, fully committed sila dito kasi wala sila nakita kahit anong mid presence as well. So they can hunker down sa mga pwestuhan nila dito. No need to take risks.
PR ata after nito. Unfortunately, no? Considering na you know, I had potential for this round. Yung push coming in dun sa mid as well as yung early info na nakuha nila dito sa HB. It's mawalang bisa na lang ata. We're gonna keep playing this round, see if enough yung apat para matabla yung dalawa pasok dito. Si DLR, si Jess, and mahuhuli lang din ni Jared on the 2K. We'll have to have a discussion with the Lops kung magiging viable nga ba yung round na yun. Pero overall, maganda yung naipapakita ng Black Widow sa pareho nating teams. Diba? We had different sort of mindsets kung yung committal push dito on B site for XGov. May 50-50 chance na nagagawa nga nila yun. Plus yung SGJ with the reliance coming through para kay Jayhawker. Medyo nagkakaroon din ng impact ngayon ba? No? So mukhang nagiging stable yung SGJ habang tumatagal yung Black Widow.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it doesn't take too long kasi yung ExGOVERNORS pare. On the other hand, medyo nagsa-slow down na. No? Albeit, no, medyo magkalapit lang yung dalawa nating scoreline for these two squads. It just seems to be that ExGOVERNORS are kind of devolving habang tumatagal. Maybe naubos na sila dito ng strat book kasi pinaglaro sila ng SGJ. You know, these post plants. A lot of the success of SGJ comes in being able to retake yung site. So, siguro yun yung pinakaunang makikita na stress point na kailangan na yusin ng ExGOVERNORS if they want to bring it to OT. Granted, 8-9 tayo ngayon dito, so there is the possibility of OT or a 2-0 sweep by SGJ, which, if we're being honest, this would be malaking boost para sa SGJ na to really bolster their chances na maka-advance into the playoffs. Not to mention, kind of get rid of the fraud watch allegations.
Exactly, no? A reason that they've been looking for din, pare. Kasi kung tatandaan mo, no? Defending champions from spring, pero sa pagkapasok dito, maging dikit yung mga laban, medyo nagkakaroon din ng, kumbaga parang hinahanap natin yung mga dapat mag-activate dito, no? The consistent factor in theirs, not reaching the same heights as we've seen in spring, medyo nagkakaroon ng cap, lalo nga naman na medyo maybe a lot of external factors, maybe the team has a different change in how they kind of approach the game. Maybe Jayhawker becoming a little bit aggressive now becomes the centerpiece dito for SGJ rather than it being a mindset of how, kumbaga parang yung mindset is around the team is not better than the sum of its parts, kumbaga. Alam mo yun, parang feeling ko it's it's a lot of different things that we can kind of hope for SGJ. Pero a win like this kapag 2-0 nang activated yung core mismo ng SGJ, namely Jayhawker, EV as well as itong si Jared. I think it's gonna be good in the long run. They finally could actually erase yung sinasabi nga natin sa kanila na inconsistent and possibly come into the playoffs with a 2-0 sweep dito sa series. Could very much work well sa magiging round differential nila, pre.
Yeah, I mean, not just the run differential, set differential din yata. I'm looking dito sa side yung standings natin as of the start bago tayo magsimula dito sa series na to. In fact, Eke Squad, if SGJ win this, they do tie against Eke Squad, pero mas mataas yung magiging set differential ng SGJ if they do get a 2-0. So, there are a lot of things riding on this set para sa SGJ. Not just in the standings, but the confidence as well for these players. Kasi nga, no, disheartening yung nangyari sa kanila when they were so close to getting to Masters and now they have to duke it out sa group stages natin ng Impact. It's some great stuff to see. SGJ with a
no, wala ata yung mic natin, Kuya Josh. Medyo naputal ata yung sinasabi mo. Pero nagets ko naman. There are a lot of a lot of questions around the SCJ roster right now, but considering the time that they kind of have, I think it's crunch time na para sa kanila. Ang lapit na din kasi ng dikit na lang set differential between them and I believe it is Eke Squad at the moment, so I think I think the conversation revolves around the two of them as well as MOMEN Esports kung sino nga ang makapasok dito sa scoreline natin. Malay mo, no, makaabot nga lang din dito ang JY Bacolod. I think JY Bacolod for me is pretty much the more exciting bunch compared to JY. Not to syempre disrespect JY
Yeah.
Esports. I do really like the core of Ared, Nomad as well as itong si France. Malalakas individually. Nakita din natin na kaya nalang dikitan ang Alliance Gaming back then as well. Pero I think JY Bacolod just has a niche in them, Parang wala lang. It gets me excited to kind of watch these hopefuls from Bacolod nung bate silang fail squads na malaki yung glow up nila from how they started nung spring as well. So hopefully mag-workout yan para sa JY Bacolod.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that can be said about these two teams. I do agree that JY Bacolod make it look much more exciting dito. Kasi new players sila sa standings natin, man. We've seen a lot of these players before, but JY Bacolod, not only the fact na may JY Davao dito na nakarating ng Masters with a lot of things that they have to solve, but JY Bacolod, they're showing na, oh, well, bago man tayo dito, kaya pa rin na manalo. And if I'm not mistaken, JY currently with 0 wins dito sa group stages natin is not a good look for JY in particular. But it is a good look for Impact, meaning na siguro pwede natin sabihin na lumiliit yung gap between Masters and Impact as well.
Yeah, definitely, pre. I mean, kind of ironic to say that habang nakikita natin JY Esports ngayon, pero I digress, pare. It's JY Esports that we're still pretty much excited about. And I just want to kind of just start a conversation. Sana makita natin si Rai ulit on a new sort of roster. If you remember the days nung spring nung naglaro siya under the JY Esports banner, he was always top fragging a lot of the charge, kind of giving me vibes of Kellar in VP, where he's actually like steamrolling a lot of teams in his role of being the IGL as well as being very much impressive sa individual performance dito, But hanggang ngayon wala pa rin na roster na nakuha sa kanya. He is the sixth man, if I'm not mistaken, dito sa JY Esports.
Yep.
But it's very much criminal to kind of talk about Rai but not see him on a starting lineup considering how good he is nung nakita natin siya from spring, man.
Yeah, there's a actually, if we're being honest, there's a lot of talent that's not in the conversation right now. No. But I mean, talking about Impact as well, there's that. Pero siguro pwede natin sabihin na wala tayong masyadong makitang tier gap between these teams kasi really anyone could beat anyone. I mean, JY, SGJ, and Eke Squad, prime examples being yung middle of the table teams natin dito sa Impact, but making this much more spicy kasi may mga upsets tayo na makikita. Not to mention again, ito yung match natin right now where ex-governors and SGJ, despite being 4 ranks apart or 3 rather apart, kasi top 1 si ex-gov right now and SGJ is 5th, to see a fight like this means that there's really no one singular top team sa Impact natin.
Actually, That's true no? Medyo may illusion na nakikita tayo ngayon sa standings while on top nga ngayon yung XGOV. Teams like SGJ sitting in the middle table, medyo parang error kumbaga kung titingnan mo at kung iisipin mo, considering how they really placed nung spring. Pero I guess a combination of circumstance, maybe also because dikit nga yung mga laban na nakita natin from them in summer so far. A lot of things na pwede natin makonsider for SGJ. Pero they still have some time naman para makahabol, kumbaga. I mean, depende na lang kung paano sila mag-perform dito sa ating week 4, considering how close it is to the playoffs as well. SGJ have a lot of legwork to do. And hopefully din makita natin yung prime leaders as well ulit. Nung nakita natin from spring, I feel like may ipipiga pa yung player na to habang tumatagal ang panahon. Pero nevertheless, update lang sa inyo mga tropa. We're getting ready to get back into Black Widow as fast as possible nga naman. Medyo may konti lang tayo nga kailangang ayusin here and there. So sana'y nakakapag merienda na kayo, kumuha na kayo ng tubig. At sana hindi din umuulan sa inyo. Rain or shine, tutuloy pa rin ang laban ng SGJ versus ex-governors. Diyan ba sa Cebu pare, nawalan ba dyan ngayon pare? Like, is it like pretty humid right now? Like, how is it right now sa Cebu, man?
Oh man, it's really humid. To be fair, dito, medyo nasa island ako. So it is expected to be humid. Pero it has been rainy, I think, the last 3 or 4 days. Today though, medyo kalmado na yung weather. In fact, it's really hot outside. Pero tamang match up lang yun kasi mainit din naman yung laban natin dito eh.
Actually, super inat nga naman. Kung hindi lang din yung laban ngayon, yung laban din mamaya Kasi sabi nga natin, kailangan maghabol yung mga mid-table teams natin. Yan ang time para makahabol nga sila. Kasi pagkatapos ng laban ng SGJ versus HazMatz, meron din tayo SGJ versus ExGOVERNORS, may laban din tayo ng HazMatz versus JY Bacolod later on in our second series, as well as yung MOMEN ESPORTS versus JY ESPORTS as well. And pretty much mas excited ako na makita tong second series na to kasi HazMatz for me has kind of struck out to me as a team right now na medyo habang malakas sila individually na may mga kailangan pa rin silang ayusin dito. So hopefully dito sa laban nila up against JY Bacolod, they can kind of get that identity sorted out habang papalapit tayo dito sa playoffs match natin.
Yeah, I also want to talk about itong last matchup natin. The MOMEN versus JY Esports right now na matchup. MOMEN currently number 3 sa standings natin, but again, we said na given the amount of matches still yet to be played, may opportunity pa rin yung JY Esports dito na makabawi kasi if I'm not mistaken, nakailang match na ba sila? 4 na match? Something around that.
4 mga ganun.
But yeah, I mean, pwede sila maging, it's not they can become kingmakers dito, despite the fact na bottom sila of the standings right now. Pwede lang i-deny yung mga natitirang matches nila from getting higher standings papunta ng playoffs. So this is where JY Esports can really take the opportunity, being a bottom of the table team, to really show kung ano nga ba talaga yung method nila at kung ano ba yung natutunan nila from being a masters sa spring.
Yeah, exactly. And malaking bagay lang din kung may ma-deny silang MOMEN Esports sa pagpasok din ng playoffs. And considering din the form for MOMEN, while mataas yung ceiling ng mga players na to, considering nga yung nakita natin from Skies recently, he's been on top form dito sa summer impact season natin, but it's too early to tell kung enough na ba yun para makaabot nga sila sa isang championship ulit. Pero bago tayo dumaloy sa mga usapang mga teams katulad nga din ng SGJ versus ex-governors, kailangan muna tayo pumunta sa isang napaka-short break lamang. Konting tiis lang mga tropa, magbabalik ang Black Widow matchup ng parehong teams na to. Ang President Mon, kasama ko si ㍍Match at magbabalik ang Impact Summer. Muling nagbabalik ang CFS PH IMPACT Summer 2026 sa matchup ng SGJ versus ex-governors. Kung pwede lang maglaban sila forever, pare, gagawin nila sana yun. Kaso, syempre, sa set point na ngayon ng SGJ, itutuloy ang laban sa match point nila mismo. Josh, it's becoming harder and harder para makabalik dito ang ex-governors, lalo na sa tempo ng SGJ. Mukhang nahanap na nila yung gusto nilang gawin dito para matapos.
Yes, it's something more of a heavier side on the retake, no, para sa SGJ. Kasi, yun nga, it seems to me that they want to play the numbers in the early round. Tapos pagdating kasi ng post-plant ng ex-governors, no, medyo may mga pagkukulang, no, a few openings na pwedeng mahanap yung butas ng SGJ dito. And it's happened, I think, the last 3 rounds na napanalo nila dito. To be fair, there is only a 1-round deficit. Pero pare, yung 1 round na yun will determine kung saan pupunta, kung saan hahantong itong serya natin, no? Because it is 8 and 9, no? So, if SGJ win this round, it's over. If ex-governors don't, then OT tayo. Either way, all rounds of regulation played para sa matchup natin. And it's welcome to see, considering yung 180 turn ng ex-governors kanina sa Ankara. Black Widow makes things much more interesting this time around.
Yeah, for sure, no? Kasi nakasanayan natin yung mga Ankara, Eagle Eye, Port ng mga first picks natin. It's nice to see Black Widow every now and then. Kahit sabihin natin it's one of the oldest maps in the rotation, it's still a map na bago sa panangin natin kumpara sa kung mga maps na nakikita natin from the group stage in Masters. I think Impact has a different sort of like environment ngayon na pwede ka pa rin mga pag-experiment kahit kung gaano katagal pa yung mapa na meron tayo na ilika dito. But for now, I think it's a time na din para sa SGJ at sa XGov na makapagpasok na rin sa lobby as quickly as possible. Sana ay mabigyan mo kami ng pasensya kasi pasensya nga naman. It's been one hell of a day in the office right now para sa parehong teams natin. Pero makakapag-connect pa rin sila sa server and feel like in a few matter of seconds I feel makikita natin yung possible conclusion nga naman ng Black Widow map na ito. Now, bibigyan kita ng hypothetical, Mr. Josuave Cas nga naman. Kung makakaabot nga ba tayo dito sa OT, is it because SGJ are having that curse na baka mag-game 3 na sila ulit ng paulit-ulit, or is it because we're kind of feeling ex-governors be a little bit more active? Kasi kung makikita mo yung naging first half nila, they've had a lot of good ideas. What's stopping them from actually showing that up pagdating dito sa kanilang magiging second half?
I mean, to be fair, no, a lot of the problems that arise galing sa ex-governors is medyo indecisive sila, no? Medyo mas reactive. Wala silang real game plan when it comes to actually winning out these rounds. At inaabangan na nila kung ano yung ginagawang step ng SGJ. Kumbaga, when you're playing chess, it's the white versus the black. And if you're playing as the second player sa chess, pare, ang laro mo is aantiin mo magkamali yung kalaban mo. Unfortunately, SGJ, right now, hindi sila nagpapakita ng mali, at least so far, dito sa second half natin.
Your statement is true kung pinag-uusapan natin yung kung gaano katagal yung mga rounds natin. Pagdating sa mga early rounds, I believe ex-governors have been doing a really good effort para lang ma-neutralize yung pagiging forward ni Jayhawker as well as leaders dito. No? That's been kind of the key factor kung bakit minsan na-force sila into numbers down in a retake scenario as well, di ba? Kaya nakagulat na nagagawan pa rin ng parang ng SGJ na dikitan pa rin yung mga nagiging retakes nila, which is honestly a good effort. Maybe it's the experience difference, maybe it's just the players activating at the right time as well. Maraming factor na para masolusyon natin yan. Pero one thing is clear right now. Ex-governors are up against the wall at kapag natalo nga sila sa round na to, they can kiss their top 1 goodbye. Kasi feeling ko naman, ang SGJ with this win, kapag nag 2-0 sila, ay makakahabol sila all the way up and up papunta dito sa ating magiging top 4. And that's good for them. At least they'll have that sort of platform para makapasok hopefully dito sa playoffs and defend their crown. But cannot but feel that we're kind of reaching that eventual downfall dito for SGJ. While they have a talented player, and I'm considering Jayhawker right now, paulit-ulit nga sinasabi, top 1 statistically in the standings para sa lahat na naglalaro dito sa Impact. It's kind of like an Aiden and comeback friend situation na meron silang malakas na player in their system, nakakapatay siya ng paulit-ulit. Pero kung hindi nila makapitalize yung strength na meron sila dito in towards SGJ, then I kind of feel like we're in kind of a downturn sa project ng SGJ ngayon, pre.
There's such a thing as we call dead team smell. Na, to be fair, I don't feel like we're getting that smell out of SGJ yet. Pero unless they start fixing these problems, then you can expect na at some point something's gonna have to change para maharap nila ulit yung fresh start na kailangan nila. But to be fair, that's the same that you can say about even yung top squads natin dito sa Impact. No? Ex-Governors showing a few cracks, a few lang. Alliance Gaming, nakita rin natin to, no, yung quick downturn ng Alliance Gaming na expected natin makapasok ng playoff sa Masters. Tapos tuloy-tuloy na yung downfall nila para hanggang sa makarating dito sa Impact. And then, well, that's good. Yung dalawang teams na yun in particular, actually, no, na I think are due for either solve the problems now, aka within this group stage, or maybe look towards a brighter future by changing things up a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully nga naman no? I'm still kind of expecting that the Lions is gonna do well pag nagtagal kasi ultimo nga, sabi mo nga naman nakaabot nga sa Masters. Hopefully they kind of picked up a lot of good things habang naglaro nga sila doon, as well as I would say like the most impressive sort of outing dito sa Swiss qualifiers natin. But they still can show that despite the roster changes na nakikita natin from Alliances, may binabatbat pa rin si Kapitan Abdel on the setup from Alliance Gaming as well. Maybe we can contribute that to again yung dalawang words na pinapaulit-ulit ko, external factors. But a lot of teams here, all the teams here have external factors pa rin naman, and what makes it all impressive is despite all the external factors, nakakaabot pa rin sila sa mga standings na meron tayo ngayon. Tingnan mo yung mga nasa Masters ngayon, yung experimental na nakita natin from VP, intentional ba yung pagiging experimental nila, or is it just a lot of time para lang makapag super science sila mismo papasok dito sa ating playoffs? Yung STS in their most unstable sort of state yet have still found a way para lang ma-one up nila yung Virtus Pro in the last bout yesterday in Masters, diba? All that while they're also having their own external factors. Personal man lang, you're in the server, it very much is something na sakit ng kahit sinong teams, whether you're in the master scene or dito pa rin sa Impact. And hopefully external factors para dito sa Alliance Gaming will not sort of influence yung magiging run nila dito sa Impact playoffs as we come into it. Pero again, ladies and gentlemen, we're trying the best that we can para makapag-reconnect ulit dito sa ating Black Widow map as both of our players are trying their best para lang makapag-reconnect para matuloy lang ulit natin ang laban ng SGJ versus XGOVERNORS. Now, that's a little bit of hype to the newcomer of XGOVERNORS, diba? A lot of the GR setups has had OB in the front line, pare. Napapansin mo ba na parang galawang veteran yung nakikita natin from OB? Because he's literally being supplied all that util because of a veteran that is Jason, pare.
Little update, mga kaibigan. Right now, confirmed apparently that we're gonna be subbing in the 6th man dito para sa isang squad. OB is gonna be out of it and we're gonna be getting Sen pagbalik natin sa lobby kung di ako nagkakamali dito. So that's unfortunate, no? We talked about external factors. Ito external factor na naman na may nawala tayong player. So it's unfortunate, pero it's what it is. Kaya tayo may 6 months sa lahat ng roster natin, no, Ramon?
Kaya nga it's unfortunate kasi I wanted to open a conversation around OB. I mean, kung mapapansin mo, he was proactive around that Ankara map, and dito nga sa Black Widow, siya yung parang laging kumukuha ng mga forward pushes kapag may setup sila from that LA position on GR, as well as somebody who's very reliable pagdating sa pagiging attacker pa rin itong si OB. Na-expect nga natin sa pagpasok ng Impact that he was supposed to be a sniper, but apparently he's that good as an M14, so it would be criminal na ilagay nga natin siya dun sa sniper role, diba? Pero since nga mawawala dito si OB, papasok dito si Sen, dyan naman papasok yung familiarity para dito sa XGOVERNORS, considering that they have played with Sen dito sa spring, pero albeit medyo, I wouldn't say the most consistent player para dito sa XGOVERNORS, diba? And in a moment like this where you're already down 1 round tapos set point pa yon ng kalaban mo, malaking pressure yan para kay Sen. It's possible that he's only gonna be playing for just 1 round, pare.
Yeah, I mean, isipin mo, man. The entire team is warmed up. Si Sen, rather, is gonna have to walk in like this. Don't know if he's warmed up or not, pero wala ka talagang choice. Otherwise,
Playing
it's
FFA
gonna be
right
a
now.
full. It's hard, man. Things are getting stacked in favor of SGJ right now, man. Ex-Governors, kakaibang ano to highlight. If Sen was able to perform to at least a level na ex-governors can convert this last round, then we have a story. If hindi, then it's over. It's that's a lot of pressure for one player, Ramon. That's a lot of pressure. Isipin mo, hindi ka magsasub in for a map. You're gonna sub in for possibly the last round dito sa Black Widow. Pero wala talaga tayong choice. Magpapasok tayo ulit sa mapa. Malalaman natin kung saan hahantong yung laban na to.
Magmamalaki kay LP nga ba itong si Sen as he now subs in as an emergency para sa 8 to 9 ng ex-governors. Do or die para sa serye nila. As SGJ, kita ko yung barrel ni Ders kanina, no? Hindi solo hold. Pero naka-Vepper siya kasama dito ni Jared. First contact from 1.
My gosh.
And then the shotgun rings through. Pero XGV will be very passive.
Understandable, no? We're not gonna be expecting any aggression from ex-governors, at least for this one. Pero si DLR, nandito na nga. Nakarating na ng BR kasama si Hanshu. And then this is a wise one, no? Baba muna sa water so you can actually check the angle dito. No sound cues so far. Galing sa ex-governors. EV is looking for some sort of contact sa may ES pero wala muna makikita. Patience na. EV! Oh, giveaway.
Hangshu on the golden headshot din.
Oh!
The presence on Catwalk will get SDL the second kill para sa ex-governors. Pero kung itutuloy pa rin nila yung House B,
No way, right?
dyan na kakanta ang Vepper na hawak ni Ders ngayon. But this is also only a lurk para sa ex-governors considering the map movement mid pa rin ang pupunteryahin. Flash coming in and Ders is showing the shotgun out. Swap over to the M14. Alam na ng ex-governors na kailangan lang pumasok sa A-site.
Tino, look at the adjustment, man. Jason's already in the site and they have no idea how to get control ulit dito sa A-site natin kasi paparating na nga. Bomb down, Jason, everyone in push-plant position. Tino has to go nuclear. Oh, but he's gone.
And Jason gets the shot as well. 2 versus 4 spotted dun sa window. There's kailangan lumabas at kailangan makapitas. Si Hangshu on top and takes down Ders on the dropping elbow. 9 to 9 na para sa ex-governors at a moment's notice na kailangan nila yung sub na force nila yung OT.
Well, this is awkward. Isipin mo, man. SGJ so close. Advantages in their favor. And now, with literally the world in their hands, pare, they drop the ball in that fashion. Masyado sila naging excited to push out onto water, to push and check ES dahil doon ang bilis ng punishment galing sa ex-governors. To be fair, no, ex-governors were playing very passive dito. And playing reactive is what ex-governors have been doing this entire map. I don't know what SGJ was cooking up for this for the previous round, pare, but it was not it.
Nga parang may kakulangan dapat yung kung magpupush nga dito sa short,
Where's the
you should
utility?
be
Where's the
confident
backup?
enough. Yeah, where's the backup? Where's the utility? Tapos wala din yung presence from water. Kung meron man, it was from the push pa rin, from Jayhawker. But at that time as well, hindi niya hawak yung nakapush na dito sa catwalk. So, while they had a good play, worked out dun pa lamang sa may BR, everything else on the mid side is still covered up para dito sa ex-governor. So, OT na tayo ngayon. SGJ
4 people.
putting all their eggs in one basket. All in on red and let it ride ang sabi ni Jayhawker. As he is going to make sure that yung S, ikukunin na niya. Sakto yung granada para sa mukha ni Sen ngayon. Jayhawker with the first kill. At mid ang hahawakan ng SGJ at this given moment.
Titripon ngayon ng SGJ itong mid-side natin. In our reaction, after having taken down Sente, look at this. They back off. Reposition ulit. At dahil doon, ex-governors have a little bit of doubt kung saan sila dapat pumwesto. Kasi yes, they have control of S, but the problem is, where do you continue from here? Do you expect an LA push? Mag-check ka sa may baba. Kaya hiwa-hiwalay talaga sila dito. And yes, sabihin natin si SDL, malapit na siya dito kay DLR, pero medyo malaki-laking oras yung kailangan dumaan bago niya masamahan dito si DLR sa loob ng B site. Now to push up on to HB or in store B. Tino! Ooh!
Tino on first contact at nakuha pa nga niya si Hangshu doon. It's gonna make yung position ni STL a little bit hesitant. I-hold ko pa nga ba yung binayan? Or kukunin mo ni Jessen yan. Headshot onto Jared. Pero si Ders nagpakita na. The M14's going a lot of work para ma-dismantle yung B-site defense ng ex-governors. Jessen na lang ang natitira. Guess the shot kay Tino. Pero 1v3 na para kay Tito Jessan. At hindi niya alam, nandito na si Jayhawker. Muntikan pa nga siya doon. Napatay pa nga niya si EV. Pero SGJ still get double digits.
Back again dito. Double digits para kay SGJ as the first strike ngayon sa overtime natin. But again, no, things are getting very close. I will credit dito yung SGJ kasi habang tumatagal yung round, nakukuha na rin yung mga advantage na kailangan nila dito. But now DLR. Store B ulit ang hawak ngayon. Nasabi natin kanina, medyo malaki yung stress nila on the mid side here. But because SGJ were not able to get that first frag early in the round, medyo marami pa namang opportunity yung ex-governors to take map control. And with a little bit more reinforcement sa may store B natin, SGJ need to have the right utility in their hands para makapasok. Kasi with DLR on top in the SDL, na nakaabang sa may mga bintana natin, it's really risky for them if they check just one corner.
Especially since ito yung power hold or power position na meron ngayon ng SGJ or ng XGV, excuse me. Against House B, Tino has to hit a shot. Hindi tatama with the reaction time, Tino. Let's get a second chance at that. Pero info na yun para kay DLR. Siya naman na magpo-forward. Pero konbinsido ba siya? Kasi Tino lang yun na andyan. Gets the headshot. Pero good flash. Para masetapan si Jayhawker. Papasok na siya sa site. And with SDL stuck in the corner, Jayhawker will get himself 4 kills. Para sa SGJ. On for the ace. Jayhawker claims it para sa SGJ. This is the best impact player. At sabi ni Jayhawker, walang kakuha sa akin ngayon.
Literal pare, he took matters into his own hands, getting all the way inside despite the disadvantage makita natin doon. Sen, there's his saying goodbye early in the round and VR control ngayon para sa ex-governors. They're gonna keep pushing forward. Jared, what?
Jared! Blessed by the skies, gets the 2K from the TRG. Jayhawker activated na at wala siyang takot na labanan si Jessan sa S. 3 versus 2. Hangshu has to save it again, has to be the clutch up para lang makuha nila si Jayhawker. Equal na yung numbers until EV has shut down Hangshu. The IGL fallen. It's all down to just DLR. In a 1v2, spotted by Jared dun sa stage. And runway na yun para kay EV. Pero kung may timing si DLR, mapapatay niya siya si EV. Kasi hindi niya mapatay. Nag-drop pa nga siya dito sa loob ng site. And DLR going back to window just to wrap around. It's a big gamble para dito kay DLR. But it's all a lot of time para makapag-plant ng SGJ.
Gamble nga para kay DLR, man. Literal na coin flip to. He thought possibly na may press na nga sa loob ng B-side, but there's absolutely nobody there. Jared showing his face. C4 gonna go down as well. And the pressure para kay DLR dito, men. Sobrang baba ng HP. 2 bala lang. Kung di ako nagkakamali, isa nga lang eh. Di na kailangan ng headshot. And EV's in the perfect position to get info para kay Jared.
Most obvious push din dun sa S at alam na din yan ni EV. Kaya nasa ilalim siya. Flash coming in para lang ma-eliminate yung position, pero EV still on the wall bang. M14 tapos sa ilalim ka, walang pasok talaga para kay DLR. 12-9 is the score and SGJ on their way to end this series 2-0.
Yeah, man, somebody woke up the beast in SGJ. Literal sinabi natin, okay, Sen has come in very, very warm. Pero nangyari pagkatapos, man, literal na nagtuloy-tuloy lang dito yung SGJ as if nothing happened. I will allow them for that, no, na hindi sila nagpamigay ng more than 1 round in this OT. But with 1 more to go, pare, I don't know if Sen is gonna be able to hold this roll down enough para sa ex-governors. It's gonna really be up to the more exciting players, the more warm players para sa ex-governors, no? Hanshu na nakita natin yung mga highlight plays galing sa kanya, Jessan as well, and the SDL na medyo mas naging central yung role niya, playing as the player, no? Medyo maraming kailangan hawakan na angulo dito. B and mid, both, no? Kailangan niya makover.
Especially with how long he's been taking that. Pero
Oh my
SGJ not
God.
taking any too much time. Flashes in. Hangshu expects it. Jayhawker on the 1-for-1. Pero LA pa. Interna hold na ni Evit. Walang makakakuha para sa SGV. Jessan with the 1 versus 3 dito sa LA. Kailangan niya ng suporta. Si DLR nandyan na. Si EV masaspatan. Pero si EV pa ang mananaig dyan. 1v3 para kay DLR. At kahit ano pa magagawa ng ex-governors, mas-sub in si Sen. Makuha ni DLR yan. Walang kahit anong sagot kung mapipisuan si EV. Mapipisuan lang ni Jared yan. 13-9 na para sa SGJ. 2-0 to solidify their place.
Welcome back to Impact, SGJ. They're back in the game, pare. And that, if I'm not mistaken, that should skyrocket them much higher sa standings natin, no? Yung set differential should be bolstered here as well. Equal na sila dito sa Alliance Gaming at sa ex-governors dahil sa panalo na yun. Things are starting to really look up. Not to mention yung 2-0. It's not just a 2-1, it's a 2-0 win for SGJ. Man, things are looking good. And they are proving na hindi, that they're on the way out of Fraud Watch.
Exactly, pre. The doubts definitely are still a little bit there, pero syempre ngayon medyo mas nakakabilib na yung run ng SGJ dahil nga dito. High level para dito kay Jayhawker, syempre na-expect na natin yan. Pero the way that they close this out, it's actually cleaner compared to how they have been playing recently dito sa summer. No? They had one goal in mind and that was just to get the push dito sa LA and rely upon trades. Oo, maganda yung naging utility game para dito sa XGov to kind of counteract that to make it a 1v3. Pero the fact that they did it all together, pare, just shows how much trust and respect they have para kay Tino to make that crazy play happen, pre. At kung sabihin natin iba yung mangyari doon, kung magiging default lang ulit dito para sa SCJ, then there would have been a lot of doubt. Pero I think that push coming into LA just answered the issues that they would have dito sa macro. Or they be doing the same kind of default, or are they gonna pull out something crazy? And just like that, they did pare. Yun pa nga naging round ender nila.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen to be the fact na a lot of the moments na nagki-question tayo sa SGJ, they were the most obviously indecisive individuals sa mga round na yun. No? Na parang wala silang game plan. Di nila alam kung paano sila mag-react. They go into default without really knowing how to respond to the different stimuli sa mapa natin, whether that's an S push, whether it's an LA push, or if it's a push onto BR sa kalaban nila. But now that they take matters into their own hands, no, having trust and respect for the protocols and for the team, tinatawag natin, they can play with confidence, and that's exactly what we saw out of them. Jayhawker, Jared, even si Evie, no? May mga kanya-kanya sila mga highlight plays during these these two sets nakita natin for this match, and it's exactly what we want to see galing si SGJ para mahanap na yung consistency niya, para mabawasan yung spread of performance percentages para sa kanila, ano.
Definitely, pare. And definitely a risk that Mr. Tino is willing to take with his team nga naman. No matter how risky it was, pare, they only had one goal in mind. To catch off guard nga naman dito ang ex-governors, which is exactly what happens sa buong serya natin. From Ankara to where we are on Black Widow, they definitely have made the effort para lang paghirapan lalo yung naging setups dito on the side of ex-governors. Especially nung simula sila on the BL side on both of these sets, I think the solution is clear talaga. Whoever they kind of make lurk around the map will usually kind of force ex-governors to play a little bit more proactive. Yung mga rotations nila, medyo compromise. Yung mga pag-push nila on the sites, medyo may konting risk pa. Kasi malay mo, yung makukuha nilang picks on just one side of the map will result into another proactive push on the other para dito sa SGJ. It's just not a good day in the office when you're ex-governors kasi parang headless chickens yung nangyayari kapag hindi mo alam kung saan talaga papasok.
I'm a bit worried ngayon para sa ex-governors kasi for most of Black Widow and a lot of Ankara kanina, no, nakita mo kung gaano sila ka-indecisive. And I feel like that comes on the back of maybe a little bit of lack of practice, a lack of confidence sa mga game plan na nabuo nila in practice here. It really showed. Mas lalo dito sa Black Widow in the winning rounds ng set natin dito. Kasi yung some of these rounds, SGJ should not have won. Pare, straight up, the numbers were in favor of XGV. And because of the failure to convert 1 or 2 kills, talagang bumabaliktad yung mga situation that SGJ are able to really fight tooth and nail para panurunin yung mga rounds.
I'm watching it all back, and while the star of the show has been Jayhawker, you can't deny the utility game para sa SGJ has been on point. Kaya nagkakaroon ng confidence si Jayhawker to get a scoreline just like that, to get a 2.0 kill death ratio with the 1.36k kill per round. This is absolutely insane coming through from this guy. Pero syempre, no, considering then how he's been performing individually, there is a reason nga naman kung bakit he's been topping the charts recently.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of highlight plays para kay Jayhawker. Not to mention yung ace na nakita natin kanina. Pero yeah, like you said, it has to do with how this team is able to set him up. The utility, the information na nakukuha nila, no? So sobrang central dito ni Jared, ni Durs, pati si Tino, being able to hold down yung LA area natin, holding on to ES if that's necessary, no? Yung passive information and the utility that's being provided to support si Jayhawker is also an important facet kung na pwede natin i-regard for SGJ. No? And moving forward, if they can continue to really give the opportunity para kay Jayhawker to get these highlight plays, then SGJ could really go on a run here.
Definitely can, para lang makaabot ulit sa playoffs. Pero para naman kay Jayhawker, syempre siya yung centerpiece para sa SGJ, kaya siya yung naging set MVP. I wouldn't even be surprised kung siya din yung naging match MVP natin with stats like this, 2.00 KD, 1.36 kill per round. I think you don't really need to mind yung headshot per kill niya kasi lagi siya yung nangunguna, no? But at M14, you don't really need headshots at the end of the day. You just need to spray and pray na hindi si Jayhawker ang kalaban mo kung ikaw yung ex-governors. Pero yun nga yung nangyari, no? Lagi si Jayhawker ang gumagawa ng paraan. Pero para naman sa SGJ versus ex-governors, we've seen Ankara and Black Widow, unfortunately not on the port map. Both on these sets was an SGJ win.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff, but hindi natin expect itong 2-0. In fact, we expected it to go all the way to the third and maybe even an ex-governor win. Pero, well, silence the doubters. The SGJ are on a mission para to clean up their name na di na sila basta-bastang nakarating ng championship back in spring at kaya nilang i-replicate yung mga results na yun pagkarating dito. I mean, look at this. Jayhawker, match MVP 1.81 and look at the kill per round, 1.32. Guaranteed. Ganon kalala yung impact na hinahatid ni Jayhawker sa ating server pagdating dito sa Impact Summer, and we are excited to see much more of him dito on the SGJ roster.
Definitely, pare. With him now being that centerpiece and somebody, a player that you can watch out for sa SGJ, nagkakaroon na ng konting hasal lalo ang mga players natin on SGJ ngayon. And with this win, they're gonna be shooting up towards the standings as we mentioned. Pero tapos na ang ating first series of the day sa Impact. Ngayon, magsusunod na ang HazMatz versus JYB. I'm very much excited to see both of these mid-table teams come out because whoever comes out on top gets a better shot of getting themselves up towards the top 4, pare. That said, no, Josh, I feel like before we talk about anything more dito sa HazMatz versus JYB, kailangan natin na magpumunta sa very, very short break. So with that said, ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama nyo nga pala si Suave. Lahat ng action, nandito lang yan sa CFS PH Impact Summer 2026. Huwag kayong alis, magbabalik kami. Welcome back mga idol! Nanonood ka pa rin ng CFS PH IMPACT Summer 2026. Kasama nyo pa rin kami mga tropa ng Cinnamon at saka si Josuave. Ang init na labanan, lalo na tumapasok tayo dito sa second matchup natin of the day. HazMatz versus JY Bacolod. Ang habulan para makaabot sa top 4 for the mid-table teams. Josh, what is it about this matchup that makes it a lot more special?
Para sobrang special nito for me. I feel like HazMatz really haven't had the opportunity to show themselves dito sa Impact. And JY Bacolod on the other hand, pare, medyo nagpapakita ng konting potential. In fact, even beating yung mga Davaoenyo brothers nila under the same JY banner. There's a lot to be said about this matchup. But HazMatz, medyo nasa kanila yung pressure dito kasi kung di ako nagkakamali, they're actually 7th right now in the standings. And if they win, they actually might surpass itong JY Bacolod at the moment.
It's very difficult to say that, no? Considering the amount of wins na nakita natin from JY Bacolod as well as the magnitude of those certain wins. Not only did they win up against their fellow brothers doon sa JY Esports, pero they've taken down yung top 4 ng Impacts in MOMEN ESPORTS na dating LJC as well very recently. So the steady rise and climb para sa JYB is looking to keep their momentum going, no? And HazMatz, while masabi natin na oo, yung momentum nasa JYB, yung HazMatz sila naman yung masabi nating may experience kumpara sa mga bata sa loob ng JY Bacolod ngayon, no? We'll dive a little bit deeper into that later on, pero let's take a look at the map or the map dito as well, no? Kasi feeling ko naman magiging factor din yan pag naglaban sila dito sa mga paborito na mapa, no? Port para sa JYB, definitely one of their stronger maps dito sa map pool natin. HazMatz following up with a sub-base going as far as the team acceptance days sa both Zen 1 as well as CJ as well as Jezreel doon sa Heroics makes it that much more impactful for them to take a sub-base na komportable sila, no? And Black Widow as a decider, feeling ko it's very self-explanatory. Very much pag Pilipino ka, alam na alam mo kung paano laruin yung Black Widow map. So both teams pretty much okay lang na i-open up yan para sa decider.
Medyo maraming possibilities itong matchup na to. Like you said, HazMatz have not necessarily been the most successful sa campaign. And if I'm not mistaken, the only win that they have so far is a win by forfeit laban sa JY Davao, but they have beaten some teams on maps. No, they got one map against ExGOVERNORS. JY Bacolod on the other hand, yun, like you said, no, solid yung itsura nila dito. So this is a stage. Nasa stage tayo ng group stage dito na ang mga teams natin, say for example SGJ, because hindi pa sila nakakapagpakita ng masyado maraming lakas, masyado maraming itsura, then they have the opportunity to really prove everybody wrong kasi hindi pa naman masyadong maraming mga dumaan na laban natin dito sa group stage, no? So yeah, we might have our predictions here, pero it's really hard to say kasi kumbaga, no, in terms of reliability of the data, pare, a smaller sample size also means the less accurate para sa dalawa nating squads.
Yeah, for sure. And syempre, we definitely have players na we also have to watch out for, no? Very much KPQ for JYB has been putting up gracious numbers. Top 3 ngayon in terms of individual performances sa buong group stages. Just definitely a sight to watch para sa JYB. And that's also one of the reasons kung bakit sila ang napili kong prediction para sa matchup na ito. And for you, HazMatz, no? Is it because of the players na nandito, no? Nandyan nga si Jezreel, a leader that likes to play around the young guns nga naman with the tenure that he has, or is it because of how exciting they can be knowing na hindi pa natin nakikita yung series na to? What is it for you, Josh, na nakuha mo yung HazMatz?
Para this is quite literally pure conjecture. Alam mo yung magpe-predict ka just because you feel like it's gonna be a really good plot. That's what I feel like it is para sa HazMatz right now, no? Because like you said, wala pa tayong masyadong data. We haven't really seen too much out of HazMatz at the moment. This is in fact, kung di ako nagkakamali, this is only their 3rd match played para sa ating group stages, and that means that there's a lot of potential. Same as we said kanina sa SGJ, no, na literal na 2 matches lang yung nalaro nila before today. Then HazMatz just might be cooking something in the back end.
Maybe. I put a lot of faith into SGJ nang ganon yung sitwasyon because they are SGJ na naging champions. Pero HazMatz, I wouldn't really necessarily put them on the same level as SGJ ngayon. So while a surprise really is a possibility, I don't really expect the same amount of blowback compared to SGJ ngayon. Pero malay mo nga naman, 'di ba? Prove me wrong ang aking mantra ngayon for today's video. Kasi malay mo nga naman, while the underdog really is in play dito para sa HazMatz, it's not really by a a huge margin compared to JY Bacolod. Again, this is also the rookie year into the Impact scene as well, unless correct me if I'm wrong. Kung nagpakita nga sila dito sa fall season ng 2025 as well. Pero as far as I know, this is still a band of young guns under the banner of JY Bacolod na dating ang field squads that also struggled to actually get their first or actually get a lot of wins, if not their first set talaga, kahit nung nag-start tayo sa spring season ng Impact. So really, yung improvement na nakikita natin sa kanila is very much noted, di ba? Pero when does where does it stop nga naman? Kasi yung lahat ng mga kwento natin naririnig na fairy tale, may ending na nangyayari. I can't help but feel that this is possible, that it is just a Cinderella story waiting to get cut short by just one surprise win, pre.
Yeah, alam mo yung nasa point tayo na nagka-climax talaga yung mga players natin when it comes to these kinds of fights, man. Kasi ang liit para ng margin between these squads. I mean, you can see that there's really no one singular team na kunwari sabihin natin STS back in spring. Walang ganon dito sa Impact. Talagang magkakalapit yung mga players natin and the teams. But for now, honestly, KPQ nakarating na nga kaagad. Oh, I think that's way too much information being given away by HazMatz, no?
Can. But it definitely could be a solid thing para dito sa HazMatz. Josh just drops from the potential CA kind of push na gusto niya sanang gawin para sa kanya. And now that gives a bit of time para kay BMD na makapag-set up for CA. Pero JY Bacolod, they're just splitting up their forces.
Wala lang. They have control of HB. Actually, paparating na rin ng Z itong JYB natin. But it's all up to what their final decision is going to be. Kasi ang ganda ng pwesto dito ng KPQ. Because it's the information kay Jesselyn. I'm not sure kung siya yung nakita, no? Paul is walking in. Oh, God.
Oh, the set play for HazMatz beat the mid player to come to them. Yung pinaka first contact doon was CJ, pero si Jesseryn ang nakakuha ng isa. That's the mad scientist in play, and CJ nakuha pa nga ng panghimagas doon sa naging full course meal nila dito kay KPQ. BMD goes down. Toy, a lot of damage as well. 3v5.
You're wrong about this, man. The man disadvantage na meron yung JYB, and couple it with the amount of space or lack thereof na meron sila. Si K7A nga, nakabuslit no, tamang ninja moves lang para makarating ng bodega, but the rest of the team is so far separated from him na kailangan niyang maingat kasi yung separation dito, if he's not careful, pwede siyang mahuli. He gets one.
Kala ko nakita niyo yung ulo ni Josh. So, surprisingly, he could have gotten this up in easy 2K. Gene, nasalo yung rotation ni CJ. Pero si Josh hindi pa rin nasusolusyonan ng JY Bacolod. At dahil sa C4 drop, Gene is in a lot of trouble. Has to push up in a 1v3. Hindi tatamang TRG. Pero yung M40 ni Jesseryn ang kukuha sa first round win ng HazMatz.
You know, man, nasasayangan ako sa play na yun. Ang ganda ng pwesto ni K7, nakarating nga ng bodega na walang contact. But because, no, medyo mas delayed ng konti yung pagpasok ng mga teammates niya doon. Nasa yung positioning. But now Zenitsu, alam niya yung paparating.
At papasok nga dito ang JYB. Kaso handa na si Zenitsu, but not with the shot. Zen1 could not hit any with the bullets. KPQ, headshot on 2. Patay ang mismong naging depensa ng HazMatz as they only get 1 kill. But KPQ shuts down Jumel as well. Si Josh na lang in a 1v4. Duguan ang dalawa. Pero the forces are strong on JYB sa B-side.
Way too strong, man. Yung 1v4 na to, nigh on impossible. 25 seconds on the clock, Josh. We'll try and see if he can isolate these gunfights. Pero kasi ang ganda ng positioning dito ng JYB on the post plant. I like this, man. The way that JYB were able to make up for yung pagkakuha nila kanina ng first round na mas decisive na sila. Ayun, we talked about dito yung overextension ni, I think it was APQ sa may mid. Back in that first round, it made all the difference for HazMatz to get that round. And now, hindi na sila pwede magkamali. Playing on the GR side on port should be plain and simple. And Josh already with the control on CA might get that first contact. BMD paparating.
Buti na lang nakuha na ni Josh yung jump, and he gets rewarded with a kill dito kay BMD. I can't really fault the BMD for that. Normally, makuha ka ng CA bago ka mag-split pa doon sa LA. Pero kung napatay nila yung CA, full focus na sniper doon sa LA. Good shot lang to KPQ, pero Toy, ang bilis lang din ng response. K7A napakalapit na sa Mismo LA push niya dito, trying to see if he can sell a fake. Pero is it a fake? Kasi nakapasok na dito si K78, napatay pa nga dito si Jumel. 3v3. And that's when they pull away CJ. That is where you split the forces of HazMatz right now.
Yeah, both advantages being thrown away this time. Zenitsu wants to get that control over on HB. Gene has been spotted. That's info. Pero si Zenitsu, no, you have to respect na kaya niya umatras. Wait for the right timing.
But it's not gonna be for that as well. Nakapisa lang si Zenitsu doon. Toyo on the 1-for-1 trade. Spotted din si K7A and nakapasok pa rin ang JY Bacolod. After nila makuha si Zen 1. 2 versus 2 post-plant retake scenario para kay CJ. Spotted pa nga si K7A. Kaso wide open yung angulo. It's all up to just Toy. 1v2. Spotted on the headshot. And it's forcing down the leader to have to step up. Tap on the C4, Jezreel hindi nagpapaingay kasi alam niya na hindi kailangan sumabog ng bomba para magkaroon ng impact. 2 kills para kay Jezreel to make it 2-1 para sa HazMatz.
Nice closing sequence dito galing sa HazMatz. No? Instead of splitting up and giving JYB yung advantage of numbers sa post-plant nila doon, sama-sama yung dalawang players ng HazMatz. Things like that, no? Small decisions for these players, especially in the more late parts of the round, will make a world of difference. This time around, Josh, na naman sa CA, ha? To see if JYB have learned their lesson. If you remember the last couple of rounds, or 2 rounds ago rather, na yung HazMatz, when Josh missed that CA push, medyo na-abuse yung A side, yung A extremities ng port for those early rounds. But this time, hindi na pwede magkamali. Jezreel, again, setting the trap, setting the stage para sa kung sino man yung gusto mong push sa may VR natin. Pero yung JYB, inaabangan nila yung forward push galing sa HazMatz, which is not coming. It seems like Jezreel has called this audible na, guys, chill lang tayo, di na tayo pwede magkamali. Kasi ngayon, may lead sila. Yeah, albeit just 1 point, no? It could make a difference between life or death when it comes to these.
Lalo na't sila nga yung mas experienced na sort of core dito para sa HazMatz up against sa JYB that are trying to make an impact on the impact stage. Jezreel the leader, taken down by Toy habang nakatingin siya dun sa may Z position. Nakapag-peek na yung dalawang players on the mid side as well. So JYB baiting out the position para kay Josh. They're dropping from that CA spot. Si Zen 1 also napisuan pa nga dahil nga sa position dito ni Gene. And Josh is not even peeking towards that mid side, giving an opportunity for JYB to reset pabalik dito sa HB.
Gusto na dito si Zenitsu, so medyo delikado, not to mention KPQ passively in. Oh!
An overwhelming amount of 114s. K7A nakapasok na. CJ hindi niya na-expect. Nakataas na pala ang JY Bacolod. As it's do or die para kay Jumel. Pero die ang mangyayari. 2-2 para sa JY Bacolod. Malinis ang entrada sa loob ng B-site.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about the call dito kami sa HazMatz. No, they had a passive amount of information sa may mid na pwede sa na gamitin to piece together kung ano ba talaga yung gustong gawin ng JYB dito. And now this is much more like it. No? Sinasabi nating default when it comes to port is that heavy Z presence coupled with an HB player as well. So si Gene kailangan niyang makalagpas ng 3 crosshair bago makapasok.
Crossfire setup and Zen 1 gets the first shot. Gene nakabawi with the sniper pero papalig si CJ at syempre papalig din ng JY Bacolod. The jumping USP for BMD has made this long B push that much more interesting para sa Bacolod. 3v3.
Josh, formation taken. Oh no, that's the A site for free ngayon para sa JYB. Pero kailangan na mag-accelerate dito. Si BMD doble ingat lang dito sa may court baka sakaling may nagpa-flank sa kanila pero wala pa paparating. They also spot out Jumel, which means all in na. Ayaw na natin sa loob ng B site. Let's go all the way to A kasi wala nakabantay. But they need to start moving kasi yung TRG nakapwesto na nga dito sa may likuran lang ng basura.
Jezreel, right place and on the flank napatay yung dalawa from JYB on the way na sana papunta dun sa A. Pero dahil napatay na lang yung leader, si BMD na lang ang natitira. 1v1 up against the sniper at the spot pa nga ni Jumel. Pistol out lang para kay Jumel ngayon. Tatapat laban kay BMD. Di pa siya pupunta ng P-site? Lalaban pa siya galing dito kay Jumel. Spotted, 40 seconds. At hindi niya i-commit yung fight. A lot of time para makapag-decide ng post plant tong si BMD. Pero Jumel still has that TRG pare. And once they wrap around the corner, one tap is not gonna work out para kay Jumel. BMD on the swing. 3-2 para sa Bacolod.
There you go. Oh man. Hindi ko alam the way that the end of that round played out pare is a lot more messy than you wanted it to be. Kasi yung JYB, medyo sarado na yung mga pintuan dun sana para makapasok ng set. But HazMatz found the way to just leave them wide open. Kumbaga welcome committee yung ginawa nila dun. Back to the default now for HazMatz. And Josh again on this CA push. I think JYB are very aware ngayon sa pinaggagawa ni Josh. Kaya nakikita mo yung avoidance nila pagdating ng mid-side natin. Mas nakabantay sila sa may BR kung may magpipeak man. Pero sa ngayon wala pa, no? JYB, patient. But P7A has run out of patience here.
No, kumbaga may manjos may awa. Si K7A wala. As mentioned by Salvatore. Push coming in onto LA as well. Josh gets it, gets 1-for-1. Pero BMD and G nag-double peak para makuha yung HazMatz sa turn nila on this mid-round. Jesril and Zen 1 na lang. And the smoke placed down on Bodega is putting an illusion na baka pumunta ng LA ang JY Bacolod. Gusto nga yung nagsama dito si Jesril at si Zen 1 eh. No? If ever man na kailangan nila mag-retake, kailangan nila mag-dikit ngayon.
Wala sila dito. Jesril is giving away his position.
Need?
Yep. Tamang popcorn na lang, men. Si Zenitsu, ang dami niya kailangan gawin dito para sa round na to. That's a C4! Huh?
Okay. Anyone that you want to kill, it's the objective. Pero KPQ says, hindi ko kailangan i-plant yung C4 na yan. 4-2 na para sa JY Bacolod, and it's looking good because of how well they reset their offense.
Yeah. Medyo lumalayo na nga dito yung JY Bacolod, Zenitsu and CJ doubled up. Oh?
And a push coming in on Z as well. CJ gets the 2K. Yun nga lang, JYB. Hindi na na-expect si Jesril. Second layer dun sa Z. Pero Jean, pinawalang bisa ang effort sa Z push ni Jumel. Jesril na lang ang natitira. 1v2 para sa HazMatz. They need a bounce back. Sila yung nagsimula ng play dun sa Z. Pero dahil sa push na ginawa ni Jean ngayon, naging imposible pa para kay Jesril. Crossfire setup. K7A goes down. Si Jean susunod pa sa lahat ng pwedeng sumalba para sa HazMatz. It's the IGL himself. Jesril gets the third round.
Medyo tumatagalid lagi yung mga late round natin dito. Naramong papansin mo. We think one team has it all on the lock. Meron tayo makikitang konting kalokohan, konting kakatehan na pinapakita ng whoever team is in the lead of these rounds. But CJ does open it up here. Again, kailangan matest ng dalawang team na to kung para nila ayusin yung post-conflict na setups nila. No? Kasi quite a few of these rounds, in fact, arguably, most of these rounds so far na nakita natin dito sa port, it's more individual mistakes or macro mistakes from these teams rather than it being clean for either one. Remote, if we're being honest.
Not because of a set play not working out in the end. Kasi tumatama nga pa rin naman yung mga crossfire dito for HazMatz.
Yeah.
It is definitely because of an over push at one point. Or bad decision.
Yeah, yun nga, yung bad decision. The mid-round mistakes that are being made, or sometimes a bad read as well. Sobrang apparent niya, especially when you see these rounds just, kala mo 1v3, kala mo clean up na, kaso medyo makalat, medyo tagilid yung mga post-plant positioning ng mga players natin. No? But now with the advantage in the hands of HazMatz dito, hindi na sila pwede magkamali. Like I said again, may advantage yung HazMatz dito. They need to capitalize on it, but there's only one person watching HB.
Push coming in, and Zenitsu gets the kill dito kay K7A. Toy gets the 1-for-1, pero hindi pa rin nila nasusolusyonan. Nasa backside, napatay nila si CJ. Ang nasa dulo lamang ng site na yan. Jesril runs and guns. KPQ down. Jumel as well. will find himself the answer, and he gets the 2K for his troubles. HazMatz, all the doubt para ma-hold yung B-site, gone because of the retake.
We're seeing much better spacing from HazMatz during that retake na nakita natin. In fact, yung JYB, hindi sila nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na i-plant yung C4 natin, no? So, keeping them uncomfortable, keeping them guessing kung saan ba talaga sila manggagaling. And again, Josh, for the first time in a while, putting himself into CA. See if may tatawid man ng mid, pero sa ngayon wala pa. Again, JYB slowing it down to a crawl once more. And Toy, again, gonna be taking this risk. Checking on CA. Si Josh nakabantay na naman. Can he hit it again?
Dito mama si BMD kanina. Pero para kay Toy, kahit konting adjust pa yan, si Josh pa rin na mananaig sa angulo. Again, it's the slow play that doesn't really benefit from JYB. The amount of times na tinatry na lang kunin yung CA na yan already resulting in Josh getting the first pick-off.
And again, no? Numbers for HazMatz right now. The last round dito in our first half. Pwede lang gamitin para sa kanilang kapakanan. We do have two players waiting inside the B. And this controller they have of Z right now, si KPQ na paparating ng mid-side natin. Si CJ magiging unang bantay at si Josh just on the timing ha. Nakatalikod dito. Might be caught if he's not careful. Can he find any kind of information for his team is the question. A7A is daring him to push forward. Hello!
And goodbye! Josh is down. K7A expects it. Na-expect niya ba yun? Or nag-react lang ba siya kasi may mismong HazMatz player na nasa harap lang niya bigla, no? Either way, nakuha na rin yung patay na lang na hinahanap, no? CJ gets the spray, gets the 2K, KPQ, nice shot onto him. Pero the damage has already been done. Nag-rotate na sila papunta dun sa C4. Si G nakatama with a drop shot. Kaso si Zen1, hindi pa nakalis ng B-site. 1 versus 2 para kay KPQ. The top 3 player from Impact has to make it big. Picks up the C4 and runs all the way towards that A site pare. Lots of time for him para makapag-plant. Pero Zen1, sabi niya, tama na yan. Walang magagawa ang plant mo sa HK417 niya. HazMatz get the 5-4.
Makalat kumakalat dito yung mga rounds natin ng first half pare. For being honest, neither of these teams is really showing us the most deep. But hey, they're getting highlights out of it. These guys right now, I want to give a little bit of stress kay K7A pati kay Toy na arguably na uncelebrated dito, but Jesslyn is doing a really good job of holding it down. This time though, on the on the BL side para yung HazMatz kailangan nila malagpasan yung rather good defense ng JYB dito. With CJ gone already. And Jesslyn, JYB are shaping up to be one of the stronger teams here sa Impact when it comes to at least itong GR side ng port.
On a GR sided map din. And that's KPQ for you. Spotted sa mid sa HB kanina, tapos quick rotate papunta dun sa mid. Through smokes. Definitely not expecting his output on two sides of the map, pero Josh gets us a headshot dito kay KPQ pagka wala dito sa smoke. So may palag pa rin naman individually ang mga players natin on HazMatz. Kaso they have to consider a 3v4 and all eyes on all extremities ng map natin ngayon, Josh.
And to be fair, no, HazMatz, this isn't an abysmal map para sa kanila. They have actually a 33% win rate dito sa port as of today. And showing yung performance na meron sila dito, no, you would expect them to at least be able to hold their own, which is, they have. It just so happens na yung JYB here on the GR side, medyo mas malinis yung galawan, hindi sila nag-take ng mga unnecessary risks, which is again something that was much needed by HazMatz. Back on the GR side, ngayon yung BL, having cleared out HB like that means na mas maliit na yung chance na may tao sa may Z, sa may store. And now with only Jean holding on with the TRG, just a couple of flashes should be able to clear out this side for them.
Magpa-flash ba sila? Papasok na sila sa site. Kailangan pa ba ng flash yan? Si Jin kailangan niya ng tulong. Flash coming in. Delayed yung pasok ng HazMatz. So one tap from Josh. Nilinis na ang B-site. 2 kills para sa HazMatz. To make it a 3 versus 2 retake. Pero K7A reconvenes in the fight. Zen1 finds the shot. Pero Jumel siya ang tatapos sa retake scenario. What a play coming through para kay Josh. 6-4 para sa HazMatz.
As the clean up galing sa kanila ngayon. This is what we were talking about kanina, no? It's not a bad map para sa HazMatz. It just so happens na minsan may mga mistakes, a little bit of over-aggression in some spaces. Pero ngayon, no, kinailangan nila yun. Much better spacing here sa side take nila. Pero oh my God, Jomel. Masyadong maaga at wala siyang kasama. Mamba out na lang dito para sa JYB, leaving only Toy in a rather solid piece of real estate dito, no, knowing na ang bigat ng dinadalang pressure ng JYB when it comes to the side of the map.
Kasi get the kill dito kay BMD, and to further kind of amplify yung how we kind of progress through the round kanina. May numbers yung JYB, especially with the efforts from KPQ on the sniper. Kita mo parang okay lang kay JYB, naiiwan lang doon si Jean doon. Kasi kaya naman palaga ni Jean yung mga lalabas doon sa HP. But the big difference is how well Josh was able to kind of isolate like both yung dulo players sa likod lamang ng B-site as well as yung pagkalinis sa dito kay Jean. I think it's a lot to be said from an attacker that convert 2 kills sa isang push na ginawa niya dito. Ano?
K7A.
Pahirap na ata dito sa JYB. K7A. Good spray onto 1 pero CJ lang ang mapapatay. Jezreel good on the trade as well. Lumiliit ang mapa para sa JYB. HazMatz nakuha nila yung mid control. And they can do whatever they want with it. Tuloy siguro dun sa Z. Pwede din nilang gawing insurance policy. Yung CA mamaya, pwedeng iwan na lang dyan si Jezreel. Ang pinaka-idea lang dito is that at any given moment, baka ulitin lang din ng HazMatz yung push nila sa B-side.
Okay. And it seems to me that it's gonna be happening again, but this time KPQ medyo mas active ngayon yung angulo. Without a flash, should be an easy first kill. At ngayon may man disadvantage ang HazMatz papasok ng side.
Hirap na nga si Zen 1 at nakuha pa nga ni KPQ yung pangalawa. Si Jezreel na naman. Nakita na natin ang pangyayaring to. Si Jean mapapatay lang ulit at na-spot pa nga ni KPQ yung isa. C4 down, hindi makapag-plant si Jezreel, kailangan mamatay! At napatay pa nga niya si KPQ! With 3 seconds on the clock, the basketball goes through the hoop para sa HazMatz.
Tinawag na nga ng ref natin yung last 2 minutes, biglang may game shooter ngayon yung HazMatz. May 3 round na lang at yung JYB di pa nakaka-score ngayong second half natin. All in sa B-site!
All in on red, pero para kay Toy, hindi siya papaldo, only getting 1. Josh on the 1-for-1. Kaya nakapag-plant pa rin na C4. Or at least gonna try to attempt to para dito sa HazMatz. Mukhang lalabanan na lang ang mga nasa slopes, and 1 gets the kill. Baradong barado ang retake scenario para sa JYB. K7A gets the 2K! Putting the conversation back, he even gets the third. 1v1, and Jumel saves the day again. Para sa HazMatz, was do or die. But eventually, HazMatz make it an 8-4.
Understandable timeout dito para sa JYB, man. We talked about kanina yung itsura nitong HazMatz when they were going all in. It's interesting to see this dynamic na medyo arguably na mayroon tayong konting over rotations from JYB. Kasi they get too active, they get picked off. And it's a pattern that's been repeating itself over the last few rounds. Na literal na wala pa tayong nakikitang kahit anong panalo from the JYB side on this second half. And this is what I was worried about, no? Kasi nakita natin before, JYB playing as a team, their spacing isn't the best, and sometimes, no, even yung responses nila, the mid-round protocols out of this team need a lot of polishing. And again, HazMatz, despite their record right now, they have a very experienced team. So, even without the deep strat book, pare, on the fly, pwede mong mabasa yung nilalaro dito ng JYB.
Yeah, sometimes people underestimate the value of experience dito sa nagiging matchup natin, kasi if you kind of realize that while JYB have been steadily improving sa recent na mga matches, HazMatz medyo nakakalaro na sa bigger stages yung ilang mga players natin dito on the side of HazMatz. To remember Heroics, Jezreel way back then nung Impact Summer 2025, he's been also a pivotal sort of point pagdating sa IGLs. He's been also the IGL for somebody like Silent nung nasa Heroics pa siya, na ngayon na nasa Acceptance, being a pivotal also player para lang makaabot ng playoffs and acceptance no? So it kind of tells you how important somebody like Jezreel is para makapag-lead ng isang team katulad ng HazMatz na mga bata, oo, pero yung core pa rin kind of knows how to play around the stage of CROSSFIRE at the very given moment as well no? So while Impact hasn't been the most friendly for them recently, they have something to fall back on, and definitely it is the playing experience that they still have dito, as well as yung kung paano nga maglaro ng clutch ang isang katulad ni Jezreel, kasi he has made it back to back so far dito sa port map natin no? But again, timeout called para dito sa JY Bacolod. It does feel like they're losing a bit of steam kahit nagsimula sila dito on the GR side, which is arguably yung stronger side nga dito sa port. Medyo nahihirapan sila makapag-convert ng rounds dito, Josh.
Yeah, will agree with you there, no? Much needed tong timeout na to. And something that was much needed from JYB is that map control. Masyado silang willing magbigay ng space sa HazMatz over the course of the last few rounds. No? 3 rounds in a row is no joke. At ngayon, paparating dito, ready yung sniper ni KBQ! What?
Tuhog na para bang isang barbecue ang HazMatz sa loob ng LB. KPQ, there was never any doubt about their individual performance. Kumakagat pa rin ang TRG niya. Kailangan lang i-convert yung round. CJ, nakuha niya yung sagot. BMD done. That is E-control taken away. Kaya kailangan magsagot ng JYB 3 versus 4.
Again, right now, no, maganda yung pwestuhan ngayon ng JYB. But again, can't be throwing away these advantages. And it's nice to see na meron silang mas solid dito ng positioning. 1 in Z, 1 in HB as well. Si KPQ will be taking contact kay Jezreel na paparating ngayon sa kanya. Medyo makapal yung Ecom, so it's not gonna be an easy peek out for him. But JYB seem to have the situation under control as long as Jezreel can't catch KPQ. Oof.
They can't peek like this, man. They had a stronghold dito sa mga sites natin. They're peeking for info, but they got a bullet to the head instead. Buti na lang nakuha pa ni K7 yung sa pang-kill. So, numbers still in the favor of JYB. Pero, again, the map is getting smaller as we know it. Magkalayo lang si Jean sa iba pang mga miyembro ng JYB. So this is giving HazMatz a bit of time para pag-usapan yung making game plan pagdating sa LA push na to. A lot of time as well para lang ma-disrupt si Jean on the rotation. He cannot hit the shot. This gives a lot of time para makapasok si Zenitsu. Lots of damage. And yet again, HazMatz converting the numbers advantage away. Toy na lang. At mapapatay pa nga siya. HazMatz make it a 2 versus 4. Yet again, they get set point because JYB cannot keep their hands to themselves.
Hindi na kaya, may masyado silang greedy. Again, yung 2v4, 2v3s out of JYB, it's way too messy. Pero si Jean, open around the Jumel.
Si Toy, sakto-sakto yung headshots, but he can't make a JK moment. Only 2 dito sa pag-hold ng HB. But at least the damage has already been done. KPQ hindi sasala sa sniper. Zen 1 na lang. And a 1v4 gets the kill on KPQ pero not on BMD. JYB backs against the wall. Get the 1 round dun sa second half.
Desperation para sa team na to. It does come out in spades this time around, but it's a long way to go. BMD now! BMD! Galit na galit. Gustong managit pare. Ang daming paparating dito na tauhan sa may mid. At ngayon, dehado ng tauhan ang HazMatz. Jezreel, amount of space that he's been able to take now. Looking for productivity. Uy!
Nakuha niya si BMD doon. Pero KPQ on the other side has finally gotten the shot over to Josh as well. Ang pinakamainit arguably para sa HazMatz. Kasi Jezreel mapipisuan pa nga. So, a lot of risk para makontinue ni Jezreel yung push sa mid. At sa LE din, Jean gets another dito kay Zen 1 na naman. And JYB lumilinis na ang mga defaults nila around the GR side. He get the run and gun shot dito kay Jezreel. And they force Jumel, the sniper, to come out of the smoke. Expected dito at isang kagat lang ang kailangan para makuha ang HazMatz dyan. 6-9. Nice comeback for JYB.
Nice is right, man. Karang matapos na ang lahat. Biglang JYB, they're forcing HazMatz to think. They're forcing them to take risks that are unneeded. Pero ang kapal ng smoke dito sa may mid, they're gonna be looking for that information on the other side wherein there's literally no one there. Pero yung doubt dito whether or not there's a person in mid is exactly what JYB are looking for, no? Force HazMatz to make mistakes, force them to take gambles that are unwinnable so far. And you can see, no, na medyo neutered yung confidence ng HazMatz for now. They've had to slow it down to a crawl dito. I mean, leaving BMD along with Toy na nakabantay sa may store, nakabantay sa may Z. Too many risks that they have to take. And HazMatz have just slowed down. How do they even get past this, no? The amount of utility na nagamit nila so far, medyo nangalahati na. And not to mention K78. Just below yung CA natin, man.
Could need
HazMatz have
damage as
run out of
well.
ideas.
They have, and they also have run into a nade. CA push. They have to clear K7A dito. Walang nakapakita pa lang. And K7A handang-handa. M14 to get 2 kills. HazMatz slowing down at the worst possible time. That is 2 as well para kay Gene. And sige, let's make it 3. JYB. Tuloy-tuloy ang entrada to get 3 rounds in a row. And HazMatz have to call a timeout.
Much needed one, pare. Kung nakita mo naman yung timeout natin kanina galing si JYB, very productive nga naman yun na ilabas, no? Bumaliktad bigla yung matchup natin. Now, HazMatz are the ones that are looking lost despite having a 2-round advantage over their adversaries dito sa port, man. Kailangan lang nilang mag-stick to their game plan. I feel like HazMatz have maybe overthinking yung ginawa ng JYB during that timeout. Kasi if we're being honest, all JYB did was actually dial in, no? Go back to playing the default properly, hindi sila mag-overextend. Nakita natin na wala na nagpo-push through mid, wala na nagpo-push sa my store. Talagang inaantay nila yung presence ng HazMatz bago sila mag-click ng mouse, no? And HazMatz, because of that, no, they've been thrown off. They're not playing their own game dito. Kumbaga naging reactive sila sa JYB, which is not the best, especially no playing on the BL side.
Especially then as well na tinatry maghabol ng JYB dito at nakakahabol nga sila. Remember, set point pa rin para sa HazMatz and the momentum can step away very fast kapag hindi mo na-stabilize lalo ang inyong magiging BL side. No? And one thing na na-notice ko din dito sa JYB is that while they kind of rely on KPQ to kind of get that first pick, hindi na siya nagpa-fall back dun sa laging sniper na nakita natin in the previous round. Kasi if you take a look at how many times they try to get their first blood, it's always dahil doon sa HB sort of peak na ginagawa dito ni KPQ. And while it's taken a lot of good effect on the early rounds para sa ng GR side, he's kind of went back to trying to be an M14 player at be one of those stable defenders na nakikita natin from that mid side as well, no? Which is kind of playing into the unpredictability now para dito sa JYB na oo, may mga tendencies kaming ganun, pero hindi lang naman yun yung alam natin na pwedeng gawin dito on the GR side, diba? So it gives a lot more time for HazMatz to think and a lot of things to consider para sa checklist nila. 9-7 na para sa HazMatz. Still on set point pero they're losing grips so fast dito sa port map.
Early though, meron tayong konting chip damage kay BMD na medyo naging makate. Nakarating siya ng CA kaagad. Doubled up with K7A as well. Little high-low action from this JYB squad kung gustuhin man ng HazMatz na mag-push doon. Pero I feel like there's a huge difference in this round compared to the one prior. Is the mere fact na iisa lang si Toy dito. At kung kailangan niya ng tulong, si KP medyo malaya yung panggagalingan. But again, yung pace or lack thereof, the speed or lack thereof dito ng HazMatz is gonna be a pain point para sa kanila. Jumelcot lacking. Ouch.
High low pa para dun sa mid-side push. K7A and BMD, they're just spraying through the walls. Ang kalahati ng kills ng JYB, hindi nila nakita yung kalaban nila doon. Hindi makapag-setup ng mid-push ang HazMatz. Taking too much time. BMD and K7A taking over this port map on the mid side. Josh doing the best that he can para lang magkaroon ng damage ang opensa dito sa mid. Pero it's a little too late, pre. 2 versus 4 pa rin sila.
Okay. Can't be making this up, man. Then two. Kita natin si Josh nakapag-push all the way to court. Thinks better of it. Chooses to back off. The C4. Kailangan na lang suduin din. No? So, not to mention, si Josh na naka 1 HP na lang at this point in time. Ang laki ng problema niya ngayon. Kasi pinupush na nga sila ng JYB. With that, they're caught in a corner. 1 HP and the dream literal para kay Josh. Should be a cooked round from here on out. And we are now in the last round of regulation, Ramon. What a turnaround ka na si JYB after that timeout.
Absolutely, pre. Tatandaan mo, 9-6 tayo kanina. 9-5 actually. Before tayo dumaloy dito sa set point ng HazMatz. But if JYB make this 9-9, mag-extend yung laro natin dito sa port map. And HazMatz do not want to have that, pare. This close para lang ma-steal yung map pick na kalaban nila will be very heavy on their mental.
Yeah. Can't be making any mistakes, and JYB are pulling out the pocket. Play 4-man push.
On the LA position, nakuha yung isa, pero Jesril and CJ, nabasa nila ang Lebron ng JYB, Toy. Making the best they can para makuha yung patay kay Jesril. Pero the fact na nakuha pa rin ng HazMatz yung 3 kills, it's kind of a sign for JYB to panic. Magkahiwalay yung dalawa sila dito. So they have to stack one side.
They seem to be stacking the correct one, no? HazMatz chosen to back off from that A side ngayon kasi naramdaman nila kung ano yung sakit na hatid ng mga JYB players. And not to mention, Gina's been hitting his shot so far. So I don't know about this B push, but Jumel, susubok at susubok pa rin. Where do they choose to go? Do they choose to push through mid? Meron tayong Toy na nakabantay naman dyan. They do have the utility for it, pero oh no. Timing could be really bad here para sa JYB kasi paparating si Josh.
Pero position could be noted din. Toy on the swing, high-low,
Oh!
unintentional para sa JYB. They caught Josh lacking. Jumel na lang. And he decides to plant dun sa top A. Iniiwan niya ang mamatay. Ang kasama niyang si Josh to make it a 1v2 clutch attempt. And Jumel, all the risk on this angle. Kung hindi tatama, mamamatay siya dito. Exit not gonna be called para sa JYB. So iikutan na lang ni Jumel. At meron din siyang angulo. Lalo na nakatapak na dyan ang JYB. Si Toy noted na on the position. He's trying to beat out Jumel on the peak. Gets one, but not the second. JY Bacolod forces overtime support map.
For the love of God, Ramon, ano ba itong mga round na to? Oh my God, akala ko yun na yun. Bigla nakaharap ng second win itong HazMatz natin. A really good setup na nakita natin out of the SD and the BR angle. Nung nag-push itong JYB, yung pocket play nila na deny. But just because of this small error, aka not being able to kill one player on the B site, doon pa nabaliktad yung round kasi nawalan nga ng man advantage itong HazMatz moving into our last round of regulation. And here we are, OT na naman.
OT, definitely pare. Definitely surprised that we are actually welcome to expect no? Kasi the story between the rookies inside of JY Bacolod in the rookie year laban dito sa HazMatz na 10-year na nga in the stage of CFS is also something to be said no? Not really in the level of Ubek versus Pacific by any means. Pero still, malaki pa rin yung nagiging bagay na ito para sa parehong teams natin. Yung paghabol ng HazMatz para sa level na tinatry nilang kunin ulit after the days of team acceptance from CJ as well as N1, from the days of Jesril trying to contest being in the top 4 nung Impact Summer, has been a long stretch from where they are right now dito sa HazMatz. They're trying their best to keep up with the current meta sa mga bata na malakas mag-M14 as well as yung pag-hold nila dito on the port map has had been a struggle and somehow JYB is making everything work with good plays dito sa may LB as well as good mid-rounding as well coming through from their GR side.
Yeah. Now OT it is. Reset na naman tayo ngayon, JYB on this BL side na nakita naman natin kung ano yung difference ng BL dito ng JYB compared to how they play this GR is that they're a much more risky team as compared to HazMatz. But I like this. Again, yung default natin, Zenitsu catches a little bit of damage onto Gene. That gives away now yung position nitong JYB natin, no?
Well, I wouldn't say like entirely kasi usually naman may expect kang isang tao sa labas na LB na yan. And as long as you don't see more than 2 people, you're kind of not assuming na lahat ng yun ay JYB sa labas lamang na LB na yan. So, still may time pa rin naman ng JYB to make the decision themselves. Double Z control held up by HazMatz. And I like this no? Para na malayer yung defense na meron sila. Kaso, spotted na si JYB. KPQ has to go in. Zen 1 with the trade as well. So, kahit anong kulit na binibigay ng JYB, May pagbawi pa ang HazMatz. Papasok na ata dito sa LA. BMD
BMD.
deciding to be the first contact. Josh,
Oh.
alam na niya agad. At nakuha pa nga niya yung buhay ni BMD doon, 3 versus 4.
A little lead that we have here right now, no? An advantage para sa HazMatz and so much control of the map at the moment. Not to mention si Gene, maagang na maalam ngayon, JYB are dwindling in numbers and they have no choice. Kailangan na mag-take ng risk. But every risk is just them getting slapped around, pare. Whenever you try to put your foot in the door, they slam it shut in case... well, we didn't see that. Pero 1v3 pa rin to para kay K7A.
Tutunan na position as well. Drop in from BR and Jumel is just gonna slap him at the USP nga naman. JY Bacolod crumbling under the pressure kasi sa GR side ng HazMatz na kukuha lang sila sa Z position.
Oh my God, that's a lot of people, man. Tatlo ka agad sa BR para sa HazMatz dito. And JYB might not know that information, but that also means na kailangan nilang, well, all they need to do here is fully commit na makapasok ng B site natin. And it looks like it's here, but there's no utility.
There's no utility. They're just gonna investing their bodies at mukhang okay na yan para kay BMD. KPQ spotted. Yung katawan ni Zenitsu. JYB make it 3 para makapag-plant sila ng C4, forcing HazMatz to play retake again. Not their strong suit. They're gonna try to go for it anyway. Slope, placed up by Gene, and from the sniper, it becomes the M14 user. Patay si Jumel. Si Josh na lang ang natitira. 1v3, 20 seconds. Flashed in doon pa lamang sa may slope. At hindi siya makapag-peek, pre. Alam niyang kitang-kita ng JYB yung position. May high-low na nga. May third player pa. 10 to 10, JY Bacolod. Make it equal.
Closest you could ever ask for it, Ramon dito. 1-for-1 tayo sa ating overtime so far. JYB slowing it down again. I feel like HazMatz right now, hindi nila kinailangan palitan yung setup nila doon, no? Very solid na yung defense nila on that first round. 3 players, 1 HB, 2 sa Z. Now JY Bacolod waiting for them to get too antsy here. Jumel seems to be taking the bait, waiting for any kind of push dito sa may LA area natin, but the main force ng JYB has been spotted out. CJ knows where they are, or at least 1 or 2 are at the moment.
Which is the same default that we kind of expect from that mid push anyway. A lot of damage dito kay Gene. Pero same can be said as well para kay CJ as well. So, the idea na i-hold na lang dito si CJ sa ilalim ng B is kind of a good call kasi hindi naman siya yung first contact pero he's in a position to kind of be that second layer on the offense. So it wouldn't matter sa health disadvantage na, no? So 5 versus 5 push pa rin. And all that JYB only has is yung Z as well as yung control nila dito sa Store B.
What can they do is the question. Kasi si Jezreel, no? Unless we see a ninja play, which is probably not going to have to do, Jezreel should be able to clean them up. That's one advantage, or not to mention na yung CPQ. Pwede mo huli dito. Kailangan doble ingat mo si Jezreel kasi alam niya may paparating ng mga tauhan dito. Not to mention, Toy already in HB. Tatawag niya na ngayon mga teammates niya para makapasok ng B. Mga kasapi niya dito. And KPQ on the lurk. That's information. That's sound.
Kaya nga eh. Just to keep yung position ni Jezreel dyan. Pero again, CJ is already set up dito pa lamang sa my B sides. And one, kahit mapatay siya, si CJ yung prime factor. Good spray on one. And CJ, yan na nga yung second layer na hinahanap ng HazMatz as the only kill that K7A can get is 2 sa loob lamang ng B site. Ang layo na ibang mga players ng HazMatz pwedeng ma-isolate nitong si K7A. 1 versus 2. 10 seconds. Has to plant that C4. Pero HazMatz, wala na siyang hihintay. At sasagasahan na lamang si K7A. This is beautiful adjustment para sa HazMatz.
You imagine para yung far spacing dito ng dalawa nating HazMatz players rather than becoming a weakness, yun pa yung naging rason kung ba't sila nanalo sa round na yun. And man, we're getting a banger of a first map sa series na to. HazMatz showing their potential laban sa JYB, albeit a little bit more messy than one would have wanted, but man, this is pure raw crossfire on your screens right now.
I mean, ito yung na-expect mo sa Impact at the end of the day. Although our macro is not as good kumpara sa mga Masters teams natin, The Crossfire still definitely hits very well nga naman. At nakikita din natin yon from the level of play that we're seeing from HazMatz as well as dito sa JYB. While, oo, nag-falter a bit yung strength ng JYB when it comes to the early rounds dahil nga naman sa pag-neutralize sila dito on the sniper nitong si KPQ. Medyo nagkaroon ng strength ng HazMatz in the retake scenarios where we actually see them defending the site altogether, as well as the way that they also use si CJ dito sa mapang ito where he's kind of been a bit of a nuisance dito sa mid position nila, whether he's gonna be the sign player or as well as being a second layer sa defense. Laging consistent si CJ doon, and that's kind of the itch that JYB hasn't been able to scratch yet, Josh.
Yeah, at least at the moment. Okay, CJ, what an opener kay Jean. Wala na kaagad yung sniper natin sa top A ngayon, ha. Suntukan agad, tapos si BMD. Pamigay pa nga yung position niya dito with the help of the HE ngayon. The JYB are a little bit too active na, man. Pinapamigay nila yung mga buhay nila. And again, this is one of the weaknesses na na-note natin kanina ng first half, wherein JYB get too excited. Masyado silang active na to the point where they just give away their lives here. The two-man disadvantage is huge unless HazMatz don't have a good amount of spacing.
Kind of unfortunate din na nakita mo na talagang further emphasize nila yung top A hold with a sniper. Kasi once na namatay si Jean, nakita mo nandun din si BMD, picks up his own sniper para lang may contest pa rin yung LA. Hindi din gumana at the same sense din eh. Dahil nga naman sa spray control na nakita natin from the M14s. But HazMatz, di clear dun sa LA at hindi na naman nakakuha ng impact ang JYB. Doon pa lang sa may LA. K7A gets the shot in from the M14. Jezreel kahit blinded, markadong-markado yung katawan ni Toy. So make it a 1 versus 2 para kay K7A. I guess tika dito kay Zen 1 pero there's a lot of work to do for him, pero it's too overwhelming para kay K7A as Josh secures the set point para sa HazMatz.
Ito na nga, sumasobra na yung pressure para sa JYB. Di na sila nakakahabol ngayon. Stock on 10 at di na sila pwede magkamali, pare. No more mistakes, no more overcooking. BMD aware of the possibility of people up in mid. Tamang spray lang sa may aircoms natin pero wala siya makita, wala siya makuha. Yes, CJ is hurt, but he doesn't give away any info for this JYB squad to make use of. So ngayon, it's gonna be central to this round if HazMatz are able to decide kung saan sila pupunta. Kasi tira mo naman yung stack dito ng JYB, and that's 4 people on A.
The boost as well for BMD dun sa CA. Noted na para sa LA players, pero Zen 1
No way,
overwhelmed. Ang daming kailangan barilin. At si KPQ pa makakasagot dyan. 4 versus 4. CJ. Alam nang may nakapag-push na sa SD. Kita yung barel. At gumamit pa ng TRG. Sakto dito kay KPQ. JYB nauubos ang gasolina. At nawawasak na ang Kawasaki ng JYB. This is do or die at this point.
Do or die is right. Pero at this point in time, no, JYB have taken up so much space on the map. So much control, pare, that one misstep from HazMatz is gonna give away this round. Pero naman yung pastuan ni K7A dito sa dulo. And not to mention si Jean na medyo masakit itong TRG ni Jean, ha? And Jesreel has no idea. K7A.
Trigger discipline para kay K7A. Naghahanap siya ng iba. Pero si K7A ang makakuha ng isa lang. Alam na nasa LA yung isa, pero yung back sa likod lamang ng B ang kailangan na ng pagtrabahuhan. Nakapasok nga sila sa ng site, pero binebait lang ni BMD para mapatay ni Jean yung nasa likod. Si Josh malilinis ang isa. Si Jean mapapatay lang din. Double kill for Josh. And they can 3K. Josh ends port just like that. It is HazMatz picking up the set number 1 against JYB. They're on the steady decline.
Yeah, resurgence out of HazMatz here to close off yung map natin, no? There were a lot of chances na napamigay. And I was fearful pa rin na nakaabot tayo ng overtime na nabasa na nga ng JYB yung kailangan nilang gawin. Pero nakita naman natin the BL side really needs a lot of work from this Bacolod team kung gusto nilang mapanalo yung port. And unfortunately, it was not able to be secured dito. In fact, medyo kulilat nga sila sa OT natin.
I like the term kulelat kasi yun nga no, parang kind of what you expect from a band of youngins nga naman para dito sa JY Bacolod. I mean, hindi natin may pagkakaila. Maganda nga inakita natin recently from this team with the recent wins that they've had dito sa Impact, pero again, we see a few of the rookie mistakes na nakikita natin from JYB that's kind of stacked up in the long run. Yung predictability around the movement for KPQ, yung pag-peak nila dito sa mid-side, and the amount of times na na-punish sila dahil nga sa juggle peaks, it's criminal na nakakuha nga yung HazMatz ng mga free wins just like these. Not to disrespect HazMatz, they definitely have shown to actually put up a good fight, pero I cannot but feel that JYB are letting a little bit too much sa mga nakikita natin on the sport map, pare.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of it is, again, yung BL side nila, masyadong delikado yung galawan nila, aka yung spacing, the risks that they're taking is not covered by, say, utility. Wala tayong nakikitang backup. And yung GR side nila, medyo butas-butas nga rin when it comes to trying to get a read on their adversaries na HazMatz here on court. There's a lot that has to be worked on, but mostly, it's more about reeling it in and believing in the system na na-set up, mga protocol na na-set up ng team nyo para hindi nyo kailangan mag-take ng mga risk tulad nito.
Exactly. We also take a look at the highlights that we've seen all throughout the sport map. I mean, you can't help but feel for the side of JY Bacolod kasi we have a talented player at KB to get very good early kills. And,
yeah, early kills nga dito para sa setup lagi ng JYB. It's more about the late round na nagpe-fail itong JY Bacolod natin na unbeknownst to them. It's more really about that decision making in the heat of things, pare. We're in mukhang nasa tunnel vision itong JY Bacolod team natin when things start going sideways. Not to mention, yung mga highlights na nakikita natin dito for both squads. Yes, they're, again, none of these players are not mechanically gifted. When it comes to mechanics, all our players, whether that's Impact or Masters, undeniable. Yeah, it really is when it comes to the macro, when it comes to the game plan and responses to situations in the game na nag-shine yung mga teams natin.
Yeah, I think it's also, we can't really deny that these players are also pretty young players again. I mean, I go back to the point time and time again because it's also a factor that we can't really ignore. This team, JYB, pretty much a long way from where we've seen them from Phil squads. But again, the mistakes like these that also stacked up in the long term, medyo nagiging open window na siya para sa HazMatz. And time again, all that stacking up just results in a set summary just like this. Despite it going to OT para sa JYB, good on the comeback for them kasi muntikan pa nga silang matalo dito on that port map in regulation. But HazMatz eventually pulling things out in the end thanks to efforts from the mid-rounding para kay Jesril. Pero syempre, very much obvious who really is the set MVP. Or I think it's a debate between Jesril and Josh. And for the set MVP, definitely is gonna be Jesril dito. 1.29 KD, and almost a kill per round para kay Jesril. And while the spotlight is on him for how well he's able to kind of stabilize the team in a lot of the aggressive setups para sa JY Bacolod, an honorable mention has to go out to Josh, pare. I believe a lot of rounds could have been done in a different fashion kung hindi aggressive si Josh. So kung kailangan maging aggressive ni Josh dito.
Yeah, that is something that much needed nga naman dito, no? But I feel like HazMatz, yung process through port, pare, learning experience to para sa kanila. Literal na makikita mo in real time yung improvement of this team and ending up with a good win as well to start off yung series natin.
An absolute good win, but a close set nonetheless means the JYB, syempre gusto pa rin naman nilang pumalag. So we'll see kung aabot nga ba yan sa ating sa base game, pero syempre HazMatz will have their territory in hand. Ako nga pala si Ramon at kasama ko si Josuave, and that is it para sa set number 1. At pagbalik natin dito sa base await. So huwag kayong alis. Sub-base awaits para sa ating mga tropa at magbabalik na tayo dito sa series ng HazMatz versus JY Bacolod sa loob ng CFS PH IMPACT Summer 2026. Nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si JY at tuloy-tuloy pa lang ang action para sa dalawang teams na ito. No? Map pick naman ng HazMatz sa pinag-uusapan at dahil nga naman sa magandang ender natin doon sa port map pare, they're on their way to possibly sweeping JY Bacolod. Do you believe in that?
I would hazard a guess na it is very very possible, no? Kasi nakita naman natin yung maraming weakness dito ng JY Bacolod, and if they're able to perform at that same level on their own map pick, which siguro nga naman may confidence dito yung HazMatz para tapusin yung sub base, then that mental would probably also be there for HazMatz to get a leg up laban sa JYB.
Hopefully, no? JYB, while malakas yung nakita natin sa kanilang entries as well as the first duels from the sniper, sometimes yung mid-rounding din yung kailangan ding ayusin ng onti, no? And maybe the port map being very different to the structure dito sa sub-base could provide a newer outlook para dito sa JY Bacolod, no? Now that they're gonna be starting on the BL side, they're gonna be ones na timplahin yung tempo na gusto nilang gawin dito, no? But for HazMatz, considering na ito yung mapa na gusto nilang gawin and them starting on the GR as well, I can't help but feel that this could be a set stage para makapag-succeed na nga ngayon si Jesril with the rest of the members on HazMatz right now. So we're moving on into sub-base. 1-0 na ngayon ang HazMatz sa paparating. At sana naman ay may papalag ang JYB para naman maging close ang serye natin. Oh. What?
Jumel's already here?
And he has a shotgun. He has a shotgun. The 8-bolt shotgun. The first time na nakita natin sa year ng 2026.
You imagine we were 10 seconds into the round, nakarating si Jumel kaagad ng bench. So it's obviously HazMatz know exactly what they want to do here. But CJ? Oh, CJ, what?
Gets the kill and gets out for free. You can't do that, CJ. BMD gets one in a second then para kay K7A. The 8-bolt shotgun gets the first kill sa 2026. Jumel on the second din. 1 versus 2 para kay BMD, and Jumel makes it a 3K from a shotgun to a pistol to the M14. Parang gun game lang para kay Jumel to.
Goodness gracious. Chris, what did we just watch? Maipit sa passage yung dalawa nating player ng JYB. Not to mention, walang nag-respond sa shotgun ni Jumel. Excuse me, but this is some crazy hijinks that we're looking at right now. Pero 5v5, and Jumel fully aware ngayon kung nasaan si KPQ. Paparating na nga yung Kalbaryo para makapasok ng A bago pa makapag-set ng C4 itong JYB natin.
CJ spotted pero hindi niya alam nakapag-push na ng missile tong si Toy. 4 kills and all of them are unique weapons para kay Jumel. Not showing his flexibility right now, pero BMD nakuha pa nga dun si Josh. Game sense. Referee mukhang titingnan pa nga natin. Si Zin1 gets 1. Pero BMD on the trade as well. 2 versus 3. JYB mapapatay pa nga. Kaso Jesril will make it even para sa HazMatz. Jean hindi tatama na leg shot niya si Jesril at yung Colt ang sasalo. JYB answer back with an A push.
1-for-1 dito. I like it, pare. I like it. May sagutan tayo dito sa sub-base ka agad-agad. The problem is na JYB, dahil nga, dehado sila ng isang mapa, kailangan nila magpakita ulit ng gihilas. Jumel's here again. Surely it doesn't happen the second time around. Surely not, right?
Surely not, diba? A-bolt shotgun? Hindi ka kaya kakarmahin dyan, boss? I mean, nakaisa ka namang round. At iisa ka pa, Jumel! Again! Sino ang kakarma para kay Jumel? Pangalawang round na yan na naka-A-bolt shotgun siya. At nakakuha pa siya ng isa. KPQ on the 1-for-1. BMD nakapasok sa 2F. Nililinis ng JYB. Pero Jumel,
Magandang gabi mga kaibigan. Meron tayong kaunting kalokohan na nagaganap sa ating sub-base. And you know what? I like it. I like it. But only to a certain degree, pare. Kasi how do you cook this up Josh though, nakikita ng mag-isang player ngayon ng HazMatz. Alam niyang kailangan niyang mabuhay ng matagal-tagal. 3F, cover,
1v1.
Jean. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh, Jean, sayang. 3K for Josh pa yun. Again, Jumel getting away with murder. That's 2 kills from the shotgun. And Josh with a pistol secures the third. Yan na meron siya dito on the round. What is this game, Josh? Yung A-Bolt shotgun as well as hero plays. We're getting everything dito sa Impact. BMD. Naspatan dito si Jezreel. Will get himself the second kill para sa JYB. Kailangan nilang sagot. And Jumel, nasagutan pa nga with the TRG. Even goes back to 2F. KPQ nakapasok. Nakakuha ng spray control. Patay si Josh Jan. Nilinis ng JYB to. 2-2.
That's something that kailangan ng JYB na balik yung confidence sa ginagawa nila. Kasi dahil sa dami ng kalokohan na nagaganap, no, parang masyado sila nagmamaingat. That gives away a lot of space para sa HazMatz na mag-function. At Jumel, dahil nga bumibilis na ngayon yung pacing ng JYB, binalik niya na nga yung TRG ngayon dito. And K7A in response to all that vents play na usually no, later in the game na natin nakikita yung mga laro sa vents.
Yep.
K7A invested ngayon kung may magpupush man kung saan wala nga namang tao dito. And that means that JYB are essentially down naman kung saan man gusto mag-push ng team na to, no?
I'm just happy to see na hindi na naka-able shotgun si Jomel dito. Because hindi lang ata ako yung nawawalan ng hininga para dito sa JYB. Pati sila yung nagugulat. Sa mga rotation nila on that mid side, he's been a threat because of that shotgun. Pero now, sniper naman ang hawak. Katalam nilang sa LR manggagaling ang JYB. Nakapag-ingay at dahil sa smoke din, may konting cover ang JYB. Pero triple stack dito sa may B site. HazMatz, they're putting a lot of risk into trying to hold down and fortify yung B site na yan at mukhang good read to para sa JYB. Hindi na itutuloy yung B push.
They shouldn't. They really shouldn't. Kasi dahil sa positioning ngayon ng HazMatz, it's very risky. But you want to be taken to mention the telegraph ngayon. Gusto gawin ng JYB! Josh! What a read! Tamang spam lang. Nakadalawa pa nga.
Ginamit nga din yung smoke na kalaban. And Josh making it a 3K HazMatz. Pumapaldo sa pinapalago ni Josh ngayon and a 4K para kay Josh HazMatz. Pinaliit ng mundo ng JY Bacolod. Hindi sila makapasok.
Kailangan ng speed dito ng JY Bacolod, Ramon. Pag sobrang bumabagal sila, nakikita mo no, habang tumatagal, nauubusin sila ng land, nauubusin sila ng control sa round. At ito na naman, masi-speed up na naman yung JYB in response. Zenitsu knows where they are, gets one, pero si KPQ babawi. Problem is, again, kontrolado po rin ng HazMatz yung situation kasi wala pa tayo nakikita kahit anong neutral space na nakuha ng JYB.
Yeah, exactly, pre. Again,
not
able
again.
shotgun in another round, pre.
Not again.
Jumel, you're getting away with murder and flick headshot pa kay KPQ. Kinancel ang MR hold. At isa pa nga ba dito si Jumel? Napakalapit niya dito kay K7A, pare. You have to clear this. K7A, napalapit na maging biktima, pero K7A gets the kill dito kay Jumel. 3v3, Toy, lalabas sa second mid. Hindi niya mapatay si Josh. Good spray down on the M14. MR re-clear para kay JYB.
2v2. And again, no, kailangan na ngayon ng JYB mag-reset ulit ng round, pare. This is where that spacing comes in. Napansin natin sa port, no, when one person goes away, they essentially give away a huge section of the map na nakita na naman ulit ngayon. But it's 3v2 right now, not to mention the existence of CJ and Josh sa CR control. C4's found out and K7A should be cooked here. Pero yung 1v2 na ngayon, posible pa yata kung makuha niya itong kill kay CJ.
You can, but it's not gonna happen, pare. Definitely a solid choice para kay CJ na makapag-push. Good headshot on one dun sa luwag and the push comes in over to K7A as well to make it 42 para sa HazMatz. I feel like their defense really has been becoming solid, pare. Kasi hindi lang siya hold eh. Talagang the best guns as well as the pushes has been a good combination para sa HazMatz.
And a lot of teams dito sa Impact, pare, is hindi nila masyado na-appreciate what you do with that default. How do you actively create map control regardless kung ano yung map na yun? Pero kasi, ito nga, no, just the fear of having Jumel in your face has stricken the fear of God dito sa JYB. Kaya so, doble yung ingat nila dito. But again, JYB is a team that functions the best when it's playing at high octane.
Isa pa ba
Right?
to dito si Jumel, bre? Hindi.
Surely not,
No,
right?
right? I mean, surely not. They learned their lesson at this point.
I hope so.
Kung Vince yung pinag-uusapan, nandun lagi si Jumel on the shotgun. Pero Zen 1, smoke out para lang hindi makapasok. Ang ganda ng flash. And the spray is not working out. Zen 1 gets the kill. Pero Toy gets the trade as well. K7A nakapasok na sa 2F. At sakto lang yung entry ni Jumel. Another shot. Papunta dito sa likod ni BMD. And CJ gets the kill sa second mid. So yung lurk nabasa. Pero nakapag-plant pa rin. At least the entry point is not gonna be enough. CJ goes boom with the dynamite. 3 kills para sa HazMatz and 5-2 is the score.
Ito ba yung sinasabi nating explosive na round? Literal, Jumel! From shotgun to sniper, pare, binobugbog niya kung sino man yung gusto humarap sa kanya dito sa sub-base. It's 5 rounds now! Ilang round? 4 out of 5 rounds yata yan. Nakita natin naka-shotgun to, and it doesn't matter which gun he's using, he's able to get these kills. What a highlight set galing kay Jumel so far.
Yan ang reason kung bakit masaya ako na in-enable ni CROSSFIRE na na marami yung mga bugs natin. Iba't ibang loadouts, iba't ibang surprises para kay Jumel. No? You mentioned the shotgun time and time again, pero he's just as deadly on the sniper. Now the pace kind of changes para dito sa JYB. LR push. Setup para kay BMD. And KPQ has to hit the shot. Spotted by Jumel, and KPQ will get the trade. 1 for 1. 4 versus 4. LR contested na para kay BMD. Napatay niya dito si Zen 1. At si Josh, spotted na din dito si Jean. So back and forth lang ang contest natin dito sa may B-side. Headshot para kay Jezreel. Lalabas sa passage doon si K7A. Josh, jumping jologs lang. At si KB ko na lang. 1v3. Gets the shot kay Josh. Kailangan bumalik. Ang galing ng damage galing kay Jezreel. Pero dahil sa M14, hindi makakapasok si KPQ. 6-2 para sa HazMatz.
Tamang kaguluhan lang dito yung ginagawa ng HazMatz. We're down to the last few, or the last round in fact, hindi yung nagkakamali sa ating first half. I feel like pare itong timeout na to should have come a long time ago. Isipin mo, men, playing as JYB right now, not knowing if you're gonna be expecting a sniper or a shotgun in your face, just because of that the plausible deniability kung ano yung nilalaro nila, it has enabled a whole new level of gaslighting na ginagawa ng HazMatz dito. Kasi kung kailan na-expect ng mga tao sa may vent, sa ilang round natin nakita na JYB planted one person in vent to try and prevent that shotgun from taking their lives. And then kung kailan nagtiwala na sila na wala na, biglang nandun na naman yun. It's so confusing if you're playing as JYB right now kasi hindi mo alam kung ano yung dangerous na range na i-expect mo galing sa HazMatz. Are you ready to push through woods? Can you push past DR? When you get to LR, do you have to worry about Jumel's TRG? Or nasa fence ba yung kaguluhan? Ang laking problema na it seems to me hindi nila mahanap yung solusyon.
And it's also the matter of shotgun din na kinuha din ni Jumel dito. It's the able shotgun comparing to the Vepr na mas nakikita natin yung appearances sa mga Masters at sa mga Impact na kumpara sa able shotgun hindi kasing tight yung spread, diba? So mas maganda in range kumpara mo sa Vepr. At dahil nga sa lower fire rate, mas malaki yung risk kapag ginamit mo yon. Pero para pag enclosed yung space, malaki na nga yung, maliit na nga yung choke point mo. Tapos mabagal ka din gumalaw, di ba? Perfect yun para sa able shotgun. Kaya I kind of understand the logic dito para kay Jumel no? Parang the only way to try to make that vent a power position in your GR side is to make sure that your opponents have a risk. They push yun. Yun yung parang psychology of it talaga no? And I kind of respect how the way HazMatz have been playing around yung Vent's position just because of that. Yun tuloy, napo-force sila na makapag-push anywhere else, whether it's on that LR position as well as dito sa second mid, becoming the lurking position dito para sa JYB. But I digress, no? Feeling ko medyo napapahirap tuloy ang JY Bacolod para malaman kung paano nasusolusyonin yung ating Vents push, pati na rin yung able shotgun dito from Jumel. Kaya nag-isip na ng timeout no? So, there's a lot of ways para ma-counter yun. Or better yet, just ignore Vents entirely, pare.
Yeah. Just pretend it's not part of the map. Lalo, Jamil now back on the TRG. Naghanap sila ng contact galing sa JYB. Nakapag-cross nga si K78 towards luwag, pero ayaw niya, no? Seeing right now in position with JYB, it's much more careful. Ayun na nga, nahuli si Jomel. And that might be exactly what they need para sa round na to, Ramon. Pero nakikita mo, doble ingat pa rin sila. Aabangan nila yung pagpakita ng HazMatz. What?
Atikel dito kay K7A. I think it's a good job for Jezreel. I think nabasa na niya yung solar alert na ginagawa ng JYB. So the double push up. Kasi yung LR hold is already dismantled because of Gene. They stopped by the TRG at isa pa galing kay BMD. Noted yung front line at pati rin yung flank. Pero Jezreel and Josh, mapapatay nila ang papasok sa site JYB. Sinagutan ng isa napagandang hold galing kay Jezreel. It's all on BMD. Spotted na sa 2F. USP lang ang hawak. Josh and Jezreel. Ginajologs lang si BMD. Hindi na alam kung sino unahin. Nakuha niya si Jezreel. Pero si Josh sasagot. Pero nasalo ni BMD yan. That is a 2K clutch coming through for JYB.
Ay bawi pa nga dito yung ape ng JYB sa ngayon, pero hindi naman masyadong malayo to. 3-6 yung scoreline natin moving to our second half, pare. And you know, to be fair, Ramon, there's not much you can do with the bolt action shotgun when you're playing on the BL side. So we're gonna have to see a little bit more normal crossfire sa subbase. Unless unless may bago na namang kalokohang na iluto itong HazMatz. I have to appreciate HazMatz, man, na they came up with a very creative solution to the problem at hand.
Which is a shotgun, literally. And one of the rarest shotguns that we kind of see in a pro play as well. But, you know, to your question na kung may makikita tayong surprises dito, sana oo. Kasi sub-base, while it's one of the maps na masabi natin has kind of grown fundamentally in terms of what teams can offer to the table, yung mga layers na hindi pa natin alam, and sometimes can be one-dimensional to watch. A new weapon, just like a shotgun sa loob ng vents, kind of makes it a lot more interesting. So we're back into the ball game. Josh gets himself a swipe kill dito kay Gene. And again, the bolt action shotgun is back. Si Jomel naman ang papasok sa vents. Sino yung pinakamalapit dito? BMD? Good luck sa
right underneath him.
Good luck sa
Oh no. Oh no. No. Sumasakit ulo ko, Ramon. What the hell is this? Kala ko tama na yung shotgun kanina sa GR side. Inulit pa nila dito. Gumagana naman. So bakit hindi?
Kaya nga eh. If it doesn't work, then why are we throwing it out nga naman, diba? That's 2 kills for K7A. 3 versus 2. Well, 3 versus 1 para sa kanya. Excuse me. Iisa na lang para dito kay K7A. Clutch attempt. And hawak pa rin ni Jomel yung bolt action shotgun sa CR. So K7A, the best position for him is to wrap around Duwag. Clear na lang yung bawat corner. At to make sure na papapatay niya yung nasa loob ng CR. Zenitsu spotted. Jezreel na lang ang papatay sa kanya. That is huge for HazMatz to make it 7-3.
Speed up ngayon para sa HazMatz again. No? Surprise after surprise after surprise. You wouldn't expect Jomel to be able to push like that. Pero kasi yung JYB, sabi natin kanina, sobrang katin nila mag-play ng GR. It's happening again. Zenitsu daw, alam niya, may tao na si MR kaagad at hawak na ng JYB ang may maraming space.
Nakuha pa nga ni Zen1 yung push dito kay Toy. JYB getting a little bit too antsy sa push na dito. BMD noted and spotted by BMD right now. Josh mapapatay. At si Zen1 hindi ba noted yung position niya. Pero alam nila na nasa labas lamang siya. So what a clear from BMD. Masasalod na si Zenitsu just like that. So 3v4 in an instant. Nanote na ata ni CJ na walang kahit sino nakahawak sa second mid. Giving him a free entry papasok dito sa B site. CJ, right around the corner, gets the kill kay KPQ. HazMatz have turned this into a 3v2.
Ayun nga, nabaliktad pa nga. Look at this. CJ walked all the way towards B. BMD is completely unaware kung nasaan siya. At dahil doon na na-split into half, yung natirang dalawang players ng JYB ngayon. Patuloy lang yung momentum na itong HazMatz squad natin. Dalawang round na lang yung kailangan nila para tapusin yung serye na to. And by God, I am not surprised that subbase is gonna be this good for HazMatz. I am surprised about the bolt action shotgun. That's not going away. It's still here.
Win con yan para kay Jomel.
KPK,
And
please
so
don't check
far, JYB haven't really gotten an answer to it. I mean, at this point, pare, ini-expect ko na yung first kill. Pagka-drop niya dito CR. Good for JYB though, kasi magkalayo sila ngayon sa Vents drop. As I say that BMD is very close by it. There's some risk to this. And I'm pretty sure that Jumel is aware of this, pare. Pero CJ's gonna get the kill. BMD gets one. Yun nga lang, it's gonna be a layered defense dito sa A site. JYB, they have an ample amount of defense on both sides.
That's necessary, no? Kung saan mo kailangan magbantay, KPQ with the AK, kailangan mag-back off. He spots out a couple people coming his way. He's not able to stop it. And Jumel again! Again with the shotgun. 2v4 na naman. And he's still going, Ramon. How is he getting away with this?
Pinubugahan lang nila si Jumel, pre. Jumel, back-to-back on the bolt action shotgun. Will clear out the 9-3 series point para sa HazMatz. What is happening, Josh? Nakapasok na nalawag ang isa. BMD with a nice shot and Gene also on the second. Buti na lang may stability for JYB. Toy expected and taken care of by Zen1. Do or die na para sa JYB. Masasakton pa ni Jezreel to. Naging 2 versus 2 pa nga.
Boy, oh boy, KPQ. Ayan na nga, opportunities. Knocking on the door para sa JYB na makabawi ngayon. Jezreel, alam nyo kung nasan si Gene. Yes, 1v2. Pare, has turned a whole lot worse. Kasi medyo malayo nga yung C4. But man, KPQ needs to go on a real run through the map.
Does he actually need to fight this? I mean, wala siyang info na wala sa kamay ni Jezreel yung C4 na to. So this 1v1, hindi necessary para kay KPQ. And that's why it's unnecessary. Jezreel gets the easiest shot of his life to get a 2-0 para sa HazMatz. Pero grabe men, from the bolt action shotgun to the amount of times na nakikita natin si Jumel on a different weapon. And how does it get to a point na it took a 1v1 from CR to missile that Jezreel actually wins para makuha nila yung mapa, pre?
It's hard to say, man. Desperation, confusion, gaslighting. HazMatz had everything dito sa sub-base, and we're seeing right now in real time kung gaano sila ka-solid when it comes to this map. I love to see a new approach to maps, and I mean a new approach to guns as well. But who would have expected a bolt action shotgun to have so much impact? The way that Jumel was able to condition the minds dito ng JYB na hindi sila pwede mag-check ng short corners, hindi sila pwede mag-check ng long corners without assistance or utility. That's levels and levels above of conditioning na nakita natin out of HazMatz, and JYB did not have an answer whatsoever, pare.
Maybe it's because they know na mahirap nga yung bearing for playoffs, but I pretty much feel like they still have a small window pa rin naman na makapasok sa top 4 natin. And in a fashion just like this, they have put a stopping point sa nakita nating rise para sa JY Bacolod, that yung parang excitement na napifeel natin sa JYB is because of the amount of times that Jumel's gotten away with BS just like this, man. I mean, an action bolt shotgun. The way that they've actually been holding around these sort of angles, right? I mean, Joss has already been a constant dito sa naging series natin, and parang nag-layer na yung lahat ng mga good points para sa HazMatz that JYB could not actually get any sort of opening for themselves.
Hey, just when you think you have a read on the situation, may bago na namang itsura yung HazMatz dito sa sub-base. And we saw what? Even on the BL side, yung bolt action shotgun na hindi natin expect. The push through Benz. The drop down. Kasi pansin mo yung condition na ginawa talaga. It's because of that small nagging voice in the back of your head na baka may taong paparating sa akin, kaya lahat ng corners sinishake ng JYB. Hence, sobrang kati nila maglaro dito sa sub-base, men. Yung search, ever continuous search for where Jumel is has taken so much precedent over the goal, over yung win conditions nitong JYB na nadidistract sila sa big picture, sa macro of sub-base, to the point na nagmukhang parang wala silang binatbat dito sa HazMatz. I mean, it's 10-3 for God's sakes.
And in the center of all of that, si Jumel nga naman. yung naging sample. I doubt that he is the set MVP kasi if you take a look at the numbers pa rin naman, Jezreel has overtaken him, CJ has overtaken him, but by God, the amount of bad deeds na nakita natin from Jumel in this game alone kind of makes him the center point kung bakit nga naman nag-slow down yung tempo para sa JY Bacolod. But I kinda give a lot of credit as well to Jezreel in that matter. I mean, sure naman ako na hindi lang naman naging trip lang yung ginawa dito ni Jumel. It's all in the game plan, and Jezreel to bring it home definitely has shown the fracking IGL prowess na nakita natin from HazMatz. It'll be in my eyes habang tumatagal nga yung impact. But syempre, I think it's a good effort for JYB by the end of it, especially for BMD. He's been somebody who's been the second man in. Kahit mamatay mga players niya, gumagawa pa rin siya ng paraan na mapag-frag out pa rin ng JY Bacolod. Pero for now, it's all on CJ. Set MVP para sa sub-base na ito. No? From everything na nakita natin from Jumel, exact opposite si CJ. Chill lang sa mga sites and chill lang pagdating sa mga executes.
Kumbaga, silent killer itong si CJ, pare. Literal na silent kumpara naman sa boga na shotgun sa pagmumukha mo if you're playing as JYB. And then, man, you can see 2.17 on the KD and the guaranteed kill per round despite the spotlight being on his teammates as well. Pero ito na nga yung final result ng ating match-up dito. A clean 2-0 out of HazMatz and making their way higher into our standings.
Yeah, definitely pare. And just to take note din, nakita mo ba yung survival rating ni CJ? 53 or 54%? Ang tagal niyang naglalas sa mga game natin dito sa base, diba? I mean, the clutch potential for CJ has been huge. And the way that he also has been taking control of a lot of the executes against JY Bacolod, I mean, there's a lot to handle when si CJ yung kalaban mo dito. Pero for now, match MVP para naman sa buong serye, it's not other than Jezreel himself. I mean, the amount of young rosters that he's been able to take the mantle of the IGL is definitely showing its result, pare. At siya din nakakapagsabayan sa mga bata with a 1.46 KD, almost a kill per round, but you cannot deny that the tenure mixed with the firepower that is Jezreel has become a bit of an asset para sa HazMatz.
Yeah, I mean, yun nga, no? Like we said kanina, we keep talking about Jumel, we keep talking about CJ, but the calling from Jezreel has been really good. The macro was great back on port, but the sub-base, pare, the consistent, constant pressure, just knowing that Jezreel is on the other side of this server is way too much laban sa JY Bacolod. I'm looking forward para makita kung gaano pa mag-develop si Jezreel as we move forward sa ating group stage.
Yep, definitely pare. Pero for now, we're gonna be wrapping up over towards that second series kasi papasok na tayo sa main event natin. Kung may bitaw nga ba ang JY Davao versus MOMEN ESPORTS. Ang dalawang nagtatry magabol sa pag-rise dito sa standings natin as we wrap up our second series to throw it out into a short break. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si ㍍Mave at magbabalik ang CFS PH IMPACT Summer 2026.
What is up, CrossFIRE Philippines? It's time for Impact 2026 again. And syempre, huling matchup natin ngayon ay magiging MOMEN versus JYE. Two teams that have been, struggling. May isa to dong struggling, pero itong MOMEN kasi nasa number 4 spot natin, or at least in the middle ground ng ating standing. So they're trying to prove their best once again after fighting up against XGov. Last time, nakita natin na ay naman umabot dito ng MOMEN into 3 sets na sila pa magpapanalo. Pero JYE, man, we know na alam natin na kaya dito ni Nomad, ni Brian, pati ni Ared na magbuhat or at least give a lot of fight. Pero kinukulan talaga si Suave.
Di ko alam, pare. I mean, the way that this JY Esports team fell from Masters through Swiss and now, no, struggling even in Impact, pare, it has to be studied. Alam mo yung literal na para silang binubugbog lang dito. It's almost like their cannon fodder. And, pero, to be fair, the longer this goes on, the sweeter it's gonna be once na makapanalo ng match itong JY Esports natin. So I wouldn't say no to seeing them win today, pero unfortunately I don't think it's gonna happen today, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out just yet. Pero syempre, no, parang mahirap tong labanan na to. We need to see JYE in their best form yet. Pero syempre, simulan na natin yan with our map veto. I'm expecting new compound for these two teams. Except na lang kung ibabaan out yan ng ating JYE. Pero yun na nga, ibabaan out na lang yun ng JYE just because of what happened up against MOMEN and XGov. XGov will ban out Black Widow. We go to Ankara, Port, and then Eagle Eye 2.0. I would like to say na very MOMEN na naman yung ating mga mapa. Pero JYE may palagyan sa Ankara.
Yeah, definitely. No? Although I'm a little bit afraid to see kung ano yung itsura nga naman nito. Remember, MOMEN, they are composed of some QD members na nakalaban din naman ng JY back in spring season natin. But in this current situation, literal na 0% win rate ang JY on all maps. I feel like it might have been better to try and target a different map laban sa MOMEN. Kasi so far, no, Ankara in particular, along with Mexico 2, yung perfect record nitong MOMEN Esports. Maybe it would have been fruitful to try and avoid that, but you know what? Pick your poison nga naman.
Yeah, feeling ko kasi kaya binanot dito ng MOMEN yung Black Widow. JY would have loved that, pero sabi nila, oy, since wala naman na yun, let's go to the second map na alam naman nating lahat, no? Ankara na lang daw, let's go for XX. Try natin pumalag agad dito sa ating GR side para pagdating ng BL, they have a little bit of room to work with. Pero Port kasi, it's very difficult na to see that JY can possibly win this kasi isipin mo yun, for example pa lang ng ating labanan with MOMEN and XGov last time, it was already dominating spree mula dito sa ating MOMEN kung saan they ended up with a lot of scores, pero syempre it was like a dominating feature kung saan na force pa nga nila map number 3. Eagle Eye 2.0 will be very interesting though para sa ating dalawang teams, given that these two teams have formidable snipers in the likes of Jessan, sa XGov, in the like of possibly dito kay Skies pagdating dito sa MOMEN na talaga namang kayang gumawa ng mga milagro dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Pero syempre, depende pa kung aabot talaga tayo dyan. MOMEN really wants a 2-0 here para makita nga nila kung ano nga ba ang standing sila in the next coming of this. Pero syempre, with our predictions ngayon, we are slowly going towards MOMEN. Pero JYE, prove us wrong.
Yeah, I would love to be proven wrong dito. I do think that MOMEN, this is a really important match para sa kanila, no? Considering SGJ jumping a couple of spaces with yung win nila kanina, no? They need every win they can get para ma-maintain itong top 4 spot para sa playoffs. Kasi pare, konting pagkakamali lang, pwede sila malaglag sa number 5. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, they should be number 4 right now, just behind the X Squad after SGJ's win earlier.
Yeah, yun nga, parang both teams actually wanting to negate the fact na kaya pa nila makapasok dito sa possible playoffs, try to negate the fact na ito nga MOMEN natin has a 2-2 kapag natalo sila dito, or at least if they do, mas bababa pa yung ranking nila, which, MOMEN doesn't want. Parang JY ngayon is just the killer ng dreams dito ng possible final performance natin para sa mga teams. So, I mean, there's nothing to lose here. There's always everything to gain para sa JYE. But, there has to be some star performances mula dito kay Nomad, kay Brian, pati kay Arid na hindi lang parang times 2, parang times 5 pa nga yung kailangan natin makita, because yes, they are stellar players in terms of getting KDs, pero sapat nga ba yung parang fragging lang dito ng players for JYE para matalo ang MOMEN na may set free din naman talaga that can easily take you out pagdating dito sa Ankara, especially na mag-start sila dito sa BL side. And given the fact na nag-iinit nga dito ang MOMEN with the help of Skies as well as itong si Yobs, parang you have a 5-man na can really aim in the side of JYE, pero you have a team na kailangan mong labanan in full form. Parang almost every time na may kita natin JYE yung moment, they might just be always outnumbered sa mga fights.
Yeah, it's really hard to find a situation wherein JY are gonna be able to beat Momen dito sa current form nila.
Yeah.
Pakiramdam ko lang no, kailangan talaga nila dig deep dito. Hopefully they got a little bit of work done over the weekend as well. Over the past week, maybe take some inspiration out of the Masters matches na nakita natin since the past week as well to get themselves back into form kasi parang sobrang kalat, man. I hate to see a team at this level.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think the last time I saw a team getting beat up like this on Impact was a Rise Gaming team na I think isa lang yung match na napanalo na for the entire season. And this fall from grace, again, JY Esports, yung storyline nila dito pare, it's, alam mo yung literal na bago mag-act 3 of a movie, na makahanap sila ng bagong inspiration, you get beaten down into the dust. Parang ganon.
Yeah.
Ito yung point na you lose all hope and then you find one shining silver lining to get yourself back up. And JYE, they're really gonna have to go all in para mahanap yun.
Yun ang parang there needs to be a fire starter pagdating dito sa JYE kasi kung if you're looking at in a graph sense itong JYE pula na tapos declining pa talaga yung graph nila from tulad na sinabi mo Masters now into Impact tapos they're just really declining every time. It's really hard to say na parang they have a lot of power pagdating sa JYE pero kasi nakita naman natin sila pumalag naman sa ibang tournaments before yung mga previous stints nila. It's very concerning na umabot nga sila dito sa Impact but now on their Impact stage it's also really been very disappointing. Let's just see there's still a lot of like powers pagdating dito sa ating JYE with the names given before but man, Momen is currently dominating in the middle ground game sa ating mga teams and despite them picking out itong ating port, there's still a possibility na ikasad dito ni Nomad lahat ng kaya niyang gawin para lang matalo sila dito sa mismong map pick nila to possible force a 2-0. So syempre, again, everybody, we're just waiting for these two teams to get in the mix. Sabihin nyo rin sa amin kung sino yung pinapanigan nyo because these two teams will be looking for blood. Especially na, Momen really wants to secure a little bit higher in terms of placement kasi ngayon kung titingnan mo yung graph na yung ating standings talagang dominated ng XGOV, dominated dito ng ating JY Bacolod which is also their sister company or brother company nila na parang bakit mas malakas pa dito yung mga taga Bacolod natin meanwhile the main team coming in from JY Davao medyo struggling lang din naman talaga. Ikaw ba, Josh, what do you think needs to be improved para dito sa JY Esports? Kasi they have good players. Yun yung nakakagulat. They have Franz, they have Red. These are household names in terms of CROSSFIRE.
That's the thing, pare. Right now, JY Davao are in a place na the players, when you put them together, they do not make a product wherein mas mabigat yung whole compared to the parts. And in this situation, hindi mo masabi, pare. Is it chemistry? Is it a leadership? Have they lost trust in each other? There's so many different factors here that you can take into play. But the fact remains, pare, na wala pa silang panalo. In fact, out of 11 sets na nalaro nilang ngayong summer season, isa pa lang yung napapanalo nila.
Yeah, very crazy. That's very much declining. But we go into Ankara kung saan the other side ang ating Momen. Let's look at this, 3-man push agad dito sa may LA side. Franz needs to be able to spot out Chris. Pero smoke too thick. Already have CA side. Kaso, tingnan mo naman, Red. Close by sa hukay. Pwede sumapatas dito ng Moment na they know. Wait, look. Pinadala pa nga dito si Justin Coranen. Red. Di man lang makakapitas ng isa. And now it requires a big play for Son. Mahanap si Skies. And also, that's the C4 down. And Nomad holds down mid. Or itong high mid position natin. Moment. Ting a lot of bullets dito sa high mid.
And what the rotations are coming in right now, galing sa JY, that gives them the advantage at this point in time. Nagsama-sama na yung tatlong remaining players ng JY. And with Justin, pati si Jake na magkasama dito, we know that these are highlight players, but the man advantage will remain. Justin, unaware, Jake. Oh no.
Justin gets the second kill there. Biglang naubos ang ating mga players for JY Davao, and Franz cannot hit the shots. Still has a chance. 100 HP, full belt of util. Pero harapan niya na lang down through the smoke, and that's not a great play for JY despite him having man advantage. Sabi ng Momen, kailangan lang namin dito yung dalawang letter J sa aming squad.
To be fair, there were a lot of moving parts in that play galing sa JY, no? You had to push pababa ng hukay, the push out through bypass para na hindi ina-expect sana ng moment. The problem came when it came to the later parts of the round. Kasi France ito, man advantage ulit established ngayon para sa JY Esports. How do they make up for it? How do they double down on this? Kasi yun nga, where is the difficulty coming from para sa JY? Saan sila nagkakamali is the question.
They have good openings though, no? Para sa JY, but especially if they have this na si Ared talaga magpupush lang palagi towards hukay and as well as sa arco. Magandang signs to as Ared hits the second shot in the head of Justin and as well as kay Chris. What a round para sa JY, answering back already up against Momen.
Yeah. Jake, now left in a 1v4 is gonna have to do a lot, pare. Not to mention yung secret
No way.
hawak, pero
Okay.
dalawa lang. That's gonna be it here. JY, buti na lang may maagang sagot laban sa Moment kasi kung hindi, pare, I fear for the fact na pwede silang tambakan itong Moment. May palag pa
Yeah.
naman itong mga taga Davao.
Every time naman, as long as they're playing. Pero kasi ang problem ngayon, palaging big gamble na magmi-mid dito si Ared, but France is always just gonna peek out papunta din sa may LA on that stairway sa may A side, which is predictable in a sense, no? Kaya nga napatay siya agad dito. So Moment, back to their ball game. Check out muna si A, hold down LB, and see kung saan pwede pumasok.
I do like yung post-up dito ni Skies, no? Looking for a push out through vents. With the man advantage na meron sila, pwede na lang i-push yung mga longer angles dito sa angkara natin. But Son, in the back of the smoke, looking very active. Gets a little bit of information but also draws the attention itong dalawang players galing sa Moment na hindi pwedeng basta-basta pinipik. Then, na-punish ka tuloy.
I know, alam ko na agad kung anong mga parang bad signs for JY. It's always them being greedy.
Yeah.
They're getting these greedy angles na they're just gonna get picked off right off the bat sa mga engagements natin. But look at this, no? JY, Momen Esports, setting up now para sa B-side natin. Walang nakapwesto dito. The closest player is gonna be on high mid. Itong si Ared, pero harap na agad ni Skies and he's gonna be cutting down the rotations mula dito kay Nomad at hinarapan na lang ni Jake. Close doors on B-side. Momen! What an exec in just finding players out of the blue.
I'm gonna have to say, no, Bipolar, na meron tayong konting parallel between our two JY teams. Sobrang katinga na maglaro. They get too aggressive, they get too greedy. Na even when they have the advantage, they throw it away because they keep looking for more. And maybe that's one thing that has to change dito sa sistema ng mga JY teams natin is to have that patience. Believe in the protocols, believe in the hold na meron kayo without risking your life. Like guess what right now, Ared, the push to the
It's always a gamble. I mean, didn't find jobs at the end of the day, so that's good. But all it takes is to France to just fall down. Pero yun na nga, siya pala ang mananalo doon. What a shot all the way from TB. That's Chris down, which means JY, they can just play passive now. Discipline, yan ang kailangan dito ng JY. They can just hold. Pero Ared needs to be careful. Si Jake tong kalaban niya.
Kita mo na gano'ng kasakit si Jake. Not to mention Skies as well. And he does get the info and he gets the kill ngayon ang Moment. Can't be taking any precautions at this point, no? Dependent talaga sila if they can get these kills. And now again, Son, giving away more space, more information ngayon para sa Moment. The 2v4 is now turned into a 2v3. And on Miniter, Skies is already waiting for the push from Vince.
Grabe yung guarantee dito ng JY. They want to just keep on pushing pero mahirap yan up against Skies. And up against Nomad, he has the better gun here. Big flash, double pa nga para kay Nomad. Justin peeking out and he gets the kill. The 2-kill advantage sana dito ng JY given by Ared. Ultimately, nawawala-wala na. Just suave.
I don't know, man. There's really nothing else you can say about it, Bipolar. Literal, this round in particular is literally what you said. They get greedy. 2v4 yun, pare. 2v4, they got the man advantage. Anong ginawa nila? Instead of waiting in your crossfires, waiting with your setup, they walk forward and audition like it's an audition for a Broadway musical, pare. Hindi ko alam kung bakit gano'n. And now this 3-1, which looked equal at the start, lumalayo-layo na nga dito yung Moment.
Broadway show lang or at least like a musical na pwede natin halin tulad dito ang
Baka
ating
gusto nila makita
JY.
si Kuya Will sa ano.
Pwede, no? Gusto na mag-audition, gusto nila ng jacket. Pero yung jacket din, kailangan W nasa likod, hindi yung L eh. And right now, they're just getting L's straight through. Still just a 2-point advantage para dito sa moment, but miserable man ang JY dito. You have to find picks already, Nomad. It's a good hold though. Look at that. Hotel, second mid, high mid, LA has great coverage. Pero TV nakahanap ng butas ang buong moment.
Son is not covered actually here. Buti na lang tumalikod. C4 pa yun ha. So ngayon, may advantage na naman ng JY. They will be tested this time around in terms of their discipline, pare. Kasi over rotations, over aggression. But so far, so good. Moment are gonna have to actually push through the defense here without JY handing it to them on a silver platter ngayon. As you can see, Sky's on the lurk. Just waiting sa may yellow for any forward push galing sa JY. It looks like they are kind of reading heavily into it. Pero with 1 minute on the clock, para kailangan na gumana ng moment at some point. The control dito ni Sky's sa may minute. Walang makita-kitang tauhan. And the clutch just continues to take, pare. So much pressure on the shoulders ngayon ng moment.
Yeah, they have to be very good with the util dito on A side. Ganda doon ang pwesto dito. Brian, even ni Red. No top 8 players though. Pag napatasagad sila dito, they can easily take A side. Pero Brian, ready for the headshot. Pero yung flash is just too good. Yun na nga, all the way from boxes. Pero sa Red, nahanap din.
Oh.
And even the rotations mula sa B side, sabi ni Obs, bawal kayong gumalaw. 3 points para sa moment to get a great advantage.
And JY are not allowed to play Crossfire dito, Bipolar. It's hard to watch almost, no? For being honest. Kasi sa ngayon, man, again, the advantage taken para sa kanila, they're just not ready for it. The setups are not there, the protocols are not there. Now with Son gone again, no? How do you respond to this? It's the sheer variability na ginagawa ng moment dito na hindi mabasa-basa ng JY how to respond. And now with the Red alone on the A site, di ko alam kung paano siya mabubuhay dito kasi may pinasabog na nga siya. My gosh, pain from the sky.
Oh, they just keep on continuing. Di na nga rin kailangan magplanta ng bomba kasi nauubos lang dito ang buong JY. Nomad through the box. Sabi ni Jake, I can still kill you. It's all up to France versus 4. And with the sniper not hitting anytime soon, he whips out the Colt para makakuha ng isa. Pero look at these forward positions for a moment on the post plant. Isa naghahunting na. The nade, binawian pa. France eats up a big kaboom dito sa A side.
We got 2 nade kills in quick succession. Shoutout sa moment, man. Actually using the utilities dito sa ating matchup. Pero look at the push galing sa JY. 3-man push just outside hotel. Moment can't be too comfortable.
Oh! What a third shot. Lucky, I would say, para dito kay France. But that's Justin Dan. That's one of the top players na pwede mo talaga matanggal dito agad in the early rounds for moment. Pero syempre, moment, they don't care. Just wabe. It's just a checking at this point. They're still just holding respawn.
Yeah. Saan na pupunta dito, no? Again, this time, Nomad Red. Kaiba ng konti yung pwestuhan nila compared to the previous round. Fully convinced na may tao na pupunta ng A. At moment, they want to take that mid area. As you can see, no, sobrang atrasado dito ni Brian. Nag-aantay ng kahit anong presensya sa may mid, pero walang nangyayari. And now, the reconditioning. Son, waiting sa window ng hotel. Kung may papasok nga ba, kung may check-in nga ba. But it's so quiet, they're so confused. Oy, France.
That's a C4. France now in a triple kill. Mayhem para kay France. Pero may pangsagot naman dyan si Yobs. It's a double kill with the HK. But Brian equalizes even more. Mag-isa na lang si Yobs. Pero he will keep on the fight. Continuing ang pagdomina ng JY on round number 7. And that's their second point. Not bad para sa JY.
2 rounds now. Pwede pa pare. With the last 2 rounds remaining, if they can continue with this kind of momentum, it will not be a bad half at all. But again, they need to continue to have this kind of form. They need to continue to be able to hold on to these. And this time, a slightly different angle. Nakita mo yung amount of pressure na binigay ng JY sa may mid. corralling Moment into the A site.
Son, from CA, mapapas lang pa without even getting kills. And they go in dry. Wala pong flash na kasama yon. Instantly, Brian is already in the backside, pero all it takes is one shot from the pistol. And look at this A-side player stat in JY, falling one by one. Despite them defending top A, unti-unti nang lalapit si Justin to confirm the kill. It's Momen giving their 6th round.
Last round now in the half for JY. Oh, may konti silang pangil pare, pero mukhang medyo postiso nga lang yun, no? Masakit sa una pero hindi continuous yung damage na binibigay. But Son, this push through mid could be great.
Ooh, Son can do some damage, pero Skies already there to claim 2 kills, and EVOBs nag-aantay lang doon sa may tall box on TB. And man, what a great play sana dito for JY, kaso ang dami pang kumagat na sumunod.
Little cooking from JY. Call for the silence. Franz is waiting for any kind of contact sa loob ng B-side, pero ito na nga, no? He's all for it. Takes down the enemy sniper. And Ared, ang layo.
Man, Yobs, how did you get that? Ared, nasa likuran, can't even get any kills. And guess what, Josuave? Yan na ang ating first half. 5-point lead para sa Moment.
It's hard to watch. But this is exactly what we expected, pare. Ngayon, tira natin kung ano yung magiging depensa ng Moment laban sa JY. Kasi, ito nga naman sila nag-e-excel. You can see Nomad, you can see kills from fronts, openers like this. This is what we want from JY.
Oh, I like it. France activated, pero bakit naka-M4 na dito si Chris? Maling sign yan para sa Moment. Lalo na't mag-isa na lang si Justin. They know na nasa may LB siya or nasa may second mid siya nang galing. So they can just easily go into A side, pero mabilisan na pa dito kay Justin. He's already in CA. And he can get Nomad at the right timing. And he just waits. Nomad exposed. Justin fighting. Still has 72 HP. Isang 360 muna mula kay Nomad. Pero wala pa rin magagawa dyan si Justin. Nomad with the headshot in 3rd round para sa JY.
Bawi na ba ng ape ang tanong dito para sa JY Esports, pare? They come from a very slow GR side to now going all in para sa BL. Franz na naman ang magiging highlight player dito para sa JY. This is the opportunity here. So, wala muna. We're gonna have to hunker down and figure out kung ano nga ba talaga yung nilaluto ng JY dito sa BL side nila. There's a whole lot of utility, a whole lot of information. It will now depend on Moment kung paano nila ipaprocess to, pare. Kung mababasa ba nila maayos kung saan sila paparating. Kasi now with the utility being thrown in their faces, dalawa lang yung magiging Moment player sa loob ng A.
I like this, JY thinking of creative things para lumabas dito ang Moment sa lunggahan nila on A and as well as dito sa may B side. Si A control para sa JY confirms a possibility of a high mid push. Pero no movement yet. C4 can go towards A, no? Big flashes, smoke sa may exit. Possible sa JY.
Very possible, man. Yobs doing a medyo active angle. If they do get at least one flash, it should be fine. But Yobs is
Bro, clear that angle. Man, just clear that angle first. JY still gets in the sight. Very cool. But smokes needs to be replenished. Meanwhile, Moment, they need to go towards CA. Papadalan nila doon si Justin. Skies will possibly go in for the flash. Pero wala siya maharap dun sa may tower side. JY, good defense on this post plant. Isa, nandito si Franz. They go for a crossfire on EA. Pero Justin, makakuha nga ba si Nomad? Nakuha niya pa bago mapitas ni Franz. Big flash play now for Moment with the M4. They spray, pero si Ared tap away dito sa may exit. 4 rounds now. Good equalizers. 3 points lead na lang dito ang Moment.
Yun nga, tatlo na lang yung kailangan nila dito. And not to mention, pare, the activation ngayon ni Ared. During the first half, pare, it has been mostly fronts. And now with Ared activating, it just might be exactly what the doctor ordered para dito sa JY Esports. Skies is already down with the sniper gone. Mas maliit na yung kailangan nilang problemahin. when it comes to this map. So quiet from JY. Yung moment para, I feel like they're maybe a little bit too passive this time around, no?
Yeah.
Kasi JY, they're being given the red carpet, essentially. Parang walang nagre-respond dito sa ingay na ginagawa, sa pag-explore na ginagawa ng JY.
There's no power positions para dito sa moment. It's only like ready lang sila dito sa biglang push ata ng JY. Big rush is on A or on B. For the first time, JY trying to go to B since from TB and as well as dito sa may second mid and hotel. Pero spotted na ba ni Chris? Diretso. Flash grenade is there. He holds down the fourth of B pero biglang nagtigil ang ating JY. They're waiting for these hot plays to come in. Pero Chris sprays on down on two.
My God.
Dalawa. And with the help of the flash, Justin maghahabol pa with the pistol. Denied ang entry dito ng JY. Pero buhay pa naman si Nomad. Can he do something of a miracle? No, he cannot. It's all up to the sniper. Franz will fall. And that's Momen reclaiming the lead.
Finally an answer back dito para sa moment. And it all came back specifically on that TB push, man. Yung control na ginagawa ng moment. As we mentioned kanina, nagkukulang sila when it comes to the map control here on the GR side. It seems that they may have just learned their lesson. Kasi the farthest they ever explore, pare, is just outside the hotel. Not even checking on mid at some times, no? So just giving them free reign of the map is not good for any situation. This time, Sky's in a power position na nakaantay dito sa may 2F natin. If he can catch anybody crossing out through mid, which is not necessarily the first place to check as well. That's a lot of manpower though. A 3-man hold, galing sa moment. Nakita naman natin kung gaano ka-solid yan. This time with an additional player as well.
Good clear. Para ma-push back pa dito si Jake no on room A. All JY needs to do is get one pick bago maka-entry tapos pwede sila sumabog sa isang site. TB ulit? Try number 2?
It's so quiet. My fear here is na yung JY, masyado na lang hinayaan yung hotel. In fact, it's free reign. Pwede kunin ng moment ng libre. Ay, ng JY rather, ng libre itong B-site natin because of moment's positioning.
Testing water is on A side as well, no? Active JY, that's what we want as well. Pero ngayon, saan nga ba pupunta ng JY? I feel like they still want to go towards A side. 50 seconds on the clock.
Maraming
Moment still
stalemate to.
waiting.
Pero ayaw na naman pakita. Justin, doubled up, no? Kasama yung teammate niya dito. Spotted!
No way.
Oh my God! Mamba out agad. May baka pa siyang Skies dito sa likuran niya, no? So, epas na epas ang testuhan niya ngayon.
It's not safe there. It's wide in the open pag nag-peek out dun si Brian. Oh, nasa
look at
taas sila
Chris.
dun sa may LA. Pero Chris, can he find the kill there? Pero JY continue the fight. Wala sa kanila yung C4. Nahanap ni Chris si Ared. Pero JY kailangan na-recover dito yung C4. 18 seconds. But wala sa kanila yung bomba? Chris, nagulat. Ba't nandito yung C4? At ba't nandito si Franz? Momen gets the round after just being active in the last 20 seconds. Son, kaya niya bang mapitas dito yung last player natin na si Chris pero tatakbo na lang din siya. Di siya magpapakita. What a bad round for JY.
Pare, naiwan yung parcel. Bakit ganon, kuya?
Nasa
Ready na
Shenzhen.
ako eh. Madali sa Shenzhen Sorting Center, pare. Bakit ganon? JY, kala mo makakahabol na. Ngayon, isang round na lang. Hindi na sila pwede magkamali. Sky's in need. And he's already caught out by a red.
Okay, that medyo maasim dun si Sky. He wanted to confirm agad yung 10-4 dito, no, from the immediate pick sa high mid, pero parang nakalimutan niya na palaging nandyan si Ared sa may hukay. Mapa-BL yan, mapa-GR, pero look at this. Ared, he can go towards exit. He can go towards the respawn side. Spotted si Chris. That's a good kill. They can continue the ham, pero Justice there already. No trade actually for Sun, no? Baka mapitas pa siya dito. They know he's here. Yobs oversteps. Momen, a lot of risk dito sa ating fight, and it's all up to Jake now. In a 1v4, claims one already. There's still a lot of time.
Yeah. Masyado na-excite dito yung moment, pare. It's unlike them as what we've seen so far in this map, but with the bomb down like this, unlikely to say the least. Jake? Wait.
Okay. There we go. Joke, kinabahan tayo dun. Sobrang kabahan tayo dun. That's why we call a timeout now for JY. That was a very, very risky play para sa kanila to just not overwhelm agad dito si Jake no, on CA. Pero man, they are playing some good, early reactions. Talagang libre yung mapa, no? Tulad nga na sinabi mo, there's a lot of respect and passiveness mula dito sa ating moment. And JY just getting a lot of these, like, power positions on CA, nakukuha yung TV ng libreng-libre kahit di nagpupush sila dito sa may LB or sa may hotel side. Komplikado yung parang ginagawa dito ng moment. They're giving so much space.
Yeah. And space is the name of the game, especially sa Ankara, pare, when it comes to fundamentals of Crossfire. It really comes down to being able to create an environment na mahirap makapasok yung kalaban nyo. And Moment has not been able to do that because they've just been giving stuff away for free. Kumbaga pinapasok mo na, pinakain mo pa yung nagnakaw sa bahay niyo, 'di ba? Ganun kahirap yung ginagawa nila ngayon. And you know what? Maybe I'm a little bit worried as well as the timing of this timeout galing sa JY, pare. Kasi nakahanap na sila ng momentum. Yes, they have momentum. Moment for sure, pinag-iisipan nila ng mabuti kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin. And with this timeout, it might just be a double-edged sword for JY, knowing na Moment have finally realized na hold on, they're catching up to us.
I mean, it's pretty crazy, no, na nag-timeout nga talaga dito ang ating players for JY. It might just ruin the momentum, like you said. Pero kasi Moment, all they have to do is keep on doing these like very risky plays na kagat ng kagat dito sa ating players on mid. And if it's a red or even if it's some heavy killers atin dito sa JY, they will always lose this kind of rounds. So kasi yun nga sinabi mo, papasok na nga dito yung magnanakaw pero pinapakain mo pa rin. But JY, man, they'll take whatever round that they could get at this point, no? Parang, yes, sige, hindi na muna kami gagawa ng set play, di kami magla-line up, so we will just fight you head on. And that's a scary sight to see if you're Moment kasi ibig sabihin lang noon palaging may big red dot sa katawan mo, and that's JY trying to gun you out. 9-5 scoreline, angat pa rin naman ditong Moment. A lot of rounds to play with, pero syempre, kailangan nila dito mag-default ng on-dep. Hindi tulad ng ginawa ni Skies in the previous round.
That's 4 people though, no? Invested on A. Nandito na nga si Skies and
look at this,
unpunished.
Man, Moment's just going in. As the GR side, may stat pa dun sa box, mamamatay lang din. Pero Justin unleashes Hellfire with the USP. Nomad nagulat. Bakit mag-isa na lang ako? Pero buti na lang nasa kanya C4. This guy has been always consistent in terms of kill per round na almost 2. Pero he needs to find 3 now after getting that kill dito sa may second mid. He needs to play for time.
There is plenty of time, pare. If he can somehow find the way na ma-isolate yung mga gunfights dito laban sa Moment, then things are looking possible. But again, minute and 20, Nomad taking the gamble to check towards B, checking out towards hotel. Wala siya makita-kita. And Moment, they know exactly what they're doing, pare. As soon as makapag-plant siya ng bomba, magsasama-sama na lang itong mga to bago labanan si paring Nomad. And a minute left on the clock. All pressure is on his shoulders to try and keep this Ankara alive. What do you do?
May nakapwesto. Jake is inihuka eh. Gagamitin niya a red strat, just suave, mag-aantay lang siya dyan. Tapos dito niya pa ata ililibing si Nomad. But Nomad notices threats on mid. Pero gumagalaw ng Moment, palapit dito ng B-side. Already here is gonna be Justin. Pero Nomad, can he plant the bomb safely? Sa open pa magpaplanta and Justin can just peek out. It's an easy shot. And why did you do that, Nomad? Moment closes out Ankara in a 10-5.
Not even close dito para sa JY Esports, unfortunately, no? An abysmal first half. Meron tayong konting resurgence, pare. Pero nakapag-impact na masyadong maraming rounds itong Moment para mahabol sila ng ating mga Davaoenyo players galing sa JY. So, they just lost on their own map pick, and that is the first of our series, pare. I don't know what they have to do, but they have to do it now. Because in this short break, Moment, panigurado yan. They are euphoric sa pagkapanalo dito sa Ankara.
And they're gonna be even more enthusiastic, no? Kasi magiging port ang ating second map. JYB, alam mo yan, port is also a map where moment prevails. Alam naman nila rin to dito, nila Ared, pati nila Nomad on JY Davao. But it's gonna be difficult, especially that moment is somewhat, very much in the top tier pagdating dito sa Impact and playing port. Now, with their 10-5 scoreline, they have so much confidence para makapasok dito. Sky's hitting some shots, amazingness mula dito sa ating players, mula kay Chris, kay Yobs, lahat gumagana. Even etong JJ doing natin si Jake, pati si Justin, gumagana. And that's an LJA na wala dito ngayon sa Momen, which is also gonna be just giving them a lot of firepower, man. This Angara, nakita natin, Momen, from the very start, BL pa lang, they were just waiting. And palaging lumalabas dito yung JY isa-isa tapos napapadali lang talaga yung trabaho nila to win the series.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's gonna be an identity na JY wants to be building around themselves, no? The kind na masyadong hot-headed to the point na nagkakamali na sila. But unfortunately, that is what they have developed so far, no? With only a single set won so far dito sa ating summer season. So much work to be done for this Dabawenyo squad, man.
There needs to, parang if you're a team like Moment, all you need is to polish your playstyle. Ngayon, JY, they need to rebuild or at least restructure yung buong yung playstyle nila because it's not really working. You're getting some fights, yes, you have big aimers mula sa yung team, pero it's not gonna be enough. You need to have big plays, you need to have big aggression and as well as passiveness at the same time. Tingnan mo naman to, Franz, able to spot out 3 teams sa LB pero napitas pa rin sila isa-isa. And look at this. Even this round was very much a bad sign para dito sa JY kasi every time that they wanted to get an early advantage, they stay too long and the greediness is in effect. But man, Franz, you are giving one hell of a hope pagdating dito sa ating JY squad kasi lahat ng shots niya tumatama. Even itong si Sonno, despite them not really having this like teamwork in their name, they have still individual powers na kailangan lang talaga gumana. Wow. Moment, they waited and their patience was granted with a win sa kanila. Just looking at these replacements, it's just domination, no? And that last play, I thought Nomad was cooking pero talagang inopen niya pa. Could have held dun sa may batteries, but now, looking at the statistics, a total of 15 rounds and 10 rounds ang napunta dito sa ating Moment. Wow, just look at that. 2.14 kay Justin and that is just insane.
Yep, insane is right, pare. Kasi there's nothing else you can say about it. At this point in time, JY, we talked about these players being insane mechanically. It's just that, no, spacings off. They're not able to complement each other right now on regardless of what map they're on. No, in fact, it's hard to say na all 5 of these rounds, or even 1 or 2 of these rounds, were able to be caught with teamwork other than sheer luck. Na, magkalapit tayo, ready ako makapag-trade sa teammate ko. Things like that are really what JY need to get set up on, not the protocols, their roles in the team, no? Despite having, yes, we understand that Francis is the sniper, but everyone else, medyo hodgepodge yung galawan nila dito.
Yeah, Justin is our set MVP as well, no? JYB, amazing from the offense and in the defense. Every shot was hitting and it was just parang feeling ko this was one of the easiest matchup para dito kay Justin. That's why he has a 2.14 in terms of KD. That headshot percentage na pwede mo na rin iangat dito ng 0.60 and as well as survival rating niya, no? That's why he has a kill per round na 1.00 exact. Justin, man, I would love to see you in the playoffs, in the finals, if you keep on continuing this. Pero yun na nga, that is our first map. Man, 15 rounds lang yon. Pero tingnan natin kung papahabain ng ating dalawang teams ang ating next map. It's gonna be Port, but we have a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po ang ating CFS PH Impact 2026. back sa ating CFS PH IMPACT 2026. Ako ay biglang na-energize ng todo-todo kasi may nakita tayong familiar faces in our viewers
Yan.
right now. Big shoutout sa'yo, Terror! What is up? I hope you're having fun there sa ibang bansa and I hope you're always well. We love you here. You still have a CrossFIRE family if you wanna come back anytime, any day. Alam mo na yan. Pero syempre, big shoutouts to you. JYB ngayon, Momen versus JY ang may kita natin and it is gonna be Port. Alam mo naman yan, Port can be played by both teams pero syempre may isang team dyan na very much dominating sa mapa to. And guess what? It's still Momen.
I mean, I don't think you have a map that you can actually say that JY dominate right now, but it's recency bias aside, even if we backpedal sa spring, para JY, it's so easy to say it's really bad. But I'd hate to just kick a dead horse here. Pero kasi pare, there's really nothing you can say when the data literally says 0% win rate, no? So hopefully ito na yon. Remember, we talked about Port as being that map na pwede mag-pop off yung mga sniper natin. Nakita naman natin may impactful si Franz kahit kanina sa Ankara na not necessarily the most competitive. So maybe this is what they need to finally get another set win under their belt.
Yeah, yun ang ano, parang there is gonna be a chance na pwede nilang makuha to ng todong-todo pero it has to be a very, very good BL side din para sa kanila. They will have, I believe, itong GR side, check na natin later on, no? Pero even if mag-start sila dito sa GR side natin, JYE needs to have that very oppressive or at least like offensive blow na hindi mahagalaw dito ang Moment Esports. If they will be giving a lot of space dito sa ating Moment, tulad ng nangyari dito sa ating first few rounds sa ating BL side dito ng ating JYE nung Ankara, well, may kita mo dyan, Yobs gunning out, Skies, mag-aangas na lang dito sa may BR, mahanap dito yung easy picks na gusto sanang kunin dito ng ating JYE yung CA, pero let's see, we are going into the game of Port again. It's a 1-0 already for Moment. Tignan natin kung makakabawi nga ba ang mga tao.
Ito na simula dito kaagad, no? Chris taking a little bit of damage. Medyo malaki yung magiging stress para kay Franz para sa mapa na to, no? Already posted up, waiting for anybody to show their face sa may BR natin. But yung JY sa ngayon, no, it's a fair enough setup. Yung Z-Control HB as well. Tapos, konting kembot lang, pwede kang mag-push sa may mid. So it's a good layering of defenses dito para sa JY.
Yeah, I like this very, okay, Aret. Pop off
still
game.
going?
Pwede pa naman. Pero yung nga sinabi mo dito, very good defense. And I like na may Z control sila, may mid control sila, and this is what it gives you. You have full domination sa mapa natin at muntikan pang mga titles.
This is something that we were looking at the last few days na ang kailangan talaga when it comes to Port is having a very solid GR side. And that really, yung most important parts of that defense is that HB. It's the store and the Z control na ginagawa ng JY ngayon. Unfailing. No man?
Pero iba na ata ang pwestuhan dito ng Moment. Gusto na mag-A side pero no man. Close by, kita agad yung barrel dito ni Chris. And that's a double now. Make it a triple kill para kay Nomad to close down the first round. That's JY with a very good start sa GR side.
Yeah, nice clean first round is exactly what they need. No, kasi we had our doubts. Whoa!
Nakaster Chris agad. Yung swabe na.
I should stop glazing. No?
You should stop glazing a little bit. Sabihin na lang natin, it's good. It's not good enough. Oh no, sige. Oh my goodness, Moment. Pero soon, nagmintis yung first few bullets pero makakahanap rin siya dalawa. Make it 3 pa nga. It's a killing spree for Son. Pero bakit may angat pa din dito ng isang player ang Moment? Somehow, buhay pa rin si Ops.
No, that's I think he's expected dito sa my court, no? Just the question of he's so ready for it.
Ooh!
Wait.
Good job, Nomad. Good job. You know, at this point, mag-bias na muna tayo dito sa JY kasi kailangan nila ng isang panalo dito. But man, Chris, he can deliver some big blows up against dito kay Nomad. Pause a little bit. Siyempre, nasa kanya yung C4.
He's so aware. Back off ka agad, push sa may A side ngayon, mag-aantay. I think he's expecting the rotation galing kay Chris and Chris is ready into it perfectly, no? Walang katao-tao sa B side, man. Binuksan lang yung bintana, tamang pasok lang, kukunin yung iPad at cellphone mo sa tabi ng kama. Yan, makakapag-plant na rin ng C4 si paring Chris. 1v1 tayo para sa retake.
I like this, no? Sa mismong stairway pa siya pumeso dito sa may kanan ng site or on the right side dito pagpasok ng B. Pero Nomad does still have a flash. Did use it towards store B para ma-expect ni Chris na possible dun siya manggagaling. Pero Chris, too aware. Checking curve. May flash play pa sana. Good pop flash. Nomad bulag na bulag.
My
God
God.
damn, Chris. What a play.
Grabe awareness yun, pare. He already knew. Nomad thought he was cooking, but unfortunately, it was not gonna be the truth ngayon. Moment. Answering back in front again. Posted up dito sa may mid. Alam niya na kailangan niya i-maintain yung position, but he's already gone from the map.
Oh no. Not good signs na mabilisan ditong gumagalaw si Chris ha, pero shut down already there as Brian did hold down curve. Ninja play denied. Pero syempre, alam naman niya suave. A 4v4, 4v5 in favor of the other side. Kung Moment yan, they'll keep on playing passive. They can still, extract some players here. Pero mabilisan naman for Yobs. Nomad in the same position. Did Yobs learn before or will he do the same mistakes as he did once? Kita na nga yung paa at nag-line up pa sila. What an easy spray for Nomad.
GR side on full display dito. No? We all know that this is a very GR-sided map, guys. Working on to Brian. Pag nakuha niya si Son dito, he's gonna go sideways real fast.
Ooh, Nomad with a triple kill now. At lalong napaganda dito sa JY. Tignan mo naman yung HP dito ni Justin. Nag-ninja play pa nga. Inalay ang buhay para makakuha ng second round ang JY. You love to see it, man. Great holds para sa JY on the GR.
Now actually seeing a lead from JY is some great semblance of hope para sa Davaoenyo squad. So, nagkarapit time you didn't see that. Nag-kiss lang yung dalawa bago maghiwalay.
Ay, man, this game could not get any wilder, just suave. This game could not get any wilder. Pero, let's see JY, a very fast approach. No, tingnan mo na, ang forward hold nila dito. They have CA, they have LB almost. Kapag nag-push pa sila dito, there's only one close by and that's Justin. And given the fact na itong Moment ngayon, playing very, very careful, ang dami ngayon na pupunta ulit sa JY na map space.
That's pare ba? For JY, we've seen them fumble yung mga gantong situation before. As long as they can stick to their roles, stick to their plan, they should be fine. Oh no, that's one. And now we equalize yung manpower natin. Buti na lang may bawas si paring Brian.
Chris finding a kill there on BR side, no? Kanina pa niya inaantay na may mag-cross dito sa BR side. Pero syempre, babalik na naman tayo sa tie game in terms of players. You have Brian low HP, Chris as well. Sasama na ngayon ang ating Moment on B side. Pero ang gandang off angle mula kay Ared. Kita na agad. He expects the push. Pero isa lang makukuha niya doon. At napaganda pa lalo ulit. Pero this time, on Moment. Kasi low HP na sana doon. Low HP player lang yung napatay doon ni Ared. So Moment can play with numbers. They still have util. Brian low HP. Napitas na nga dito ni Justin from Z. And with 38 seconds to play, France has so much powers with this M14, can spray on down dito sa B-site. Napakalambot ng pinapwestuhan ngayon ng Moment. Pero Justin, malapitan lang. That's a deadly angle as well. But it's given by Justin. Tie game tayo in fourth.
Not closer than we would have expected it to be dito. Pero yung Moment, pare, mukhang nag-warm up na sila. Kasi admittedly, these are the last couple of rounds have started to look much cleaner from MOMEN ESPORTS. As long as they can slow down and continue to play their own game, it shouldn't be a problem. JY on the other hand, like we said, pressure on their backs.
Yeah. They have so much space, especially on the GR side. All they have to do is play a little bit passive, play a little bit close towards together, or close together. Pero ngayon, parang aware ng Moment. Ayaw na nila mamatay dito kay Nomad. Dun sa may box bago mag-ladder. So they just spray on down. But good awareness, Nomad stopping itong possible play for Moment. Nag-hold na lang siya ng top A. Tapos si Son na lang ipapadala niya. Gagawin niyang expendable dito yung kasama niya.
I think they're gonna be expecting yung position itong dalawa. As soon as may flash tayo, Son, you can see playing anti-flash, no? Nakatalikod. Flash now. Oh!
One kill already there. Tatlo ang mga matay doon para sa Moment. And it took a little bit of time pero makakahanap ng isang trade dito si Justin. They're still stuck in spawn and look at this. The Sharks are hungry mula dito sa ating JY. And Nomad goes on SD. A red makakahanap ng isa and that's a clean round para dito sa JY. What a play, no? Sinabi mo nga dito, may pop flash ready dun si Son.
I like it, man. We talked about kanina the emphasis on map control when it comes to JY Esports, pare. Sometimes they don't really have a plan, but now it's working out very well for them, no? Mas praktisado ng konti, but they need a little bit more than that if they really want to get this win. And now the push from Moment all the way sa may Z. Don't over push, don't overdo it, because if you give away that position, things are gonna go sideways very fast. So it's a game of patience ngayon para sa JY. Kasi kung hindi sila magkamali, madali na lang nila makonvert yung round na to.
Ooh! Shot! As they want to cross, pero dire-diretso pa rin ang Moment. The Obs needs to get the kill, pero close doors mula dito kay Brian. Jake! Aangat at papatay! Isa makukuha niya, pero denied ang extra play pa sana dito ng Moment. It's all up to Justin at mamamatay pa siya. What a killing spree! What a multi-kill mula kay Franzon A.
Beautiful stuff, pare. Sabi nga natin kanina, it will be up to Franz to generate impact for this team, and so far he's really doing it all in sa GR side natin ang port. 4 kills already para sa kanya, but those are so important for his round conversions, and he's still going!
Franz, someone needs to stop this. Franz is one hell of a player. Kanina nga binibigyan dito ng malaking advantage ang ating JY in the early parts of the rounds. And now he's just continuing that kind of force in port of all maps. And what a shot that was! Paano niya nakita dun si Justin? It was a millisecond. And all it took was that exact timing. Moment crumbling to pieces. Pero B-side na lang din. Kung gumaan na nga naman kanina, why not just do it again?
I don't think JY are really convinced that it's gonna be an A-side take. Nakita mo yung rotation dito. They're already going towards G. They're not expected at all.
Red is frying dito sa may Z-side natin. Checking every angle to clean off 3. And man, JY, we wanted you to be aggressive. We wanted you to be dominating at talagang pinakita yon. But this time out might change the tides para dito sa ating Moment. That's 3 straight rounds and 3-point advantage dito ang ating JY Davao. Moment, they need to wake up. GBL side nila to support.
Yeah. I mean, when you're talking about JY, pare, once this team starts playing their own game, kailangan mo lang naman, isang simple lang naman yung kailangan gawin. Make sure that they're uncomfortable. And Moment, pare, they're giving them the world end more. Kasi, ang dali na lang kumuha ng space. The amount of utility being expended dito galing sa Moment, I think is also a little bit ill-tempered, no? Kasi yung mga flash ng pinagbabaton nila, yung mga smokes as well, parang hindi pa nag-isipan ng mabuti. It essentially gives, say, Franz, gives him way too much space. And naging advantage siya para sa JY Esports, and Moment need to play a little bit more confident, no? Take matters back into their own hands. Kasi as soon as nag-slow down itong Moment Esports, nakakahanap na ng butas yung JY.
Yeah, it was parang ano yun, if you think about it, these are just again, free spaces para sa JY. Nung na-notice mo yun sa ating Angkara na Moment playing very, very passive on the GR side. Hindi ganito yung BL side nila, nasa Angkara, pero right now, parang na-transfer lang ulit yung GR side nila dito sa port of all places wherein they need to be aggressive. Hindi sila nagtitake angles dito, pinagbibigyan nila yung store players natin, and that's why nakakapag-set up dito ang players natin for JYE on Z, on CA, and these are positions na dapat kinukuha agad ng BL side, because if they just give that out, unti-unti lang sila machuchok, unti-unti lang sila maiipit dito sa respawn nila, and that happened 3 full times para sa kanila. Yes, after those first engagements, nabibigay na dito yung house B natin, yung store B natin dito for Moment Esports, pero nakaset up pa din ang ating JY on B side, which just negates the fact na nabibigyan pa rin negates the fact na nakakagawa pa rin sana dito ang play ang ating Moment Esports. JYE, man, this was out of the blue. Hinanap natin at binigay agad nila on port again. They'll have a pretty fun time dito sa ating BL side kasi na-secure na agad nila yung advantage kahit mapuntos pa dito ng Moment yung last 2 rounds natin.
Yeah, but again, we talked about yung GR side, how GR sided this sport map is. If Moment can at least try and get a couple more rounds under their belt and think it shouldn't be too difficult, that's up to them. Pare. Kasi JY so far, like you said, no, hindi nagkakaroon ng preventive measure itong moment when it comes to playing on the default here. The Z, Store, and HB combo na ginagawa ng JY for the last few rounds has been putting moment to a full 0 mile per hour stop sa kahit anong gusto nilang pasukin na site ng mapa natin. So again, the same position, no? Literally playing the same positions as the last few rounds. Kasi if it ain't broke, don't fix it nga naman dito. With a 3-round advantage na meron na nga sila at this point, there's really no point in trying to innovate if it just works.
Yeah, I mean, they can just keep on continuing, no? Pero at this time, we continue ang ating BL side for Moment Esports. Same kind of S, pero again, JY, kahit saan ka kasi pumunta ngayon, you have Nomad and Son dito sa LA. High mid very much denied kasi fast rotations yung nakikita natin dyan. Kahit mag-ninja play pa ulit dito ang Moment, hindi pa rin sila makakagalaw. They need somewhat of an opener dito. Siguro manggagaling dito kay Skies, pero this is very interesting, no? Moment realizing after the timeout na BL side kami, 5-man M14 EBR na lang on port at sasabog sila dito on B.
It's gonna be hard.
Smoke. Disrespected mula dito sa ating Moment. JY, they're close by.
No way.
Pero expects it.
Ano na yung paparating, men? Yung setup dito kami sa Moment, i-expect mo na yung util, Brian!
Oh, Skies gets one more. At ngayon, nabombard si Ared para makahanap pa rin siya ng isa dito. Fast rotations denied by Skies as he does find the kill on fronts. At ngayon, despite the low HP na natitira dito kay Skies pati kay Jake, the bomb has been planted. What a shot mula kay Nomad, spraying and praying at nahanap niya pa si Jake. That's one attacker down or at least one defender down dito sa post plant ng ating Moment. And now they activate with the flash. Justin waiting lang at nahanap niya agad. And good play na naman para kay Skies. He claims a triple kill dito sa kanilang B-push.
Ayun na nga yun, no? Masyado nang nag-overcook itong Moment for quite a few rounds. And they saw the light. Literally, you know what? We're outnumbered lagi sa pag-push. Then make it nice and simple. Beat them by the numbers. Fronts though.
Oh, he misses.
Ha!
That's not good. Papatuhan na lang to ng multiple grenades. Nagkabanggaan pa nga pero France will still go back. Oh, it's a big ruse. Aalis lang sila dito sa LA. They can reconsider B-side.
Ito na yung full rotation galing sa JY, man. It's become a mess now because Moment I've thrown a lot of confusion into the mix. Mag-isa lang dito si Brian na mag-a-anchor ng B-site natin na 4 yung paparating. And because of the constant distraction galing kay Justin sa may mid, galing kay Justin sa may SD, JY are completely confused as to which side of the map they should be going to. But Brian!
Oh, dalawa pa mahanap niya doon. Moment gets depleted as they enter B. Yes, they got the side, pero look at this. Every angle mula sa JY dito ngayon, haharapan na lang nila. Moment slowly falling down. Mabibigyan pa ng pang-6 na puntos dito ang JY. Pero Chris can still fight. They're slowly closing down. Papunta dito sa B at hindi niya pa na-anticipate doon si Nomad. We go into our second half in a 6-3 scoreline. JY, na-expect mo ba na ganito kalakas ang JY ngayon?
Sino nga naman mag-expect, pare? You saw what they did on Kara. And now JY, despite it being Moment's map pick, making the most out of this GR side ng port. And it's all thanks to these players, man. Si Ared, si Franz. It's just great performances all around galing sa JY. And a very solid game plan is what it seems, no? So, kailangan pa ng konti pag-iigi ngayon ng JY. Kasi konting push na lang, pwede na lang mapanalo to. Kasi konti na lang to, men. What is it now? Only 4 rounds to go para matapos ito and bringing us all the way to the third map of our series.
Yeah, it might possibly be Eagle Eye 2.0 and I'm actually excited no after this stint mula sa JY na ganito pala sila kaayos pagdating dito sa ating GR side in port of all maps. It's just really impressive na they're going toe-to-toe somehow. Di na nga toe-to-toe, talagang dominating na sila dito on port eh. So, Moment on the GR side now has a lot to recuperate. Kailangan nila makabawi dito from the first 2 rounds pa lang. If not, guess what? 8 points na agad dito ang ating JY and they can easily close this out kasi ang dami nilang leeway. If they go in with a bang, it's gonna be pretty hard para dito sa Moment. But, do see the second side or second half now. Let's see kung ano nga bang adjustments na pwedeng gawin ng Moment.
Ito ng HE na yun galing kay Chris. He's expecting that presence on my CA. As you can see, Justin also atrasado rin ng konti. He wants to be setting a trap for this JY squad that's coming their way. Pero mukhang gusto nila mag-BR, man. all the way. Maybe all the way to Bodega. Nomad checking. Justin around the corner. Tabang warning shot lang. But JY, naantay nila na mag-overrotate itong moment. But it's just not working. Tipon-tipon muna, no? They're not taking the bait at all here by Polo. In fact, they're just biding their time. Giving away even HB. The amount of utility thrown there already. JY. Full force papunta na ng B site ngayon. It's gonna be Yobs and Jake na kailangan mag-anchor dito and hold on for their survival.
Yeah. Great positions though. Look at this Yobs. Mag-aantay lang dito pero kasi common spot na isuspam yan dito nila Brian. Big flash play. Going in, unaffected si Jake. Ang ganda ng pwesto sa may Jenny and Brian. Flashed up as well, all the way from curve. Momen, holding down with just one player at hindi pa alam dito si Yobs. Kukunin pa ni Chris dito atensyon nila Ared at mapipitas pa dito si Yobs. Momen, they can still fall down lalo at nakahanap dito si Franz sa may likuran. On curve. Maglalabas ng lagim dito si Franz pero they go back, na-realize nila JY na marami pang oras dito sa 10th round.
Ganda rin na pwesto dito ni Franz. Ready to cut off any rotations pero hindi. Nakita nila kung ano yung pwestuhan ngayon. Justin pushing towards Red who is looking the wrong way. 35 seconds on the clock. Paparating pa lang yung C4 sa side. Red nakatalikod! Franz, ano magagawa mo dito 1v2?
Oh, 30 seconds pa. He claims etong si Chris. And he expects Justin. But Justin still has the advantage. Ang dami niya pa ring buhay dito. And that's a clean round para sa Moment. Very sloppy in the first fights. Pero man, what a hold mula dito sa B-side.
Great hold, man. Tons of respect para kay Yobs doon. Not to mention the amount of damage done already. Meron tayong chip damage na malala sa tatlong player ng JY. One well-aimed HE should be able to take their lives dito. But son, all caution to the wind pare. Nag-antay! What?
No way! Paano alam ni Justin yun? That was a silent zone at nakatalikod pa si Ared. Wala naman nang galing flash dito sa BR. Ared just giving his life away and that's so crucial.
Just when you thought there was space dito na pwedeng kunin ng JY for free. Can you imagine losing two people to the same person? Ngayon si Brian, desperate to make up for it, gives away his life. And the last two players ng JY ngayon cornered. What does Nomad even do, pare? He doesn't have the C4. He has one singular piece of util. And against 5 players, pare, malabo pa sa malabo na makuha niya yung round na to. Unless Moment give us a generational throw.
No, they're not gonna do that anytime soon, man. Kailangan nilang humabol. And now, look at this. Timeout para dito sa JY. They realize na tama nga na hindi dapat nila ibigay yung first 2 rounds dito ng GR side ng Moment because look at the impact that it did. Hindi na sila makalabas ng respawn this time, JY. Nakakapag-aggressive play. Parang binaliktad ng Moment yung mundo, no? Yung GR side, kinagawa nilang BL. They're just going in straight after mahanap dito ni Justin yung CA players natin.
Yeah, yun nga talaga, no? It just feels like nawala yung confidence bigla dito ng JY or conversely, no, Moment have found their stride. Again, we talked about how GR-sided yung port is as a map and yun nga, on full display yung itsura ngayon ng Moment. All they need to do is essentially play some normal crossfire. They should be able to convert this map easy. So it's all up to JY now do something to a degree na hindi sila maintindihan itong Moment and actually get the conversion kasi habang tumatagal may nahahabol na sila ng mga kalaban nila dito.
Yeah, it's getting closer by the minute every time, no? That Moment is now just activated dito sa ating GR side. Somehow there was something na after that first half biglang umayos na dito ulit yung ating Moment. JY, they still have a round to play with, yes, pero realistically don't want to tie game because they're on the BL side, for God's sakes. Kailangan nila dito gumawa ng plays. Again, nakita nga natin yung B pero kasi parang may 2 players na pumasok and the rest of the players didn't enter. They had the sight, they had numbers to play with. 2 lang yun. Parang sabi nga dito ng ating Moment, hindi mo na kami mag-rotate kasi kaya naman yan ni Chris. Kaya naman yan ni Yobs ma-hold on dito yung B. And that trust is just too scary para dito ata sa JY. They're not fully committing. They're just poking itong ating Moment and that's not what you want. You have to be dominant. You have to be assertive. You have to show that you are here to win the game. funnily
Yun nga
enough,
yun.
after the switch, hindi nangyari yun.
Medyo naging sirang plaka na nga tayo dito kasi it seems like the same problems that were plaguing itong JY ng Ankara nag-a-arise na naman dito pagpasok ng port natin. Kasi isang puntos na lang yung kailangan ng moment. Pwede na mahabol itong JY. Fronts. Again, the world on his shoulders, man. Holding the TRG, waiting for some activity galing sa moment. Pero hindi sila magpapakita unless Chris moves forward too fast. And JY, snail space sa ngayon. Inaantay nila naman yung mag-overaggress galing sa moment. I think it's happening so far. I know what scares me as well dito by Porter is the mere fact na kahit wala, hindi natin nakikita yung usual na favorite nating default when it comes to that B site, aka Store Z and HB. Kaya pa rin hawakan ng moment yung B site na walang kaproblema eh. That's what scares me on the GR side ngayon ng port kasi JY just seem to not have an answer, no, sa depensa ngayon ng MOMEN Esports.
I feel like ang nasa isip ko kasi ng moment, at the end of the day, papasok pa rin ng JYE sa site. So if they just go in the site itself and close down the close angles, yun na lang tutukan nila, they're gonna be having an easy time. Pero Chris is gonna be investigating a little bit dito sa may mid side natin.
What if you want to do
Possible
that?
eating?
Guys? Undecided talaga tong JY, man. Poking and prodding but still no commitment, pare. Son, ito ninja play?
Not committing yet. Still waiting para dito kay Red. Hanap na nga si Chris, pero Chris still staying alive. Now he falls down. At malaking ikutan na to. If Brian finds Justin, and he does, it's gonna be easier now for JY to enter the site. Ang ganda pa nito. May backstab na mangyari kay Nomad. Eobs will fall down. It's all to Skies on A para ma-deny yung push dito. On the other side, he expects it. At dalawa pa mahanap niya. Somehow, naging tie game pa tayo in terms of players. Jake falling down up against Nomad. And it's all up to the sniper. With 20 seconds, yung C4 malayo pa pero pwedeng mag-A si Ared. Pwedeng mapaslang pa rin dito si Skies. Pero he switches to the TRG still. Di niya mahanap yung baril nasa kaliwa. And there goes the M14. He finds the kill. May buhay pang 15 dito si Skies. Pero Ared, he still goes towards P. Malalaman agad dito ni Skies. He still has time. It was exactly on the dot. Pero he still gets the kill. That was very, very tight para sa ating JY.
Way too close, Bipolar. What the hell did we just watch? Naiwan na naman ng JY yung C4. Buta na natin na ihabol just in time, like you said, on the dot. Chris! Once more, waiting for that presence in mid galing sa JY. Should be a tilter ngayon para sa moment. Kasi nga, ganun na nga lang. All he needed to do was delay for just a second more and things could have turned the other way around. But JY will maintain the lead. France na naman. For the ninja plays out through mid. Fishing for a reaction galing sa moment. Ang reaction na hindi niya pa ibibigay.
Testing times para sa JY. It's getting closer. We're 3 points away from claiming itong port and forcing Eagle Eye 2.0. Same setup lang, no? CA take, possible ninja play ulit mula dito kay Sun, pati dito kay Ared. Pero tinuuhan na ng moment dito yung buong BR nila. Tougher. I like this, no? Adaptation mula sa moment immediately after those rounds. Nakita agad nila yung possible na parang hindi maganda doon sa previous round. But Ared, doing the same play here, di pa naman magawa dito ni Son yung ninja play. So they will back off. At ibibigay na lang nila. They'll go towards CA na lang.
Know about this, man. Mag-isa lang dito si Skies. To be fair, Skies has been hitting his shots. Kapit no backup, pare. Should be pretty fine. You can get Brian, wait for the rest of it, and see that control from Bodega. Skies, first kill.
Oh, big flashes. Counter pa nga. Pero nag-miss. Pero yung pistol hindi. Oh my God! He misses the most easiest shot. Pero yung pinakamahirap pa yung tumatama kay Skies. And he gets the last kill again. Skies with a just beautiful sequence, no? Patayin dito yung players. Use the flash. patayin yung maglaladder and just repicks again towards LA. Man, Skies is one hell of a player.
Yeah, man, any regular player would have been dead at that point, pero hindi. Napanalo niya pa. Pero si Jake, mag-isa lang.
Good nade, pero isa lang mahanap doon ni Jake. Meanwhile, Yobs flashed up, pero Chris for the cover. One nade can do a lot of damage dito, pero Justin decides to just use it later on na lang. Chris finds the crosser dito, papunta ng baba ng B. Red, hindi mamamatay ngayon kasi nandyan naman si Son, and they close it down a little bit. Justin though does find one. It's a spray mula kay Son, pero 8 HP. Skies playing with the smoke. Ginawang playground yung mismong depensa dito ng JY. At dalawa na naman ang angat dito ng JY Esports.
Hindi nila pinapayagan dito sa moment na mahaabol, pare. Kung kailan nakala mo, pwede na. Hindi. May bawi pa rin ng ating mga Dabawenyo. Pero si Skies na naman yung kaharap nila.
Oh, they find him now though. Talagang niramihan na lang nila yung players na babaril dito sa may mga weak sides ng ating top A. So that's an immediate shutdown on Skies. Doesn't even let him breathe. But JY decides to be passive now. Pero ito kasi maganda, Chris. Ito kasi maganda, Suave. There's a lot of capable snipers dito sa ating moment. Despite Skies falling down, tignan mo naman Chris expects or at least tries to use the TRG now.
Jake, God box hawak niya dito. One of the best place to be. You know, whole team's coming at you. May teammate pa siyang kasama in this smoke. Buying time for moment. Trying to cook it up right now, Jake and Yobs. Walang kahit anong information galing sa JY sa mga Here it comes.
Oh, kung kanina unsuccessful yung hold nila Yobs, ito gagana ng gagana. And with that last shot through the wall, through the window, Yobs finds the headshot on Nomad. Oh, akala nila mauulit pa nila yun for the third time, pero hindi na pumesto dun si Yobs sa may platform. Nandun na lang siya sa may long box.
Yeah, HB is converted into a kill box ng round na yun. Literal, wala ka na nakita kung ano-anong bala pa yung tumatama sa mga katawan mo. Ngayon, Franz, ito na naman na attempt to play as the ninja sa may mid, pero sobrang kapal ng ecoms natin. Wala kang makita-kita. Oh boy. And I feel like Bipolar at this point in time, Moment have learned their lesson. Hindi nila kailangan mag-over-aggress. Tiwala na lang sa pag-anchor nila kasi it doesn't matter if it's A, if it's B, the setup is great. And look at the way na nakapwesto yung mga Moment players natin, ha. Tatlo tong nasa may mid. Doesn't matter where you are, ang bilis ng rotation nito.
Yeah, Franz eating a lot of bullets there. Down to 7 HP. Nakakatakot na side para sa JY na ganito na ginagawa ng Moment. They're not scared of mid anymore. They're negating the fact na pwede pa makapunta dito yung JY sa may CA. That's why pinunta na nila doon si Justin ulit. Pero B-side na lang ulit. Oh no, JY. They need to find Jake agad. Pero Skies spots out Franz on the other side. No kill yet. Meanwhile, on B-side, papasok na sila doon. Skies finds Franz. Pero flash delays itong B-side push natin. Jake and Red trading blows. Pero si Jake isa lang mahahanap. 3v2 situation kung saan may flash, may nade pa dito ang Moment. And they can plant the bomb. Ang hirap iplanta nito kasi ipit si Son sa baba. And with 1 HP, he falls. Brian doesn't stick the bomb. And that's 8 points tie game on port.
Just when you thought it was gonna be over, pare, may resurgence naman galing sa Moment. Again, the adaptation's not necessarily there para sa JY. They already lost the lead. But they could still win the game. Franz again. Medyo worried ako sa ginawa nila kanina. They left Franz on an island trying to get the kill laban kay Skies. And it didn't work out. So what do you do from here on out? You don't leave your sniper to try and get a kill on the other side of the map. But the rest of your team is already walking together. Masyado madali siyang mabasa yung ginawa nila doon. Because of that, it was so easy to rotate. So easy to reposition. And now JY, much more patient this time around. Bipolar, they're waiting for any presence. Pero again, like we said kanina, again and again and again, Moment are not giving them a chance to breathe, not giving them a lifeline. Mag-aantay lang sila at magtitiwala sa mga defensive setup nila sa dalawa nating site.
Moment doesn't need to be aggressive now. Nakikita natin, no, sometimes ang ginagawa dito ng Moment para ma-secure 9 rounds sila or secure the win. They go in as 4, they go in as 3, and try to just push aggressively on the GR side. Now, dapat ma-realize na they can just hold. Pero JY expects the latter. Ine-expect nila mag-push ditong moment. That's why they keep on holding for the first minute. Ngayon pa lang sila gagalaw. Ngayon pa lang sila kukuha ng map control. And just good thing na nabigay sa kanila yung CA. Pero Son, eating up a lot of damage. Alam nila magsi-CA to. Pero si Yobs kanina pa makulit. Nahanap ni France through the gaps mula sa court.
Yeah. First kill na, man advantage para sa JYE, but the problem is that with only 50 seconds on the clock, kailangan nila mag-decide. As you can see, Chris is confused as to which side of the map he has to be on. It seems that it might be the wrong read. Skies mag-isa na naman. Everything is in his hands sa A-site natin.
Oh, still alive. 1 HP, pero look at the cross mula dito kay Lason. Makakapasok siya sa top A. He kills off Skies. Pero JY, what a great push kung saan lahat ng rotators mamamatay isa-isa. We might just go to Eagle Eye.
Possible, man. Possible. 1 round to go. JY will literally double the number of sets na napanalo na lang ngayong summer season. All they need to do is secure this one. Momen. No slouch on the server. Son, nakarating na nga ng CA, pero ito naman si Justin.
Oh, di siya
Right
makakyat.
beneath him. Does he get checked? That's the question.
Oh, masyadong matagal. He couldn't get the double jump first. Nahirapan siya umakyat ng CA Suave. Now, there's an advantage for JY. They can just hold.
To be fair, no? Playing on the DL side, minsan at some point, kailangan mo talagang gumalaw. And yes, he got that CA control, but backing off like that means na habang tumatagal yung mga segundo sa clock natin, it's more and more likely na may tao na naman na nakakuha ng space na yun. Kaya nakikita mo yung ingat ng JY. Inaantay nila kung may magpupush galing sa moment, but it's not being given to them. Jake though, to be fair, holding on to God Box right now. Walang makita-kitang tao, walang rotation galing sa moment. Medyo wala yung panggagalingan dito ni Yobs at ni Chris ha, pero where does JY choose to continue? A red already. Hawak yung Z. Gusto mag-push hanggang RS yata. And Yobs, this is the perfect spot for it. Can they stop this push with a minute left on the clock? JY, inaantay na lang nila yung call bago mag-activate. Yobs?
Good flash. Pero lalampas yun para makuha si Yobs ng dalawa. Tatlo ang makukuha niyang buhay on curve. Oh no, JY. You had one shot to close out bago mag-overtime. Ngayon paunti ng paunti at nahanap pa ni Yobs yung pang-apat niya. We're going to overtime. And man, how did that go out so bad para sa JY?
Ko alam, man. The thing was, pare, na walang kahit anong pressure when it comes to HB. Kaya alam na alam kaagad ng moment kung saan magagaling. And they were so ready for anybody who wanted to push out through BR. And it was a beautiful read, to be fair, para sa moment. Now this OT test para sa JY Esports. They need to go back and reset. Kasi kung ano man yung ginawa nila kanina sa GR side, kung gumagana man yun, kailangan nilang gamitin yun. Kailangan nilang makapag-impact ng points para tapusin itong second set natin at dalhin tayo hanggang Eagle Eye.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy man na ganito yung mangyayari pa mag-overtime pa dito. They had so much para sa JY to play with. Nakita mo naman yan bago tayo pumasok dito sa BL side nila. They had 3 points to work. Nakahabol yung moment and the funny thing is, hindi pa nga tumama dun yung flash ni Yobs na lumampas papunta mismo dun sa loob ng door sa may BR. Hindi affected dun yung players natin for JYE and somehow, with multiple players, isang tao lang kumaya ng tatlong yun. I don't know what to think anymore, just suave. Naguguluhan ako kasi that was it. That was the round for JY to secure Eagle Eye at ngayon, they have to crunch in more effort para lang makuha itong overtime. Lalo at babalik na naman dito sa BL side on the second half. Not a good sign per moment. Bibilisan na lang dito towards B side. Makakaharap si Skies pero wala man lang maraming makukuha dito sila Brian. Never mind. He gets 2 pero Jake is there to close it down. Hanap agad dito sa my house B and France with a fast rotation. First round on overtime will go towards JY.
Nakaramdam ako na medyo may pagod yata dito yung JYB. Hindi na sila nag-antay. All in na nga. Yung push hanggang HB, hanggang store. 3 rounds to go for JY, but they need to keep it going. Can't be losing any kind of momentum dito, no? Yung GR side nga naman yung mas magandang side nila, as was seen during regulation. Well, now that the curtains are pulled back, parang hindi pwede magkamali dito. And look at Son's position. Really? Risky to say the least.
Oh, come on, JY, don't be greedy now. You have a point advantage already. Kailangan lang magstay ni Song dito, possibly go towards CA, deny this mid push na gustong gawin ng Moment. Let's see. Still a lot of time. Moment deciding to not yet fight in the early parts of the round. You know, CA controlled, LA, B is the only thing na wide open para sana dito sa Moment eh, pero
Ito na pwesto ni Son.
still tough.
It is? No info? It's so quiet. Look at this. Alam na nila kung saan pupunta yung Moment. Dalawa yan, ah.
Good read. Pero mamamatay yung dalawa. Not even a double kill para sa JY, and they just decide to go back. Son, nasa likuran na, pero mamamatay lang din. Moment still with a player advantage. Pero expect nga ba nila si Molomad sa likuran? Dalawa! Never mind! Isa lang mapipitas niya. But he did a lot of damage. Dalawang bala lang mula sa court dito ni France, and he can claim every Moment lives na natitira. Pero Skies, hindi
Oh my
tumama.
God. Alam niyo na kung nasan sila. He just needs to push. 20 seconds here, Bipolar. They're so low. Tamang HE nga lang, Ben. Literal na isang HE lang yung kailangan niyo dito para i-prevent yung
Good
plants.
name.
Guys, can I get it? He does! Pero popcorn lang siya ngayon. 1v1 Chris. Needs to be patient sa bodega. Franz, does he check? He checks! And just like that, 11 para sa JY. Inching ever so close to their second set win of the season. Ito na ba yung awakening ng J1 na hinahangad natin kanina lang?
Ito na ata yun, Suave. This might just be it. Just 2 points away from claiming glory for JY, and they decide for an LA push. Yobs, expecting the push now, gives it toward Jake at tatama pa silang dalawa. It's a bait and switch for Moment to deny 2 lives in the first 30 seconds sa round number 21.
And again, man, another overcooked galing sa JY. I'm a little bit worried that they're getting maybe a little bit too desperate to get this set win. Remember, they do have a 2-round advantage in the Moment at this point in time. Kahit isang round lang, pwede na. Nasolve ka na. Para makarating ng second half dito ng OT na hindi masyadong masakit yung bulsa. 3v5. I don't know about this. Red, maganda yung pwesto. As long as there's no utility from Moment. There's a lot of possibilities with Brian's current spot. But again, no Moment, they like to play the time. They know how to play the emotions, no? Sabi nga nila, don't play the game, play the man. And I feel like Moment have a good read on how JY want to play this. Brian, now the push out through mid. Does he see anything? Wala siya makita, no? Masyadong makapal yung smoke. Magbi-meet up silang dalawa ni Red doon sa may Z rather. And look at Justin, he's so ready. Natin yung rotation. And here comes the utility on A.
Good spray for Brian to
Wow.
start off the fight. Counter flash doesn't delay itong buong Moment. All players on top at isa-isa silang nawawala. It's all up to Yobs, and that's it. Just fast rotations. Yun lang ang kinailangan dito ng JY to secure multiple rounds dito sa kanilang GR side, man. 9-12. Mukhang wala ng pag-asang makapuntos dito ang Moment.
Ayun na nga, pare. The walls are closing in. Laban sa Moment. Esports on their own map pick, and we are very, very close to an eagle eye. One singular round na lang. But the problem is, Bipolar. GR side na yung Moment. And like we said, the GR sided map for not only, no, for JY, but also para sa Moment. Kasi grabe yung nakita natin productivity out of Moment during that second half. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to a golden round. But man, if JY can secure this last one, eagle eye para sa atin, and the second set win of the season momentous para sa Davao squad.
Yeah, honestly, man, it's just gonna be intense. Moment, nakita natin, nakahabol sa GR side. And now that they're coming into it after we switch sides, can they really come back from a 3-point lead ngayon na hawak ng JYE? All it takes is one round. I expect JYE go in sa bidere-derecho, pero delikado. Kaso yun pa rin yung gagawin nila. This was unsuccessful multiple times, pero they will gamble their way. Jake in the position of Yobs. Nades will fly by. Jake closes it down. That's 1. That's 2. Make it 3 for Jake. At mukhang hindi talaga gagana yung B-side push ng JY. Isa-isa ni Nomad yung natitira sa B. Pero with France, with a quick scope onto Justin, makes the dream stay alive. 2v2. They're stuck on both sides ng entrance ng House B. And they know that they have a chance, and that's it. A 1-2 punch mula kay Nomad and France ang kinailangan para makapasok pa rin sa Eagle Eye. 13-9. It worked out at the end of the day. Kailangan lang palang bagalan after mag-push.
Welcome back to the fray para sa JY Esports. Momentous, pare. Yes, not world-breaking, but at least na nakikita natin may pangil pa rin itong Davaoenyo squad. Again, drop down from Masters with a chip on their shoulder. Kailangan talaga nilang bumawi ngayong group stages para ipakita na kaya pa rin nilang makapaglaban dito on the Impact stage. And now, we have unlocked Eagle Eye, the first 3-map series ng ating araw dito.
Yeah, it's gonna be intense, man. Eagle Eye 2.0, di natin alam ng fully kung ano nga bang ilalantad ng ating dalawang teams na to. JY, alam nila kung paano rin to. Red and as well as Nomad has played multiple Eagle Eye 2.0s, especially up against pros. Pero it's anybody's game now, man. Moment, just lacking a lot of like closing out pagdating dito sa ating mga rounds. Kinulang sila ng pwersa dito, and despite them having a lot of these sites, yung A-push nila gumagana naman kanina. All it took was fast rotations mula dito sa ating JY na itigil yun. Imagine, nakahanap na ng moment dito yung side ng maraming beses pero di pa rin sila makakapuntos. At the end of the day, JY looking to get another win or a win pagdating dito sa ating group stage. What else can we say? Hindi kinaya ng moment ang buong puwersa ng Davao.
Yeah, sinimplehan lang dito. And I feel like that's the theme dito para sa JY. No? Sinusubukan nilang gawing masyadong komplikado yung buhay nila. Nung sinimplehan na lang nila, nag-stick sila sa mga game plan nila, doon sila magkakaroon ng success, doon sila magkakaroon ng confidence. So JY, in the meantime, pwede nilang ipagpatuloy lang yung ginagawa nila, but to future-proof themselves para bumalik dito sa higher levels of the Philippines or of Southeast Asia. They really need to go all in on not only maintaining form but developing further yung stratbook na meron sila sa kasalukuyan.
Look at these highlights, man. Tignan mo naman. Ganito lang, pinitas-pitas ni Nomad playing with advantage dun sa pinaka-corner. And alam niyang wala nang needs dito ang buong MOMEN ESPORTS. At least they didn't use it at that time. 19-13. Wow. Amazingness for both teams, pero look at this again, no, Nomad, Red Fronts, sila ang nagbigay ng buhay pero hindi sapat yon kung wala si Sun na palagi nagpa-prioritize dito ng mid, nagpa-prioritize for those second plays na kapag may namatay na isa, he is always there for the trade. Wow, man, look at that. 4 straight rounds dito sa ating overtime. From 19 to 22, lahat yan pumanig dito sa JY kahit saang side pa yan, and it feels like moment, it was really not their day dito sa port. Talagang pinakita ng JY kung sino nga ba ang hari ng port and give them the respect they deserve. Now, going into our set MVP, parang ang daming pwedeng maging set MVP dito, no? Just Wawe, pero only one. It's gonna be Nomad, man. Shut the hell up, sabi dito ni Nomad towards moment with a 1.50 in terms of KD, a kill per round na almost one, and all it took was resiliency mula kay Nomad.
Yeah, man. I feel like this is a lesson to be learned para sa JY, no, as if they are able to function on a higher level. A lot of the rounds na napanalo dito ng JY is because Son was very selfless. kailangan nilang alam kung ano yung kung ano yung mga gagawin nila dito, no? Stick to the roles. You don't need to be the hero all the time. It's fine to die as long as in the grand scheme of things, makukuha pa rin nila yung win condition nila in each of these rounds. And now they have a chance to do it here on Eagle Eye.
Let's see kung sino nga ba talaga mananalo dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 para makuha na ang series na to. Again, the last series of the day will continue after a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po ang ating CFS PH IMPACT 2026. We're going to Eagle Eye 2.0 for our very last map of the very last series of the day. Tuloy-tuloy ang bakbakan dito ng JY as they hold their dreams alive up against MOMEN ESPORts. JYB, feeling ko may kailangan tayong i-address na fact, no? Kasi tulad na sinabi mo off-stream, may isang pwedeng mag-pop off dito.
Well, like we said, no, it's perfect. Si Mr. Franz himself, bipolar. We talked about the impact he had back on Ankara, the impact na binigay niya sa atin dito sa port, and now moving into Eagle Eye, perfect map para sa kanya na mag-pop off. It just so happens na on the other side of the server, meron nga naman tayong skies na nakita natin, masakit-sakit din naman tumama yung mga bala niya. So I will be highlighting yung matchup ng dalawa nating sniper for this last set.
Yeah, this last set is gonna be paving ways para sa ating mga snipers. No, Skies has been frying, pero Franz on that department has been getting multiple kills. He's getting the first shot in, and the first shot always gets the kill. Meanwhile, itong si Skies, he needs to actually consider, no, kasi nakita natin yung top A, nakakapatay siya ng marami, pero he always misses the first shot. This time, kailangan niyang gawin yun kailangan niyang mapatama yung first shot na yun, because every shot counts, especially in this long angle sa LA, sa may LB, because if he doesn't, it just gives a lot of powers. Lalo at nagkukumpulan dito ang ating players for JY and these fast rotations, mas mapapaaga, no? On the GR side dito ng JY Esports, they can have high coverage dito sa lane, good coverage dito sa may second mid, dito rin sa may sa HM. So, even if they go for like a 1-3-1 or 2-2-1 setup dito, put one play dito sa hotel, mabilis na makakasagot dito ang JY up against the forces na ginagawa ng ating Moment. Pero, that's if Skies loses the fight immediately and hindi gagana dito yung HM push palagi ng ating Moment. But let's see, no, parang biglang nag-lie low dito yung Moment natin. For Forte, there was a parang lacking of set plays na kumakain lang sila dito ng mga mid pushes nila. So, and it can still happen dito sa Eagle Eye Tumbit. But let's see. Baka nag-iba na rin dito ang ating Moment. JY man, I hope they continue the force na ginagawa nila mula doon sa port. But we're going into the game. Again, it's port. And this time, GR side muna ang ating players mula sa JY and BL side ang ating Moment. So execution needs to be fine and they need to be aggressive.
Potential para sa much needed first win ng JYE. And it is gonna be here on Eagle Eye. Moment already. Take it at mid control natin makikita muna galing sa JY na forward pushing kasi alam nila na all they need to do is really just wait in their current spots. Fronts. Na-highlight natin ito kanina. Sniper gonna be a lot of pressure on him and there's so much utility in space na wala siya magagawa!
Uy! France already there pero di niya expect nasa likuran. Chris whips out the AK and Moment. What an intense push on A. Lahat pinuntahan, lahat pinasukan at lahat isasara rin. Pero unti-unting papasukan yan ni Sun from LA. That flash unaffected. CJ he expects the flash mula sa LA. And what a play for Moment, man. That was immediate. Yun yung agresibo mula sa Moment.
Yeah, one thing you really can't deny galing sa Moment para is them being able to anchor a site effectively. No, alam nila kung paano ilaro yung push and pull when it comes to the attempted site take down to JY. Now, a red. Oh, Skies is already down. And finally, an opening kill para sa JY ulit. How do they capitalize?
Oh, that's it. The capitalization does go out with an immediate trade pero down by 2 players ang ating Moment at tumatalong pa si Nomad pero he still gets the kill. With 17 HP he gets out. The nade doesn't even go towards Nomad. So tingnan mo, no, fast rotations. Ito si Brian dire-diretso na sa B. Jake though, looking for angles now. If he finds Nomad, magandang start na ulit to. Brian also falls down dito sa second mid. And Moment, somehow nakakuha pa sila ng isang site. They can just plant the bomb.
Ano problema ngayon? Jake, inside of car. Alam nila kung nasan si Red as well. All they need to do is hunker down. But remember, we talked about the anchoring power ng mga players dito ng Moment. It's Justin and Jake waiting for them to show their faces. Ooh! Should be a nice clean up. Pero Justin, because of Francis' loss, a red, kailangan niya mag-active push. 13 seconds in. Oh, and Justin gets the clean up. Moment! 2-0 to start off Eagle Eye. Bumalik na sila sa form dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, it's just full on, parang contact ba mula dito sa ating Moment. They're just answering back immediately. Kahit down by players sila, as long as these players know what to expect, or at least has awareness kung saan manggagaling dito ang buong JY, they can easily get the trades. At napaganda pa talaga, we were glazing dito or at least praising yung fast rotation sana ng JY pero parang hindi gumana yon kasi yung 2 players natin was pushing LA. Now, it's a B push once again para sa Moment. The flash goes in the bar pero unaffected pero mamamatay pa rin doon si Sun. Now, Nomad trying to reclaim some lives and get some kills pero Skies is there to get the easy TRG. And they just slow down. Napansin nila, dalawa agad wala dito sa JY. Maghahanap yan ng backstab pero Skies didn't expect the LA push. Ared from the smoke finds of Chris. At balik na naman tayo dito. Dehado ang Moment.
Dehado nga, pero si Jake, man. Get rid of a red and now aware of Brian's positioning. Hindi rin niya kaagad yung attention dito ng JY players and he's playing with them. 2v1 France. He's so close by. How does he win this?
Does have the Colt pero 7 bullets lang nasa chamber nito. That's an easy one tap. All it takes is one more para dito kay Justin but France too aware, peeks out once again. Justin realizes na di niya na pwedeng labanan to. B-site, ibibigay niya na lang kay France.
full run, pare, para kay Justin. Kung makikita sila sa may mid, possibly. Justin is aware of that possibility. Pero si Franz na una nga. Sino nga ba yung mas mabilis yung parkour? Oh, Justin bait and switch.
Oh, he
Franz.
realizes. Pwede siya mag-hold dito ng napakatagal.
30 seconds in. He's still gonna go. Grabe, sobrang mindful ni Franz doon. Alam niya, may possibility na may nag-aantay sa kanya. It's given away now. Justin is aware.
Kita na. Kitang-kita na yan, just suave. Franz, just able to be patient dito sa my tower. There was a timing para dun kay Justin, pero he didn't quite have enough time. He wanted to get that plant in bago tayo maabot ng 10 seconds, and that was it. JY with their first round Eagle Eye 2.0. Pero Franz, what a shot! Expects na tatalon doon si Skies for the check. At ngayon, Moment just giving away lives in the early parts of the round.
Tiltable. Let this push that. Gan kay Red though. Justin's not gonna be expecting it in the least. Ayun na nga. Man advantage further para sa JY. And Moment. Mounting speculation kung saan ba sila pupunta. Kasi dito na nga Son. The high-low. Oh! Yobs! Inuwian ang buwan yung dalawa.
Yeah. Good spray down. Oh, I think he found Franz there. Habang nagbaback off sa may bunker. Yun na nga, pumaslang pa si Brian. Nakahulog mismo dun sa stairway. And it was easy pickings ngayon. Nakahanap nga ng tatlo si Yobs. Can he go in for the clutch? And the possible ace, Franz. Papakita dito ngayon. What a shot from Yobs. Lahat ng anggulo. Alam niya kung saan magbe-pre-fire. Alam niya kung paano makapatay. And again, can Franz go in and deny this 2-point advantage para sa Moment? Dami niya pang utility, Josh. Pwede niya i-smoke yung B, pwede niya i-smoke yung LA. He still has a flash. And despite only having a TRG, kaya niya pa to up against Yobs.
Yeah. Just so happens na mali lang yung read niya dito. Yobs is gonna get this A-side for free without much resistance or any resistance for that matter. And si Franz as well, no? No, hindi weaponry sa harapan niya. Pwede makipagpalit lang dito. Now, dahil nga he made his way all the way to B, Franz is completely unaware of where he has to go. 30 seconds in, pare. Oras na lang yung kalaban dito ngayon ni Yobs. He just needs to buy time. Needs to buy seconds, precious seconds. Franz coming in from mid. On the other side, Rita!
Good shot. Good play na magsikip na lang, no? Kasi most of these players natin, after the post plant, maglalaro na lang sa bunker or at least go towards LA. Pero since na-realize niya, uy, wala dito sa A-side si Franz, baka gumagawa yan ng double jump papunta dito sa hotel to get the clear shot on A-side. Pero Skies testing once again. And another test mula kay San kung saan mamamatay na naman sila on LB. And this is not what you want. Na namamatay kayo in the early parts of the run. JY just giving out lives for free.
Look at Skies as well. If anybody is risky galing sa JY, a secondary push. Nomad catches Skies. The TRG gone para sa Moment ngayon. At si Ared, an active push through mid. I-expect ba to ng Moment? It does seem na may nakabantay. But the specific angle is one that's hard to clear. The amount of time pa rin na lumipas. With every second, JY will have a better read of the situation kasi ito na nga yung utility pinagbabato sa may mid. There's only one person here. Nomad. Nasa na ba yung mga tao sa may hotel? Nasa na ba yung mga papasok ng car? Para siya makita, the timings are off and they get a free B site.
Kita si Nomad. Justin, how? How
Jesus.
the hell did he kill Franz? What an angle that is! Pero mamamatay pa rin siya. But they do have the bomb planted. Si Yobs pwedeng magantay lang dito sa may doorway papunta sa may respawn and can possibly just catch them off guard. Haharap si Brian, kita na agad, and it's a spray down mula dito sa second mid din. Mamamatay si Ared. JY in shambles. In this post plant, malakihang retake sana, pero Moment just too good on the post plant.
Lumalayo-layo na nga dito yung Moment back in their confidence state. Sinasabi natin kanina. Again, what is it JY need to do? Play their own game. Hindi na pwedeng hayaan yung moment na mag-dictate ng tempo. But Skies, an opener onto a red at this moment in time makes you start to wonder kung ano nga ba nangyayari.
Good sequence though para sa JY. Suave. Nakaharap sila dito ng tatlo. Pero Skies, masyado maingay yung but still! Oh my goodness! Kailangan ko na magpalit ng Colt. Ayoko na mag-USP Suave. Masyado nang pinapakita ng ating mga pro players that this is the gun to use. But Franz is one heck of a shot given towards Justin, testing si Skies, pero he just gets killed. Sun holds his ground on B side. Still, kailangan pang humabol dito ng JY. They need these 3 straight rounds para nasa kanila advantage going into the second half.
Yeah, this moment, to be fair, quite a lot has been done para sa kanila so far in this half that it's respectable to say the least. Nomad, for an opening, kailangan sa push siya may tower sana. Again, medyo may konti tayong slump in form when it comes to si Skies, pati si Chris sa ngayon, no? Sabi natin sobrang impactful na back on port. Now, medyo muted sila. In fact, 2 and 3 lang yata yung kills ng dalawang players na to. They need to get back into form. So, a lot of pressure coming his way.
Good position though. Pero mamamatay pa din siya.
What?
How did Jake clear that out and still have half HP? Moment has multiple lanes covered now. And Skies, mahanap ka pa yung quick scope dito kay Ared. This is just disgusting for Moment. Great mid-roundings para makahanap dito ng butas on any kind of site. Pero tingnan mo naman, 4-man push, di rin kailangan ng flash. They go in quite raw. And it's just too good. Moment plant the bomb. And Nomad finds Yobs on lane. But look at that investment, man. Kaya mag-push ka ng LA. Nandyan si Jake sa respawn nila sa may arko. And Nomad, pinakita pa yung likuran.
Oh, no.
Sabi niya, sumabit ka dito, bibigyan kita ng round. And France will also get found out. Jake with a double to close it out. And that's 5 points secured para sa Moment.
Advantage secured para sa second half natin. And Moment have 2 more chances to make it that much worse para sa JY Esports. Who would have had here the thought ngayon para sa JY, the all-in push out through LA.
Big gamble, and it works out. They win the fight. Meanwhile, on LB, Son ngayon di na mag-a-aggress. Haharap na nandito ng angle sa may BR. Skies with one more kill, but he gets denied by Ared. It's all up to Chris with an M14 at mabilisan ng tatakbo si Son towards LA, and he gets the kill. JY, 3 points na.
One last round into halftime ngayon, JY. I like this, they're speeding up, they're getting their confidence back. See, this is exactly the form na nakita natin galing sa port. Nailabas yung 100% lakas dito ng JY. Isang round na lang kailangan para tapusin itong first half. And Son, off angle. Hindi na pwedeng basta-basta mag-push ang Moment without checking their corners. A red. Also, risky to. Nakita natin when somebody pushed out through here. Nakabantay si Skies. It's a game of patience ngayon. JY fully investing here on that A side. A red around the corner.
Justin, what a shot though. Oh, Skies as he was falling! Can someone stop Skies? Just what's happening on Eagle Eye? It's just dogfights every time, pero somehow Moment is still keeping this lead.
Kala ko Eagle Eye ito, ba't parang naging Mexico? Tuntukan no? Oh, France has no idea. He has no idea. Gotta be careful. Oh!
Dude, the Colts! Oh, akala ko beer lang yun, pero nakakapatay pala yung ganon, Diyos wabe. My goodness. This is what happened in port. Let's see if can JY recreate what Moment did to equalize and tie the game. Shots from mid will be denied. Chris, double TRG. Ito nga yung lakas ng Moment, no, na nakita natin from port. And there's 2 players that can wield snipers for MOMEN Esports and they'll have a fun time. Pero kakaiba to, Chris will be holding the sniper position pero nasa high mid siya.
Absolutely no way, right? I think JY wanna take that risk. Kita yung paa, pare. No free feet picks here. Moment first 2 kills.
Only mine, just suabe. Pero MOMEN, tatlo na rin yung napatay. May pangbawi naman dito si Franz, but they are now down by 4. Justin just snapping away. At napaganda pa. May smoke pa dun sa may mid and even Franz can't find the trade immediately. He recovers the C4. Pero awareness for Skies to keep on pushing and he gets the kill. Actually, it's Justin pushing from high mid. 7 points, just suave. Somehow, bumalik ang sakit ng JY.
Gano'ng kasakit, man? Yun ang tanong. Yung imagine kung gano'ng kasakit yung sipit na pinapakita ngayon ng Moment. My God. My goodness. Kahit saan ka pumunta, may TRG na nakabantay. May Chris ka na nga, may Skies ka pa. Sabi ko kanina, no, medyo tahimik yung dalawang players na to. Pero nag-activate sila ngayon sa GR.
Ooh, good shots. Good entry.
Oh!
Just suave, they just rush in. They're done playing games. They're here to aim. And they have full coverage of B-side. Son, mapipitas dito. Diretso sa ulo ni Ared din.
Wait!
Yung dalawang bala dito ni Justin. And with that coverage mula kay Skies, they claim 3 kills in an instant bago pa maplanta yung bomba. Ang fresh na fresh pa dito nung C4 plant ng buong JY.
Yeah. 32 seconds and counting ngayon. Brian, ready for any push. Justin's gonna be caught out through this window.
Good shot.
And he's found. Skies na natitira. Not long for this world. JY, may asim pang tinatagong kaunti. Pero malayo-layo yung kailangan nilang habulin sa Moment.
It's a start though. 2 more rounds, or at least 3 more, no, para makahabol dito sa JY. Right now, 11 kills on Ared, 14 kills on Jake, and Justin with 11. It's not really the snipers having fun, it's the attackers and the riflers dito ng ating squads. With Justin down, A site now weaker, and big rotations para kay Chris.
35. Justin was very impactful dito. So his early exit ng round might be what JY needs. Si Son, ito paparating na. So, may tao sa may bar. Wait a second, Yobs!
Dalawa mapipitas. And Ared now from mid. What a great flank coming in from Ared. At si Chris stuck na ngayon sa may cable car and he can't even move. JY just pushing Moment to their limits.
Pushing is right. No? 2 rounds to go and Moment so far, no? O nakahanap na naman ng rhythm itong JY. Basta may ipupush. Pero look at this smoke. Sky's not gonna be given the opportunity to take his scope to good use. And all in yung JY sa push. Look at this.
Diretso na lang sila. Pero matitigil dito ni Skies yung push. With a shotgun sniper play. He hits the shot on Sun. Meanwhile, Franz keeps the dream alive. Ared matatrade agad pero Nomad on mid. It's a dogfight once again kung saan ipit na ipit dito ang sniper ng Moment. Pero mamamatay pa rin siya. It's Jake now trying to go for blows and Franz stuck ngayon sa bunker. 1 HP both players. Pero mas maliit ang buhay ni Franz. And he just holds with 11 HP. He gets the kill with the Colt. Oh my goodness. Pinagpahinga nyo si Franz sa bunker and he just got a clear mind para makuha ang 6 points.
Goodness gracious, Bacolod. Goodness gracious. Franz activated na. And so is Skies as well. 1-for-1 muna sa round na to. But as you can see, no, the speed at which nagpa-function yung dalawa nating squad, walang gustong magbagal ngayon. All in suntukan yung dalawa nating kupunan. Son pushing through the smoke.
Oh, Yobs catches him off guard. Pero si Jake, isang bartender muna dito sa may hotel. Will cut off rotations. Ared, mamamatay pa rin kahit nakakuha siya ng isa. And Nomad, the second layer of high mid push ang napakasakit ngayon para sa Moment. It's all up to Jake in a 1v2.
Ano yung problema ni Jake? Hindi niya alam, no? Wala siyang kaalam-alam kung saan pupunta itong JY. With the utility thrown out. Gives it away. In fact, beats him to give away his life. 7-7 tayo, Bipolar. Nakakaramdam ako ng konting kirot kasi parang paparating na ngayon pakalabang overtime ng araw na to.
Why the hell not, just suave? JY playing out of their minds, and now look at this, bibilisan na lang ulit. Dire-diretso lang at na-confirm na ni Noman dito yung high mid, and Son, nahanap pa si Chris. Hindi nagkumpulan ng Moment and they just fall down one by one. Yobs gets in, pero ang daming kailangan ni Clear. Si Skies kanina pa nag-aantay, and he backstabs JY. What a play for Moment. Even us, hindi natin nakita si Skies, nakaupo lang sa site. What?
For the love of God.
Wow!
Nasaan
Grabe
yun
yun.
kanina? Nasaan yun kanina, no? Tamang gaslight lang. Isipin mo, no? Dire-diretso dito yung pagkarangkada ng sa loob ng JY sa loob ng A-site natin. But because it was so noisy, because they were moving so fast, hindi nila ginawa yung due diligence nila, pare. Ano nga ba yung lagi natin sinasabi pagdating ng FPS? Always check your corners, kids. Otherwise, that exact thing might happen to you. Yung confidence ng JY ngayon, for sure, depleted just a little bit, no? Just a little bit, kasi akala na makukuha na nila yung lead. Pero dahil doon, Moment are back. Back on top, back in the fight. And now with only 2 rounds to go, ito na naman tayo. Di na naman pwede magkamali ang JY leading into the end of our last set.
Yeah. Intense, man. Grabe. Kinailangan pa ng Moment na gumawa ng ratty play, just suave. You see the patience. Yan yung pinagkaya ba ng dalawang teams natin. JY is an aggressive dog that is really just gunning it for the kill. Parang chihuahua. Tapos itong ating mga players dito sa ating mundo, they're like, no? Parang, ano lang, what they call this ba? Parang, they call it golden retriever lang, nag-aantay lang dito. Very, very calm. And that played out so well. The patience play mula dito kay Skies. Patience from Skies. And I don't know, man, it's anybody's game na parang ngayon naging creative na lang yung ating mga teams eh. Kung paano nga ba nila gagawin yung, paano nga ba sila mananalo ng round. Kasi I feel like, no, just why both of these teams actually doesn't want to get into overtime. They just want to get out and claim the series dito sa regular regulation natin. Because if they do go overtime, it's gonna be a very tough scene. Kasi magiging very disgusting, very brutal yung mga overtime rounds natin.
Yan, again, we talked about dito kanina yung standings ng mga teams natin dito sa Impact. Sobrang lapit. Moment are right now, no, teetering on the edge of being pushed out to the top 4. Hindi ko nagkakamali yung SGJ dahil sa panalo nga nila kanina. They should be top 1, top 2. And that means that Moment have gone down 1 place. Kung matalo pa sila dito laban sa JYE, mas lalong sasakit yung standing nila dito. And they do not want that if they want to make it into playoffs.
Si Suabe. Ano nga bang ibibigay sa atin dito ng ating dalawang teams for 16 round? Son pushing. Gets the clear kill, pero Jake with the trade. Meanwhile, Chris holds down M1. At dediretso pa yung onslaught dito ng Moment to kill everyone. Meanwhile, nahulog pa si Sky sa bangin. Makes it easier for Red in a 1v2 situation kung saan he'll just go towards A-side. Pero mini-mirror dito ng Moment. Alam nila na dito siya pupunta. Pero does Red know?
Plenty of time para ma-isolate yung gunfights. Whoa, that's info. They know now the 2v1. Buti na lang at hawak ni Red dito yung C4 so he has the flexibility to go wherever he wants to and there's plenty of time left on the clock bipolar. Moment have to be methodical kung para nila i-cover yung mga angulo dito. Make sure that they're not caught alone. Info now, Chris. Oh, ayan na nga, na-isolate yung gunfight but Red full committal onto the B site right now. Justin knows exactly where he is. He hears the buttons being pressed.
Nag-reload!
Kaso ba't ka nag-reload?
Oh, 14 bullets. Enough ba yun? Hindi, just suabe. Justin, what a play to just keep on going. And with the USP, you know it's gonna be a guaranteed kill. One more point at tatapusin na ng Moment ang series na to.
Isa na lang at hinaharap na ng Moment ito. JY desperate, literal. All the margin of error is down to just a single round right now. And one mistake can be game ending. It can be series ending. Just when you thought JY had it in the bag to get their first series win para sa summer season natin, Moment go all in to prevent that from happening. And I like this read, pare. Look at the amount of people 3 moment players waiting on the on the B extremity of the map. But Franz, wow, what a frag. Skies is gone. And now pressure renewed sa A side.
Yeah. Pero yung big push natin for JYE, it will go towards B. At manlilikuran pa dito, pero no man! Stops one player. Meanwhile, Chris, inipit na ang buong JY. And this might just be it. But it's a 2v2. C4. Ire-reclaim dito ng JY. Jake with 1 kill more. And it's all up to Franz. The sniper that got the first blood in this round needs to end it with 2 kills. And he still has the Colt. Oh, the deadly Colt of Franz. Pero body-body system na dito ang moment. Ayaw na nila ibigay ito kay Franz yung round number 8 nila.
Man of the hour, man. Man of the hour to si Franz. Definitely a high impact player. One that has become the hero for JY Esports multiple times sa series na to. Plenty of time as well. Everything is stacked in his favor, not to mention the TRG na hawak niya dito. Plenty of possibilities. Basta hindi magkakamali sa pwestuhan. Wala siya makita kahit anong information. Moment are doing a really good job of playing the time here para kay Franz. Hindi nila pinapamagay kung nasaan sila. So dahil doon, no? Kumakate si Franz.
He'll just go towards A. If he finds this exit player, he might have a fun time pero realizes na wala naman naririnig sa likod. Can just safely plant tapos mag-hold na lang sa may stairway or even dito sa may second floor. He goes towards hotel. Oh, he's gonna wrap around. Suave. Iikot si Franz. Pero masyadong mabilis. Nasa site na dito ang buong moment. They can just defuse. They can easily just defuse. Pero Franz, wala na. It's just it. Franz, nasa Franz. Masyadong malayo. And that gives Moment the victory sa series na to. Very anticlimactic. But Moment just too aware. God damn, just suave. What a series this was.
What a series indeed, pare. We got highlight plays, we got low light plays like that last round as well. Like, oh God. Karoon na lang sana, pare. Konting katiting na lang sana para sa JY Esports, but it just so happens na na-deny na naman yun ng Moment and they will continue to keep themselves higher sa ating rankings for this group stage. But you can't say this wasn't entertaining, Bipolar.
Oh, it was entertaining so much. Nakita natin dito, Franz popping off, Skies answering back. We had Yobs. We had multiple players coming in from JY na gumagaling. At the end of the day, we had a Red and Son just pushing the limits dito ng ating Moment, especially dito sa ating Eagle Eye na mapa. Pero at the end of the day, numbers was always in the hands dito ng ating Moment. Nung nakita natin yung 63 scoreline, ay parang nakita na natin na bumalik na naman yung disease dito ng JY na hindi sila makakuha ng mga rounds. It was a dogfight. Ang ganda ng play nila na parang let's just push every time sa BL side natin. Let's just push towards A. Kunin natin dito yung high mid ng dalawang players na may delay push pero di gumana yun. Nakita natin yun, no? Sabi ng Moment, let's get creative. Gamitin natin si Skies as an investment dito sa A side. Magtago ka lang. Pag di ka na-clear out, antayin mo na biglang maging passive ang JY and he found the timing. Just so habi. Moment, they were this close from not even winning this pero napalaki pa nila yung gap after that second half. JYE though, nice efforts man. I am really seeing these players na true aimers, malakas tumutok, pero team play is not really there. Walang complexity, no, kumbaga in terms of set plays. It's very very readable. And at the end of the day, nag-resort sila sa pagiging fragger nila, pero hindi yun gumana ng todo. Moment now with a 2-1. Congratulations.
Pero alam mo ngayon, dahil sa nakikita nating loose streak, just cold snap, if you will, para sa JY, it now makes you question what's missing. Kasi isipin mo, nakarating sila ng Masters through open qualifiers back in the spring season. And it now makes you question saan napunta yung JY na yun. Saan napunta yung JY na nakarating ng Masters. But man, just to stop putting a shadow dito sa Moment. Congratulations sa kanila. I mean, getting themselves close here into playoffs. Again, we talked about them being kind of on the brink of falling into 5th place. Pare, medyo nababawasan na ng question mark itong Moment in terms of their playoff hopes.
Yeah. JY, you gave some promises but you did not relive or at least live to see that promise to be in Croatia or at least mangyari ng todo. They were just out-fragged and they were just outnumbered at the end of the day. Now looking at the stat line, 17 total rounds and 10 going towards MOMEN Esports. We have to give it to France, man. He was the man of the hour, just like what you've said. And seeing this kind of stat line, tinapatan niya halos dito si Jake in terms of KD. Even itong si Ared, pati na rin si Son, and even Nomad. But man, Brian was very, very absent. He was basically just a body shield para dito sa ating JY. Pero meanwhile, Jake, 1.69 in KD. And even itong si Skies and si Justin, fragging all throughout. And man, congratulations. At the end of the day, they fight tooth and nail at sila ang mas batak up against JYE. Pero sino nga ba ang ating set MVP?
None other than si Jake himself, pare, 1.69. Very nice on the KD and the guaranteed kill per round for this guy. But it's a central thing dito para sa MOMEN Bipolar. It was the mere fact that they were able to play as a team. Kasi kung titignan natin yung numero, men, hindi sila nagkakalayo. Performances were well earned for this entire MOMEN squad, and as you can see, no, it's what brought them over the finish line. Even when they were failing at it in port, they came back with a vengeance dito sa Eagle Eye.
Yeah, vengeance was really much given and claimed by MOMEN. And now looking at our match results, a total of 25 rounds ang nag-garner ng ating players for JY sa buong 3 sets natin. Pero a solid 29 ang nakuha dito ng MOMEN. Almost getting a perfect 30, no? But wow, these two teams have really given us a great performance. Kahit anong side pen, kahit anong mapa, pinakita ng dalawang teams na to that they will not back down to a fight. And now looking at our whole series MVP or match MVP, it's none other than Jake himself. 1.28 ED, a kill per round na almost won, and the headshot, it's just too good as well. Almost a 0.50 for him, and he was the difference pagdating dito sa labanan na to.
And like we said, it is consistency na kinakailangan ng MOMEN na ilabas dito. Not a singular performer, but a team working as a well-oiled machine. Yung maganda natin nakita out of MOMEN, and moving forward dito sa ating group stages, pare, MOMEN have a really bright future ahead kung kaya nilang i-maintain yung form na to. Lalo na hindi masyado nagkakalayo yung top 4 teams natin when it comes to playoffs form.
Yeah, maraming parang tie games time pwede makita dito, or even in terms of standings and even the playing field or even the strat book ng ating mga teams, very, very similar. Siguro may 2 teams lang ako naisip na kakaiba or at least has a little bit of something else na pwedeng i-offer dito sa buong Impact. But man, very, very close, just like what you've said. JYE, nice try at the end of the day. Siguro next time you'll go out with a big bang. Now, let's look at our standings pagdating sa buong Impact stage ng ating CFS PH. May kita natin dito ngayon is gonna be the number 1 spot na kuha ng MOMEN.
Yeah. 4 wins ngayon para sa MOMEN, making their way, like I said, no, all the way from 4th, 5th place, pare, dahil nga sa kaguluhan na naganap sa ating standings ngayon. MOMEN have taken the spot from Alliance. SGJ, pare, went up 3 places. Kung di ako nagkakamali, they were in 4th or 5th because of yung nangyayari kanina. But now, 2nd place sila. Talagang shake up to kung shake up sa standings natin ngayong summer season. And that means na kailangan humabol na ngayon. Ex-Governors, X-Squad at Alliance Gaming. Lots of questions need to be answered over the next couple of weeks, and they will be at each other's throats bipolar para makapasok ng playoffs.
Yeah, tsaka yung SGJ natin dito, they're on number 2 spot pero 4th match pa lang nila yan. Plus, look at that round differential. Josuavi, ang laki niyan. Pag nakuha nila yung number 1 spot, mahirap na tibigin yan up against SGJ. But now, looking at our tomorrow's schedule, kung sino-sino nga ba ang magtutuloy ng bakbakan dito sa ating Impact. Tomorrow, we'll start off with Alliance Gaming versus JY Esports or JY Davao. Next one will be X-Squad versus HazMatz. That's gonna be interesting. And eto na nga, our number 1 in terms of standings and number 2 right now, maglalaban-laban kung sino, at malalaman natin kung sino nga ba ang tunay na malakas sa kanilang dalawa. This is gonna be interesting schedule, no, Josuave? It's very, very brutal na naman ang makikita natin tomorrow.
Yun nga talaga pare, pero nauubos na kasi yung panahon natin paparating ng playoffs. Everyone will be tested, especially the middle of the pack teams, to put themselves on the road to playoffs. Kasi nakita naman natin, all of these squads have had the chance. They've had
Yes.
victory in their grasp. SGJ, Alliance, and Momen, so much pressure on their shoulders habang humahaba yung season natin.
Yeah, yun ang ano, just suave. Again, it is gonna be playoff soon. So these teams right now that are in playoffs contention, kailangan pa nila mag-prepare, and hopefully they do have a chance to possibly win the title itself. Everybody, maraming salamat po sa pagpanood ng ating CFS PH Impact 2026 today. Big shoutouts kay Ramon and as well as kay Josuave ang Cassius natin today. Again, malapit na rin po magbagyo, so mag-ingat po kayo dyan lahat. Hopefully you guys are gonna be safe out there. Big shoutouts ulit kay Taylor or kay Taylor, and as well as sa ating production crew from TNC. Maraming salamat po. And for everybody out there, keep the dream alive, because every player right here is also keeping the dream alive. Keeping theirs alive as well. Maraming salamat po. We'll see you next time for more CFS PH Impact 2026.